we we will provide that moral support, uh, uh,
Yeah.
financial support if it is needed as well, and any other type of support there. Yeah, let's grab Mr. Albert because we know that when it comes to power over there, that you know.
It's fleeting.
Mr. Albert, again, thank you very much for rejoining us as well. Tell us what's happening in your area.
Yeah, no problem, Mostly. Thanks a lot for bringing me back on, and hello there to my chocolate friend. Um, Dark chocolate, put it that way.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know how my bottles I got left by the morning, but hopefully I have something.
Mm.
But the premier was saying just now, this is well over 80 plus miles per hour wind. It sounds well. About 10 minutes ago, I heard 10 or 15 minutes ago, I heard the hurricane hunters, the plane. I heard the plane crossing overhead.
Okay.
Yeah, I could hear that. I could hear the humming from the aircraft, and that what it was. But outside sound like freight trains going across the house. I mean, you talking about something like what Paloma had. That's just how it sounds, and that's 80 plus miles per hour, 80 to 90 miles per hour. Easy is what we picking up now. That's what the premier was saying. We have the blunt and the force of that hurricane direct over the top of us now, and trust me, it's not a tropical storm. So don't let no one on that weather side say it's a tropical storm. What we are experiencing here is hurricane force winds. This is a Cat 1 and a strong Category 1. What we are picking up. And trust me, it is terrible outside. It sounds really, really terrible.
Okay, and we were advised by the manager, Island Energy, Mr. Tibbetts of Island Energy, that they have basically cut the power because of the high winds and possibly down lines as well. So that has been done. So I would imagine that has affected you as well.
Yeah, the whole island is out, and I mean we just on that blackout, the complete island. So what they did there was a good protection procedure for the company. I wouldn't doubt by morning if they find a light pole down on the ground. It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm quite sure that their electrical lines down at this moment, because what is outside there, something has to be down on the road. So I mean it's still early, and it's hopefully within the next 3 hours, 2 hours from now, hopefully the wind will subdue a little bit or calm down a little bit, but for right now, man, I mean, we're picking up a battering here with these winds, and I mean, trust me, I've been through a lot of hurricanes. I've been through a lot of strong hurricanes in my days to grow up, and I mean, this thing is not what people predicted this to be. This is stronger than what we thought it would be. We thought it would have been a tropical storm, but right now we're Category 1. He's a Category 1. Measuring winds, and I pray to God that it don't get no stronger, because it doesn't sound good outside.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Albert, we know as far as power is concerned, that you we don't want you to drain your battery on your phone as well. So if you have to go, please let us know, because we would want to ensure that you are able to conserve your battery life in the event of any emergency or anything. So we don't want to put you in a compromising position as far as your ability to communicate.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I do have, my son have a battery backup system.
Oh, okay.
In his room that he operates his computer off, so I can connect to that to gain back my battery life, and while I'm speaking to you. But the key thing for anyone that is using their phone while they're talking to you is make sure that the phone doesn't have the screen lit. make the phone screen go off while you're talking, and that causes it doesn't drain the battery as fast
Right.
while you're talking.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah. So things like that is just little learning curves that you pick up here and there. So, but real and true, Lower City, like what the premier said, we are picking up a battering here. I mean, this is bad. This is bad. But it's all God's doing. So what can we do? We just pray and hope and ride it out. Hopefully, in the next couple of hours it get better.
Yep, and take all of the necessary precautions.
Yes, and then I can eat my chocolate when it's time, the dark chocolate.
All right. Hey, thank you much, my friend.
All right, thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Be safe.
Talk
Be
to you
well.
later.
I'll talk later.
All right.
Mr. OC, we have Javi Banks again on the line. And he's standing by with Danny Coleman over at HMCI.
Yes, yes.
All right, we go to the phones. Mr. Javi, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Awesome, man. Looking and listening.
Thank you. Coming to you again live from the Government Admin Building. I'm joined now by the Director of Hazard Management, Cayman Islands, Ms. Danny Coleman. Good to see you, Danny.
Good to see you too, Jevi. Always a pleasure.
Tell me a little bit about where we are now from a joint operation standpoint.
Okay, great question. We've just come off a briefing with the council, the National Hazard Management Council. We had one before that with the executive. Again, that's co-chaired by the the Premier and the Governor, and the council's chaired by the Deputy Governor. And again, we've had the partial activation of the National Emergency Operations Centre since noon today. So there's been a lot of really good work going on there in regards to forward planning for tomorrow morning. Obviously, we want to focus our priorities on the sister islands because they're getting the biggest hit right now, and will continue to do so throughout the night. So we're making sure that our activities are focused on our surge capacity. How do we help them tomorrow? Be it personnel, be it relief supplies, be it forward positioning other officers like regiment, police and so forth. So there's a lot going on there, and again, lots of work going on throughout the night in regards to planning for that and planning our response.
Tell me a little bit quickly about relief, what you expect relief to look like for the sister islands tomorrow. Is it a case where hazard management will be on the first flight out?
Well, yeah, we're working with the Cayman Airways. We've been working with them on that. Relief items would generally be things like tarpaulins, sanitation kits, jerry cans, which are like watering kits. A lot of it will be based on the needs assessment that we'll do tomorrow in the Brac and Little Cayman, but at the same time, there are those generic items that we know will always be needed in any emergency.
I want to give those back in the studio of a quick few questions because I know you do have to step away in about 2 minutes. Just checking back in the studio, are there any questions for Ms. Danny at this time?
Not really. Well, we could shoot this, at her. Maybe she has spoken to John, but Mr. Albert mentioned earlier that he heard the aircraft. We're made to understand that there may be a second Hurricane Hunter in the area as well, and it appears as if they may have recorded wind speeds of 90 miles an hour. And can we now confirm also that at 7:15 it has been it was declared a hurricane?
I think that's definitely a question for our friends at Weather. Yes, there's definitely been some developments, and yes, I know the Hurricane Hunter's been in there, but I haven't got the latest on that. Again, our response is just going to be as is on the current state of affairs, and will be very dynamic. If we have to pivot because things get worse or get better, we'll do so.
Okay.
Danny has to step away. She's about to go on air for CIG TV. I'm going to try and get her back before she leaves, but I'm going to have to pause it right there for now just to give her the opportunity to get to the studio in time, and hopefully we'll be able to get her back in time, okay?
Thank you, Javi. Thank
you
you.
so much, Danny.
All right.
Thank you, Javi.
All right, we'll start. I mean,
We have another bulletin that has gone out as well in terms of shelter in place, and of course, people had been advised earlier in the day, unless you really had to be out there, don't go out. So, could you share that with our audience, Sterling?
thank you, Mr. Hart. This is effective 10 p.m. this evening. So this is a shelter-in-place advisory issued for Grand Cayman on behalf of the government. A Hurricane Raphael is how they termed it, shelter-in-place advisory from 10 p.m. tonight. just a couple minutes before 8. So in 2 hours' time,
Mhm.
this will take effect as an advisory to shelter in place. The public in Grand Cayman is advised to consider the following: stay indoors, stay informed, and monitor official channels for the latest updates. The Cayman Islands government is asking that residents of Grand Cayman shelter in place by 10 p.m. Tuesday, 5th of November. This is now, in preparation for the weather conditions associated, and of course this is written as Tropical Storm Raphael, so it's now presumably Hurricane Raphael.
Mhm, mhm.
The public is reminded that emergency medical services, the RCIPS, the Command Fire Service, the regiment, they're not able to assist during gale force winds and higher. As a result, the public should exercise strict adherence to the notice and take all necessary precautions to keep safe. I used to like it when we were younger. When we were here, it's a gale force winds, and then sometime that went out of vogue, and it was tropical storm. Not to be facetious, but just to recognize in the Cayman context, we use terms interchangeably, and somebody doesn't know. You driving 50, is that kilometers or miles per hour? Right? So gale force winds, what's
Go
that?
ahead, Philip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, do you know what that is? Because normally we would have started using tropical storm winds, so let's be consistent. So what a gale force winds? I mean, I like to hear a good gale, but that's a
Yeah.
different story.
True, so true. I think we have another link up with folks in Cayman Brac as well. Who do we have on the line there?
Hi, OC. It is Shavela Burke. I'm currently the acting deputy district commissioner with district administration, and then I also have my husband Joshua Burke, who's the airport manager here in the Brac.
Oh, good evening, Miss Burke.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing well, and you?
Well, listen, we're thankful, prayerful, purposeful, position and poised to even be plentiful. It's all good.
Yep. Tell us what you're experiencing over there now, and what's the situation, Miss Burke?
Right now, I am on the southwestern end of the island, and so we're getting quite a bit of heavy wind gusts and rain here passing my house right now. We also have quite a lot going on outside. The trees are dancing all over the place, as you can imagine. But things are going pretty good here. We have lost power in certain portions of the islands off and on just after 5:15, but currently the whole island is without power. That is some safety measures that are obviously in place with Island Energy, who have been keeping us up to date through the Sister Islands Emergency Committee as well.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a significant amount of persons in the shelters, which I'm pretty sure perhaps the Premier and maybe Ms. Danny has shared with you all. But all in all, things seem to be going pretty well over here in the Sister Islands, and I think we're all quite safe so far.
Mm-hmm. Do you have an idea of how many homes over there may have generators themselves to power their in the case of outages?
No, I don't have that number. However, there has been an increase in purchase of generators
Mm-hmm.
with the passing of the last storms. So there are persons who have invested in that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. And any advice that you would want to give to those persons who have the ability over in the Sister Islands to still to listen to the radio and hear? What would you want to tell them at this stage?
Right now, everybody just continue to remain in shelter, remain in place. It is not safe to be outside at this time. It is in your best interest to remain where you are, whether you're in a shelter or whether you're safe within your home. Otherwise than that, I would encourage everybody to continue to listen to the official communication channels, because that is where the correct and the official information is coming from at this time.
Yep, and as soon as we get an update, I'm not sure what time the National Weather Service will get an update based on the data coming from the hurricane hunters, but we will be sharing that with everyone as well. Sterling, any question you have for?
Mr. Thank you very much, and of course we are in prayer for you, the family, the entire, population of the Sister Islands. And as you, Uncle Don, is there anything in this aftermath, official, unofficial, that we may not have thought of? I think there's been an exhaustive attempt to cover all bases, but is there anything that you would want us on this end to be able to more immediately send over, just in case of that unlikely occurrence?
I think for right now, everything's good. We have been in quite a lot of communication with the NEOC team. So for right now, we're all pretty good. And we did actually hear the Hurricane Hunter flying over as it passed over the island just a few minutes ago.
Okay, yeah. So that was a sort of what an audio confirmation, because we did hear reports that was something experienced over there. So hopefully that will give us another update, as Mr. Art shared.
Yeah.
For the residents of the Brac, I mean, Brac is a strong, resilient people, and their history and stock speaks to not just significant weather conditions, but just the passage of time, the violent recollection of the tragic occurrence of 32. What's the mood, the spirit, the sentiments from what you gauge from the Brac community?
A lot of persons decided to heed the warnings and prepared and took shelter. Ironically, Paloma came on the anniversary of 32,
Yeah.
and Raphael is skirting it mighty close
Mm-hmm.
to the anniversary of Raphael as well. Of 32 and Paloma as well. But yes, persons did heed the warnings and have taken the necessary precautions to stay safe.
Okay. Any growing concerns relative to flooding? I know we look at the Brac and we see the bluff, but there are other areas. So flooding and damage to people as opposed to property. Any concerns that we here on Grand Cayman may labor under the perception, the Brac has the bluff, all is well and done. Anything in terms of...
There are low-lying areas.
There are low-lying areas, yes.
And naturally, we do have some of those low-lying areas, but the Public Works team did go out ahead of the storm and clear many of those drains, those wells, just to ensure that there was proper drainage should we have any water settling. But I am not aware of any significant settling at this time that would cause any impact to human life.
Okay. And just for me, if I may, one final thing. In the aftermath, it's passed, the all clear has been gone, you can safely make assessments. Are there any concerns of the things that you're hoping that you wouldn't find, but if you found them, what would they be, and any contingency plans to address them?
Nothing right now. I think we've put as best as we could all plans into place. We do have, I will say, a really well-oiled machine here on the Sister Island with private and public sector that work really well together when it comes to preparations for disasters, or especially for us in this case right now, storms and hurricanes. But I don't think we have too much of a concern right now with anything in the aftermath. We are aware that there are some downed trees, and we're checking on some lines, some possibility between here and Little Cayman, whether they're telecommunication lines or utility and power lines. But right now, I don't think we have too much of a concern at this time, unless Raphael strengthens significantly more.
One more question. Do you have an idea of how many tourists may have been in the Brac at this time, and were they evacuated?
We did have over 70 in the Brac, and they actually remained here on the island. They were given the opportunity to. But we did have them stay on island. We did have a significant number in Little Cayman as well, but they also chose to stay on island, and they were well aware of all of the risks, and they said they were quite fine with that. So they did stay on island.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks very much for that, Mom. And, of course, let us know. We do commend that well-oiled machinery that exists on the Brac in many respects, and trust that it, we can be of value and available as you wish. Take care, Mom.
Thank you very much.
Chevelle and her team, if you ask them for directions to somewhere, they're there. If something very significant, important, they're there. And in asking that question, I found out you did a fantastic job, Mr. Hart, as usual, in moderating the 25th anniversary of Hurricane Alva.
Thanks.
So that panel discussion, and ensuing from that, conversations from others. And there were things that came up. And to our listening public, this is where I credit people like Mr. Donny, people like Mr. Nixon, Mr. Grant, and others who kept that, what was then just a hurricane, the NHC, and we worked. It was voluntary.
Yeah.
There were civil servants and others, but we worked, and it worked. And they learned from each hurricane season to the next. And I'm told that there were things that they thought of, put in place just in case, and there were things that transpired. the graveyards, for instance. Yes, there would be flooding perhaps, but the sand would be a problem. But the ejection of vaults wasn't foreseen. And other little things. And I only say that to emphasize to our listening public that much goes on behind the scenes. We may see the public faces and hear the voices of some, but there are so many who choose not to, but whose actions are so significant and crucial to what happens relative to our safety, not just during the preparation, but the aftermath, that we don't know. And it's good that they do it and get it done, and we don't have to worry about it because it's done. But let's not be complacent or disparaging and not just critical and complaining. Not that we don't negate the need for the accountability and responsibility, but it's an amazing place to live in this country.
It is. It certainly is. And speaking about, people like the late, Donovan Ebanks and Kirkland Nixon, the tools that they had to work with, if they had the tools that we have now, and they did a tremendous job, with what they had, and kept these islands safe, kept people informed of, what was happening, as well. We didn't have drones that you could send up there and survey the damage and everything else. But
isn't it interesting that our drone back then was you drone now? Wasn't a good thing, huh? Nowadays, a drone, boy, you don't have a drone. I got one. Everybody got one. It seems like the more we have, the less we have. Bigger houses and less homes, more Facebook friends, but less connections. And yet a small country has great resolve and resilience because its people are resourceful, but they're also respectful. And they're also reverent. And then I don't know if it frustrates you or anybody else, but I'm growing increasingly annoyed at the stupidity that's permeating the world, and we seem to be, injected into us. It doesn't. I don't know why it bothers, man. It's really frustrating. Words and refusal to say and speak with our parlance. Not that we shouldn't ensure that when we communicate, there are people who appreciate. But you can be you, and I say, well, be me because everybody else is taking. It's what. Things are changing.
Yep.
For you, Mr. Hart, though, it is an interesting time in our history that hopefully just your company here and through our conversation that we'll get people to start to have greater appreciation and consideration for others. Because there are people now who are, okay, Grand Command, we don't feel too bad. But then we're worrying about our friends and families in the Brac. And then they're going to be anxious, well, what happens? What if? How can we help them to lay their affairs? I think people have been mindful. Last evening, following work, people were lined up into the roads, getting into the gas stations, the supermarkets. Well, there was a lot of toilet paper left. I don't know. People were,
and people didn't have. Some people didn't have the ability to pay for things because I'm made to understand that this whole debit card system. There were some locations where it wasn't working, depending on whether or not you were linked up to Digicel or to Flow as well. One of the concerns that I had with that is that I do understand what the merchants were trying to do in terms of accommodating people, but based on what I've read, people left their card numbers with
the merchant.
With the merchant, so that they could take the stuff, and then the details would be entered later on when the system was back up and running. To me, that has to be some sort of security risk. There has to be some sort of security risk involved, and not to cast aspersions on anyone, but we know years ago, and they still do it now, where they had these scanners that would pick up. You would have your credit card in your pocket, in your wallet, and they could scan the details from it. Now, when you're giving persons the hard numbers and stuff like that, and I do know that these merchants you have a certain amount of trust in their employees to ensure that they're going to do the right thing, but I had second thoughts about that when I heard it. I was a little bit concerned.
It's interesting as you say that, and I thank you for raising that, and through you, we can have conversations, because this is where in planning and preparing for natural disasters like this, and it can extend significant to other things. I referenced something similar, but more subtly, because you don't talk to yourself. But the other day, when that company supposedly did something innocently, innocuously, without any malicious intent, the whole world was affected. Really? One company can do that? Interesting. But beyond that, in the Cayman context, ATMs were unavailable. Not just those that were savagely attacked, have their cash depleted, but because of the communication networks. I keep thinking back to the early days of part of our hurricane preparation. Get a little extra cash just in case.
Yeah.
Ivan came along, we said it because you never know when machines may be down, right? Now, you don't touch cash because it's nasty. It'll kill you, right?
Germs.
You go to the bank with a couple of dollars and they want to know where you got it from. I just took it out of my account. So that level of foolishness is what I'm talking about, right? And people last evening, I don't have certain resources in my space now because I'll get it later, right? I was busy doing stuff, who knows what, and understanding the potential places will be closed. But by the time I got there, I don't have enough cash. I go to the machine. This is on a personal level. The debit card doesn't work. The account might have money. So how do we address that in light of this growing push to digital?
Yeah.
Not just the control and dictation and all the direction and all the stuff that happened, but, and liken that to the Cayman of not long ago, when we didn't buy things on credit. We bought things on trust. I trust you this.
Yes.
Trust me that.
Yes.
Today, you have all the money in the world, but your digital thing doesn't work. Is your word any good? So is that something that in Cayman, and it's not sufficient unless, and I'll defer to you to some extent, to say, well, that's the way the world going. Mama say, follow fashion, bring broke neck.
Yeah. I think we have
Call.
Mr. Raymond
Okay.
Scott on the line.
Let's take him.
Okay, let's go right ahead. Mr. Scott, Mr. Raymond, good night again.
Yes, good evening, and good evening to Dwayne. Welcome to the station.
What do you say? I can't be partying no more? Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. The wind is still raging here at West Cayman Brac. It's still around hurricane force winds, 60 to 70, and could be above that. I heard some report or some rumor about the Hurricane Hunter recorded 90 miles per hour wind, which could be very likely. Once they recorded it, that would be factual. Did you all get anything on that?
We heard it, but we're not able to verify it.
Yes, sir. Understood. Okay. Looking at the sea on the north side, the sea is just not that bad. It's 2 to about 4 feet, running maximum 5 feet. The south side is extremely rough, raging sea out there on the south coast of the island. And that would be also on the south coast, and even worse towards the west end of Little Cayman, where had the biggest impact, the closest passage of the storm. And I've been without electricity since 6:33. Our power cut off, and it's still off. It's probably going to be all through the night until tomorrow when the weather subdues, when the crew can get out. Broken power lines, and we don't know if there are any poles that broke off or uprooted or what. But surely it's the wind that was been raging here, I would say, for the last roughly 2 hours. Raging wind around hurricane force winds here at West End. And some big trees toppled over, some large sea grape trees. Like I said before, they never toppled over in Paloma, that devastating storm that we had, but this one took them out because on certain angles where the wind will hit the tree from, that's why a weaker storm will take down trees that a big storm won't take down, because from certain angles the wind catches the body and the weight and twists it and topples it over. And I'm sure we have the farms on the bluff now. Mr. Justin Wood, my friend, actually on Big Channel Bluff Road, he has about 5 acres of property cultivated. And I went up there yesterday and told the guys, whatever you need to harvest, you harvest today, because this strong wind will be coming and destroy the produce. So they were busy yesterday picking peppers and sorrel and various things. I can imagine what has happened up there when you see it. He had so many nice plants growing up there, and also Carlin McLaughlin and Mr. Covington with yams and cassava and all that, and Mr. Elvis McKeever and many others with backyard farms, etc. They're probably very devastating, and sorry to hear about Albert Christian's breadfruit tree. So you're going to find lots of trees down, broken trees, damaged trees, and Little Cayman, I can imagine, hitting down there very close to what must happen down there.
Yeah.
Could be including roofs and all that could be damaged.
Has anyone been in contact with anyone over in Little Cayman? Have you or anyone that you know?
There was contact made with a guy named Castro Christian.
Okay, yeah, I know Castro.
Castro said he was faring it out fairly well where he was. So that's the only contact that has been established so far.
And how long ago was that?
Pardon?
How long ago was that someone contacted him?
That was about maybe an hour ago.
Okay.
Yeah, about an hour ago, and I got a call from a friend way up on the bluff at Spot Bay Bluff area. He said it was trees were bending and bowing up there on the bluff. It was quite intense there. People in the Spot Bay area would be less affected because the bluff protecting the wind from them. But the west end of Cayman Brac, where the wind can come right across the island, is always impacted severely. And the wind, I didn't have anything to gauge it by, but the wind was coming from the more or less directly east and southeast. The raging wind, that's what it appeared to be coming from.
Now,
You could only jar the door, or otherwise go on the porch and be protected and watch the trees bending and breaking. Yes, that's the worst I've seen since I watched Paloma from the shelter at the West End School when Paloma was doing the destruction to Cayman Brac. So that's where we're at tonight, and it's going to start subduing. The wind going to start dying down and getting better into tomorrow morning, and it's gone until the next one passes by or comes by. So, and still it's not until the end of November that we can say totally safe. Everything is changing now with the atmosphere and with what they call global warming and all this kind of thing. So let's hope for the best, okay?
And trust us, Mr. Raymond, you will continue to keep us updated, but as you venture within your mind and watch what's unfolding before you, be careful, be safe, okay?
Yes, will do. Okay,
right.
Fine. I'll give you an update later again. You all going to be there all night, right?
What's that song? All day, all night, man. Yes, sir. That's the plan.
By the seaside, sifting sand.
There you go, Mr. Raymond. Thank you, sir.
Yes, well, I appreciate. I got calls from my friends in Grand Cayman. Quite a number of people called to find out how I was doing and getting the report on what's happening here. That's very good. Thanks a lot, and everybody be safe. Be careful on the roads, Cayman Brac, yes.
Okay, and you too, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. Take care.
Yeah, okay, fine. Until later. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Raymond, he keeps us informed. And don't know if you wish to have a gander to this message, sir. And thank you all for joining us. And I'm honored to have Mr. Art not just keep my company, but take the helm. He's in the host seat chair, and I'm just around as he will captain this ship, and I'll be his first mate. Where we invite you to share your thoughts with us at 949-8037, 949-6990. You can WhatsApp call that voice that you hear. Probably give him a chair because some days he looks like he's a little bit lonely. So you used to hear him late into the night playing some good music, and usually that 7 to 8 hours focus on the Caribbean songs that came on specifically, and then that Music Express that takes us into the BBC. But 1-800-534-8255.
Yep. Yes.
So,
So we have this. This is a major update to the 7 p.m. update. As well. So it speaks about Raphael is now a hurricane. LYB. I'm trying to figure that out.
Would that be Little Cayman? I don't know.
It could be. LYB is without power and receiving heavy bands and winds. We have been in communication with the district officer,
Yeah.
who's giving us regular updates.
Mhm.
Team is investigating some red streaks showing on the radar over, I think that must be Cayman Brac,
Mhm.
right now as well. So
Mm.
that is our latest update, and let me see if I can. Yep,
And the thing is that
75 miles an hour in Cayman Brac. Yeah, Little Cayman, but CYB for Cayman Brac, LYB.
flip a coin. Little Cayman.
Little Cayman.
I know you did good in school, yeah. So your shorthand is better than mine.
Yes.
But this is where I think we see the love and the concern across the entire country, so that people want to know for sure what's happening. And for those who want to join us, if you call in WhatsApp, please call 925-3261. Otherwise, any other the numbers will put you on air. 1-800-534-8255 or 949-6990.
Okay.
Go
We can throw it
to the studio.
commercial break. Yeah.
Alrighty. I got some coffee. You want some? Stay tuned.
I'm good.
The 12 p.m. weather report is brought to you by Kirk Home Center. To see what you can save this month on kitchen gadgets, housewares, decor items, patio furniture, tools and hardware, lawn and garden items, and gift ideas, check out www.kirkhomecenter.ky.
Stay cyber secure with Cayman National. Here are a few tips that will benefit you. Ensure to log out completely when you finish any online banking activities. Be aware of phishing attempts and only click links from trusted sources that are sent from your device through emails and messages. Remember, Cayman National will never ask you for your credentials. If you suspect a fraud attempt or that your account has been compromised, please immediately contact our customer support team at 949-8300.
The BAF Insurance is inviting you to dance for diabetes with us on Saturday, November 16 from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. at 7 Mile Beach Park. Come Zumba with School of Fitness and get tested by Total Health. Bring a love gift for the Cayman Islands Diabetes Association. Registration is free, so register now with your family, co-workers, and friends at bafcayman.com and let's dance for diabetes awareness. Refreshments courtesy of Reliable Industries. Register now at bafcayman.com.
If they are talking about us,
living in your head rent-free all this time.
we must be relevant. Radio Cayman since 1976. From business insights and topical issues to inspiring stories of entrepreneurship, tune in to Radio Cayman's Business Buzz each Tuesday and Thursday morning from 7:30 to 9. The Business Buzz is brought to you by Kirk Market. Experience a world of choice with Kirk Market.
The Business Buzz. Each and every Tuesday and Thursday morning at 7:30 a.m. Brought to you by
Cayman Insurance Center, specializing in property, life, and other lines of insurance products and services.
And Kirk Market. Experience a world of choice.
Good evening and welcome back to Radio Cayman's continued coverage of now Hurricane Raphael. We have been talking with various persons in Cayman Brac, and we're extremely appreciative, thankful for them sharing their experiences, their views with us as well under such trying circumstances, and we continue to extend our prayers to them over there that everyone will remain safe as well. We do have another caller on the line. Let's go straight to the phone lines. Caller, good night. Welcome.
Hi, good night, Mr. Connor. I don't know if Sterling Dwayne is still with you.
He is, but he stepped out for a minute. He should soon be back in the studio.
Oh, he went get his Milo. Anyways, I would be honest in saying to you that this is not a Category 1. We are probably bordering into a 2 now. It's really bad. It's stronger than a 1. I mean, we've all been through 1s and 2s, and this doesn't feel like a 1. This is definitely not a tropical storm. I can afford to tell you that.
Yeah, well, it has been upgraded now to hurricane.
Yeah, but that's what we're seeing here and what we're experiencing up here in the Brac right now. And I live in the middle of the bluff, and it's rough. I'm on the top of it in the middle, but it's really rough.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear the south side is like so rough. It is so loud.
Are you fortunate enough to have a generator so that you can have continued power?
No, I never got around to buying. I had one. I brought a portable one with me, but then I got rid of it because it wasn't doing what I was right. And I kept meaning to buy one, but I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I'm okay. I have a cistern full of water, so I'm good too. We're good up here, but it is not a category. This isn't a 1. I went through Ivan, and I can afford to tell you this is stronger than a Category 1. And you know, Ivan was a 5, or they downgraded it to a 4, but that was horrible. This is bad. This is very bad.
Yep, Mr. Sterling is just stepping into the studio now. Ms. Kara Tibbetts, she said you probably went to get your Milo.
Good coffee.
Oh, okay. Yep, bring it down in.
I got chocolate, you know.
No, you can put chocolate. Yes, you can put Milo in coffee. It tastes actually very good.
Well, I'm hearing then that you're going to come and mix me a couple.
No.
You
can
sound like this government offering, but not delivering one.
Well, it's maybe those coffee shops could try that then. Milo, create a drink from Milo and coffee as a cold drink as well as a hot drink. It's really good. I now and then do that, and it's really delicious.
I hear you, but honestly.
But I called to let y'all know that it's my opinion of this storm. Well, it's way past a tropical storm. I can afford to tell you that.
Yeah.
Way past it. It's past the Category 1. It's gusting to a 2 now. That's how bad it is up here.
Well, if you were in a different environment, I'll tell you that, you know, one of my brother-in-law say about why women can't judge distances and time too much, but I'll leave that for now. So, in absence of that, how do you feel personally? I mean, are you okay and comforted? Are you concerned and apprehensive?
I live in a fortress. I bought Mr. David Arch's house, and this is a fortress.
Okay.
It is as quiet as can be. It is very, very, very built very strong, and I'm grateful to him for being one of our real old Caymanian builders, you know. Make sure when they build something, it's built to last.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that the sentiments of all your fellow Brackers they feel okay too. They're recognizing that they'll weather the storm, you know. They did obviously prepare and don't take any for granted, Mr. Villa, merchants, that people, took the heed and took the warning early and did their necessary. So, are you comfortable with that about the feeling?
I hope so. I really do, because if what I see going on top of the bluff is going on down below, I really hope everybody down below that stayed is okay.
Okay.
That's a lot.
All right. And the reason that I'm asking, let me ask more directly. We all obviously have in recent times been more open about a discussion relative to our health and well-being, and I just want to make sure that on the back people feel supported and not so apprehensive that we have other concerns, and to encourage each other to check on one another once it's safe. In absence of power and communications, that may be more difficult, but help us to make sure that we are indeed mindful of others people's sense of angst.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've checked on a few that I know that live on the coast, and they moved off the coast inland to other family, or up on the bluff to the shelter. So, I think people who were, I think there was that live on the coast. I know there's some in Southside that stayed on the coast, and so and they seem to be okay, but it's, they're saying it's scary, but they're okay. Yeah. And I would never have told anybody stay on the coast. No.
Okay.
Everybody need to get a piece of land on the bluff now and build a house and get your hurricane shelter.
Yep.
Build your hurricane shelter.
Yeah. Miss Carey, we have Mr. Loxley Banks, so we're going to have a three-way call. We're going to have him on the line, with you as well. Mr. Banks, how are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Banks.
Good evening there. Not doing too bad. Been sailing some rough waters here over the last 16, 18 weeks, but thankful and moving forward.
That man who guys oars in the water. Is your sail, how high is your mast, man? You got to wear the boat out too, or?
I got it tightened down tight.
There you go, man. Where's the tack? Good to hear from you, sir. Good to hear from you.
Well, I'm glad to see the Radio K-Man is really keeping up its mantra from 49 years ago, information relative to situation and important information, correct information, and you guys are doing a good job, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. That means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
Indeed, sir. We are honored that you would, publicly acknowledge us, and we're especially grateful that you have time to share with us. Without your participation, it doesn't seem the same. Right, Ms. Carey?
We should all remember that Mr. Banks was the one that we heard the voice of so much on Radio K-Man during Hurricane Ivan. I remember hearing him all over.
Yeah.
During Hurricane Ivan, guiding us, and we're grateful for you for that too.
Thank you.
Mr. Banks, if you would, sir, for those of us listening, as we here in Grand Cayman, recognizing that we're not experiencing what our friends and families on the Brac, what can you say to us here, and also offer reassurance to those on the Brac and Little Cayman relative to this weather system that we're experiencing?
Well, I think, we'll get over it. They'll get over it. It's pretty tough over there now, according to what I'm hearing. But, my first remembrance of hurricanes goes back to 1944. And, that was a what they call it, a bellwether here in Cayman, the 1944 hurricane. There was a lot of infrastructure relative to what it was in that time. It was, just washed away or destroyed. I can remember, and this was basically after, well, it had to be after the hurricane had passed, that I went down with my parents into what would be the center of West Bay, and right where the John Gray United Church is now, the sea was still coming up to that point. And, of course, what was my mind thinking? But I was looking to see if any skill pots was on the road. But we got through that. We got through, and there were quite a number of really, I would say, bad systems in the early 50s, and and all up through the years, and then you come into, I guess, was Allen, and I think that one affected the Brac more than Grand Cayman, and then of course Gilbert, which was another really serious wind that came through, and we weathered it, and I think we have to look back and thank our forefathers for sort of conditioning us to some of these bumps in the road that you're going to consider, or that you're going to have to face if you're going to live on an island and as beautiful as Cayman, and I want to say was, but still is, but that's another question. But it's we'll make it, and we'll come out, as the old folks say, better on the other side, with a little pain, and I think the pleasure will be worth the pain through it all.
And we'll come out a little bit smarter as well.
Yes, definitely, we should.
Wiser. Yeah.
I think back to Gilbert hurricane, when Gilbert, and mention was made of the tools that are available to work with in today's world. But I think of Hurricane Gilbert, when the radio communication, that is, mobile radio communication, they had to, for everybody to have communications, they had to gobble up some of the radios, that is the handheld radio, so forth, from the police department, to try to distribute them around to the various other entities that sort of needed communication. And you're talking about communication, that is the one important element in all of this. And Radio Cayman has been, one of the main cogs in maintaining that kind of communications, important in communication to the general public. But anyway, there was a name here, and I'll see, you might remember it, but he had just come out, and they were just starting to talk about the water, what's now the Water Authority, to create that basic.
Richard Bezic. Yes,
Bezic,
yes. Good guy, really good guy.
Yeah, he called me up and said, "Well, Mr. Banks, I'm not sure that we can get you, because we didn't have any handheld radio that we could keep up with the AOC, where the fire station, where everything was sort of headquartered." And he said, "But I'm going to pick up what we can get from the police department now." I said, "Well, Richard, I'm going to watch for you, and I'm going to hijack you right out by where the immigration is at now." And I did, and I got a radio. Radio came in, so we could keep kind of updating the people down there, because that was a situation where the roof on what was the original radio station blew off, and severed all communications that is in the broadcast arena of it. But I think we were down for about 45 minutes, and we got back on the air, thanks to, I mentioned some of the guys here who was really cogs in helping us get back on the air. Lomax Rankin, Daniel Ebanks, and of course Chalo, and OC, or maybe Dwayne, you might even remember, there was a guy who had a little gift shop in the old market before they converted it, and I can't think of his name. I think he went by one name. and then he opened up the place there just above the Lion Center. Or he ran that for a while. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm trying. And you said he had a gift shop in the old market?
Yeah, the old market, before they did any converting to it. Anyway, I can't remember his name, but him and somebody else was out in the height of this hurricane in the old Gilbert. And I guess he saw us wrestling with all the cables and so forth at the tower there by the station. And he came over, and there was a big cable that I had to kind of cut loose so I could get it rerouted back into the station, and it I guess was about inch and a half what coax of cable. Still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
yes, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Coaxial cable with a really tough rubber outside clothing plus the copper shield and then the coax and then the cable. So you couldn't cut it. But anyway, he said, I got a machine. So I said, well, give me that son of a gun there. I put the cable against the Ponciana tree that's down right there and cut it loose, and we were able to reroute it back into the station and get back on the air in about, I guess, 45 minutes. And and all those things are made a big difference in being able to communicate with the populace.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because if they don't know what's going on, there's panic setting in one thing and the next thing, and you might remember the caca comment on
yeah.
And I'll relate that to you.
Yeah, we were reminded that the gentleman's name was Mr. Gunther.
Good, there you go.
John Gunther.
Not Gunter, but Gunter.
Gunther.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to thank Jared for that.
Yeah, I knew he was.
And Miss Norma as well.
Okay, good. But anyway, we were talking about the caca comment.
Mm-hmm.
Once we got back on the air, this is Ivan, and we were back on the air about 2 hours after we could get out and see what was going on with Ivan. And well, I did the first 2 or 3, might have been half an hour on the air just to make sure that we were, doing what we were supposed to do, and the other one was, just looking on. I said, well, you all take over. But remember Dr. Kumar?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there was notes coming in, everybody wanted to get this and get information out. And Dr. Kumar handed me, it was a health-related note. And when I scanned it over, it said, in reference to feces, what you had to do if you had, feces, how to wrap it, one thing. And when I came to the word feces, I said the word feces, but I said, in other words, if you caca, that's what you got to do with it.
That will live on in infamy, sir.
Yeah.
And the great artist Ray Banker has created a piece on that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, and anyway,
yeah.
But you guys are doing a great job, and we'll be all right. And even though the Brac, I think, is you could say being hammered, and Little Cayman, my prayers are going out for all of them, because Little Cayman is lying as low lying as it is, But I'm sure that they've taken necessary precautions to ride it out.
But thank you, sir. And know that we missed you, physically being here, but glad that you can join us by phone.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Good to hear your voice. Great to hear your voice.
Yeah, well, you all keep up the good work, and like I said, we'll pull through.
Praise the Lord, man. Thank you, Mr. Loxley.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Have a good evening. Have a good evening.
You too.
Take care, sir. And thanks to Miss Carey for, sticking on and joining us. But Mr. Art.
Yeah. I think we may have lost Miss Carey, right? Yeah.
Well, I think she, in her wisdom, paid deference to Mr. Loxley and yielded, as my friends in a floor of some parliaments do. They learned to call it for yields his time to, how that goes.
Yeah, yes.
So she's raised, her father was an equally amazing gentleman. At some point with your guidance, Mr. Loxley, Ms. Normer brought across, that categorization for the hurricanes, Cat 1 through, and maybe we can share some of those particulars when you direct.
Yes.
All right. Happy to do that if you wish.
Well, we have 2 minutes before we come to you at 9 o'clock. You want us to come to you at 9 o'clock, Jared? Not necessarily. Okay, we can continue.
I see why they say it's easier sometimes to ask for goodness than permission. No, don't do that. That only applies to politicians.
Yes.
But I'll share that because it's good, in our estimation, as much as I try to be a bit jovial, there are those of us who can judge spot on. There are those of us who look at something and have no clue, is it an inch or a mile? We just don't know. We just don't have that particular developed skill set. So in the absence of that, we have the categories and could share with that with the people. But before I do, I know I join you in saying that it was great to hear Mr. Loxley.
It really was.
And this is where, as I listen to him, we speak to our fathers in particular, as men, our grandfathers, whether they're still with us or not. We look at the resilience and the resolve of our Brackers and see that stock from which we come and be encouraged in their wisdom, but their resolve, their resilience, the tenacity that they have, man. And like you said, this too shall pass and we shall, as you shared, emerge stronger, smarter, So the information that Miss Norma, she's an amazing lady.
Yes.
The dedicated determination of our director dictates that we try to do and make the right decisions.
Supplying us with material.
And some of it is of good sustenance. Thanks for the food, ma'am. She shares this, and it's easier to read it. Some must have it that I already recall. I don't. But a Category 1 hurricane has winds from 74 to 95 miles per hour. I can give it in knots, 6 to 40 to 2, in the miles per hour is 74 to 95. In kilometers per hour is 119 to 153. But I'll do it in English, the miles per hour. That's okay?
Yep.
So Cat 1 is 74 to 95 miles per hour. That's the categorization. So very dangerous winds will produce some damage. You want me to share what the expected damage would be like?
Sure.
Okay. For a Cat 1, well-constructed frame homes could have damage to roof, shingles, vinyl siding, and gutters. Large branches of trees will snap, and shallowly rooted trees may be toppled. Extensive damage to power lines and poles likely will result in power outages that could last a few to several days. Now, this is from the National Hurricane Center website, so it's kind of North American based, just a construction method. But in a Cat 2 hurricane, begins at a 96 mile an hour to a 110. Whereas it was a very dangerous winds, this shares extremely dangerous winds will cause extensive damage. Well-constructed frame homes could sustain major roof and siding damage. Many shallowly rooted trees will be snapped. So that could be anymore, will be. Or uprooted and blocked. Numerous roads. Near total power loss is expected, with outages that could last from several days to weeks. Now the Category 3 has the wind speeds picking up at 111 to 129. So you can see that play between, maybe it's 109, maybe it's 115, and you're moving from a 2 to a 3 quite easily because of the sustained winds. Now, devastating damage will occur. Well-built, framed homes may incur major damage or removal of roof, decking, and gable ends. Many trees will be snapped or uprooted, blocking numerous roads. Electricity and water will be unavailable for several days to weeks after the storm passes. Now, there's a Category 4 and a Category 5. At some point in time, who knows what else they have. But from a Category 4 now, picks up at 130 miles an hour, goes up to 156. Catastrophic damage will occur. Well-built frame homes can sustain severe damage with loss of most of the roof structure and or some exterior walls. Most trees will be snapped or uprooted and power poles down. Fallen trees and power poles will isolate residential areas, power outages. All right. Well, we can continue that because we have our excellent colleague Jevi Ebanks
Yes.
join us. Mr. Ebanks, Jevi, sir.
Good night, everyone. Again, coming live from the government administration building, NEOC partially activated here as the islands are currently feeling some of the impact of what is now Hurricane Raphael. I am pleased to be joined by the Cabinet Secretary of the Cayman Islands, Mr. Samuel Rose. Mr. Rose, tell me a little bit about what it has been like for you as the Cabinet Secretary during the hurricane. This is certainly not your first rodeo. What can you share with us today?
Good evening, Jevi, and good evening to all of our Radio Cayman listeners. It's obviously a very important evening, and this is a very important reminder of Radio Cayman's significance and the very pivotal role Radio Cayman plays in our community. We are here in the government administration building. In fact, you're here in the Department of Communications, which is one of the center pieces of our hurricane preparedness and response. Our team is embedded here. We have many people who are physically working, but many people who are remotely working as well to keep our country informed, to keep the community connected. And we partner with you here, Radio Cayman's team, to ensure that all the people of the Cayman Islands and our Caymanians living abroad who listen via the app or online can know what's going on here in Cayman, especially our family, friends and loved ones in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman who are right now in the middle of Hurricane Raphael. So we just want to do everything we can do to ensure that our people feel and know that we are with them. They are provided with up-to-date information. They can understand how the storm is progressing, and we can get important public service announcements and information out to them. So I don't really have too much to do in that respect besides making sure my team has the resources in place, and I'm just here to support them and to ensure that they know that the senior management team, as well as our cabinet and our National Hazard Management Executive, which is co-chaired by Her Excellency the Governor and our Premier, the Honorable Julianne O'Connor Connolly, that they are all very supportive and appreciative of all the efforts of our hazard management team, our National Weather Service team, and of course our Department of Communications team.
You mentioned the Honorable Premier. She is in Cayman Brac, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have any update in Cayman Brac as it relates to the current conditions? Excuse me, I know we're expecting an update from Mark Tibbetts soon, who is the District Commissioner for Cayman Brac, but is there anything that you can share with us about Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and then what can you tell us of what our sister islands can expect come tomorrow, in terms of government response?
Yes, well, our Premier is currently in Cayman Brac. We are in communication with her. Obviously, the people of the sister islands right now, many of them are without electricity. We believe the winds and the rains are definitely quite significant at this time. And I know that there are people who are mopping up water, etc., as the rain is blowing in quite hard. But we have been well prepared, and we're all saying our prayers for our loved ones and friends and family over there. But our Premier has ensured that she was there with her people in Cayman Brac to ensure, because we knew quite early on, based on the track, that the sister islands were more than likely to be impacted. So one of the key decisions that was taken by the Hazard Management Executive was, I think you've heard it already this evening, on earlier today, that the regiment was deployed. And so we have a number of regiment members who have been pre-deployed to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. So that is to assist with a very quick response when we have the all clear sometime, well, hopefully sometime tomorrow in the daylight hours. But again, we need people to stay in tune in our sister islands for the all clear. So we have the regiment there, but of course Cayman Brac and Little Cayman have some very resourceful individuals. So between our Public Works Department, between all of our uniform branches over there, our dedicated civil servants, and just a wonderful community of individuals who really go above and beyond, whether they're multi-generational Cayman Braca or they've come there to work. There's just a spirit and attitude over there that we in Grand Cayman can learn a lot from. They work together like no one else, and so I know that they'll be looking to get up and get out, and when it's safe, they'll be looking to support each other as they clean up and get things going.
Thank you for that. I want to give our friends back in the studio, one of your former predecessors, Mr. Orit Connor. I'm sure that they have some burning questions that we do want to address, but also if you are able to ascertain any information as it relates to power outages in the Brac and Little Cayman throughout our interview here today, please do update us. But just checking back in the studio, Mr. Connor, Mr. Ebanks, any questions for the Cabinet Secretary?
Javid, just on the question of the power situation in the Brac, we did hear from Mr. Tibbetts from Island Energy, and they did put out notification that they had turned off electrical power throughout Cayman Brac as a result of the high winds and reports of some down power lines as well. And their crews were unable to go out because of the weather conditions. So, and the persons that we have spoken to in the Brac have all confirmed that electrical power is out.
Electrical power out. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with us, Cabinet Secretary, about the Cayman Islands government hurricane preparedness and response?
Yes, Javi, I guess one of the things that should always be repeated in these situations is that every hurricane is different.
Mm-hmm.
Every storm is different. And, as we watched it track, things were changing because that's what they do. It is, you try your best to predict, and we have some exceedingly talented and gifted individuals at our Cayman Islands National Weather Service, which is led by Mr. John Tibbetts, and our Chief Meteorological Officer, Mr. Kerry Powery. And, they have done everything they could to advise us and guide us as we make decisions and as we give the hazard management executive the opportunity to make some critical policy decisions and issue directions, etc. And of course, we have a team of civil servants who their job is to ensure that we're all stood up and prepared. So from a preparedness perspective, I think that no one has been taken by surprise. That's the most important thing. It's always worrying when these storms develop south of us because it gives you much less time to get ready. It's not like it's when it's developing out in the Atlantic, you're watching it come west. And you're counting the days down, and sometimes it has to pass through other islands before it gets here, so you get a sense of what it's going to do, etc. So we have been one of the things that we're very grateful for tonight is our Kearney Gomez Doppler radar, and it gives us some very real-time information. So again, if the public wants to go online to the Cayman Islands, if we put in Doppler radar Cayman Islands as to Google, it'll pull up the website, which is the National Weather Service website, and you'll see some real-time information that you can't get from other sources. And this is something that's located right here in Cayman in East End. And one of the key deliverables for this administration has been to ensure that we got the Doppler radar back up and running again. And it's for these reasons, every storm that we've had this year, we've had the benefit of being able to get real-time information from our Doppler radar. So, in fact, a moment of pride for us, and as our Deputy Governor calls it, a moment of magic. The National Hurricane Center in Miami is actually utilizing our Doppler radar's data for the work now that the storm is right over Cayman. So we have detailed house right over Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. So there's details that the Doppler radar collects and data and information that they wouldn't have, the hurricane hunters won't be able to get, but so at that granular level. So if you want to see and understand, take a look at the Doppler radar.
I want to check in back with our friends in the studios just to see if they have any final questions for the Cabinet Secretary.
No other questions from me, Sterling?
Thank you very much, Javi. You're doing a sterling job.
Thank you so much. Now, I know we have to keep it serious. We have to talk about the hurricane, how we're preparing, but for a slight moment of levity, Cabinet Secretary, if you can share with us what you're most looking forward to at the conclusion of what is now Hurricane Raphael. Swanky is also a good answer.
I'm looking forward to see a lovely little lady named Miss Naomi Rose. That's what I'm looking forward to doing after this hurricane is over.
Cabinet Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time. Live from the Government
Thank you, CAPSEC.
Administration Building.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
I'm Jeffy
Thank you-
Ebanks.
Thank you, Sterling, for your how can I put it this way? You're pulling an all-nighter for us. We really appreciate it. Mr. Connor, I think they told you that, hopefully they didn't tell you that you're coming in to give us coverage on the U.S. election.
That's in the works, sir. We'll do both. And I'll be back for talk today. And but thank you, sir, and thanks to Javi. Huh?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank
And Mr. Connor, before we go to the phones, maybe as was just referenced, that radar is a fantastic addition to the resourcefulness of our community. And for those who are listening, I know on a personal side, I don't really care too much for anything other than a personal conversation when it comes to this other stuff. But here's an opportunity for our people as they're listening to Radio Cayman. If they're not on YouTube, for instance, while they're watching us, we are, is it, say, superimpose or split screen or whatever the technology that our people behind the scenes are able to navigate.
Well, it's got picture-in-picture?
Yeah, kind of like on TV when you're watching two sports games one time. So if they go on YouTube, tell your friends they can listen, see, watch us, but they can also see the live radar feed as happening. So that's why we're watching it. I'm so glad that was relayed officially like that, because we're watching that here and we can see the hurricane, the rain, and the things. And it's so remarkable that the weather enthusiasts in our country are able to go right then and there, access that, watch it, and see real time, real imagery, and not rely on second hand. It's this thing, and now to understand that the National Hurricane, I don't know what we call it, National Hurricane Center, because it's in the U.S. But their hurricane center over there that supplies the world is using this little space that some people degrade, using our resources.
Yes.
And so people in our country, as you listen, log on to our YouTube. You get to see the two most handsome gentlemen on the YouTube channel right now. And more importantly, you get to see the live feed using our radar or Doppler radar right here, right now. And to appreciate why we're so prayerful for our friends and family on the Sister Islands. Because you can watch this thing, intensify. You see the rain bands, you watch it sit, over the Sister Islands. And it makes your heart quicken,
Yes.
So please, go online and you can see it. That's one avenue while you watch us.
Yeah, my daughter in New York sent me a WhatsApp message inquiring and saying, praying for Cayman to stay safe and asking how the weather was. So I told her, here, live on Radio Cayman. For some reason, it says here live on Radio Cayman. Typo. And then I also told her that she can follow us on YouTube as well, and then she'll be able to see all of that. We have Mr. Raymond Scott on the line, so we're going to go straight
Yes,
to him
sir.
now.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Mr. Raymond.
Yes, good evening again. The wind is continuing extremely hard, blowing very hard, between 60 and 70 miles an hour here at West Cayman Brac. And the rain has subdued some, not extremely downpours of rain. It's raining, but not that hard. Quite surprising how it's maintaining the full force of around the hurricane force winds. Been going on now for roughly about 4 hours, and it's still very strong here at West End, like I said. And also to remember after this is passed, later this evening and into tomorrow, when the sea is going to get rough on the north side of the island. It's very rough on the south sides now, and it will get rough on the north side later tomorrow evening into the next day. And we can get that huge seas coming in from the northwest, like how it was from Mitch and Michelle and several others that passed far away from Grand Cayman, and similar to the northwester that we had, the freak weather that we had. So when anything passes west of Little Cayman or west of Grand Cayman, we can expect the large seas to come back from the northwest 24 to 48, 36 hours following that.
Now, with that in mind, Mr. Raymond, it's interesting that you sharing, and I was just quickly reflecting on Mr. Loxley's comments about many of the passages of hurricanes past that I have sort of been pivotal. And for me, Hurricane Allen in 1980 was that sort of seminal moment. There were a couple, and Gilbert came, and it was
Gilbert was in 88.
88.
Yeah.
So that intervening period between 80 and 88, you recognize how, as an individual, you kind of mature, not just age.
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, Mr. Raymond, as we would see sometimes a slight lull, not the passage of anything, they're not calm, but a slight lull in winds, and then it picks up and intensifies, the rains ease off, and then the torrential downpour. How does that sort of play with your spirit? I mean, does that kind of make you feel like you're being, trying to liken it to a human relation, right? Ebb and flow with the tide. What does that do to you?
Yes, that's the way that it's controlled by the atmospheric pressures of rain coming down and then stopping and lulling, and then sometime you will see like a patch of clouds and clearness in the sky. That's the functionality of the atmospheric pressures linked with the clouds and the rain and all that combined, changing from one stage to a different stage.
And then understanding that, Mr. Raymond, and respectfully, sir, we will, after you, be able to connect through a voice note with the Mark Tibbetts, the District Commissioner. But as you're watching this and understanding to the extent that you've experienced many of these natural disasters, we are wondering how we can help people to just hunker down and be reminded that they have the strength and the resolve that this too shall pass, but in the ensuing period, give them a sense of comfort and calm.
Yes, certainly this will get better and will be gone, and just hope everything will be fine.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much, Mr. Raymond, and at your discretion and as you wish, please update us with information that you think is pertinent.
Yep, definitely.
Yes, sir, and we are here with using lantern and flashlight, because if you use the cell phone light, it will kill the cell phone, then you'll have no connection. So that's how we are doing the night, using lantern and flashlight, and I get many other people throughout the island is doing the same thing. I called someone in Spot Bay toward the east end, and they couldn't talk long on the phone because of the same thing. The phone might die.
Mm-hmm.
And well, if my phone dies, then I'll go outside and go inside my van and plug in the charger. But the charger and the van takes a longer time than the electric one from the house current. So,
well, don't use it on,
That's how we'll get through it.
Yes, sir.
Yep,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Be safe, be well.
Remember the days when you had the cell phones that you could take the batteries out, and you had 3 and 4 batteries, and you would replace them.
Man.
Before the cell phones, I used to use VHF radio for communications for my heavy equipment in my trucks, communicating with my dear mother, Miss Millie, Mildred Scott. That's how we used to communicate. I was a VHF in my dump truck and communicating with the base station. So before the cell phones, we had the VHF, and then before that, it was just the shortwave radio, where we used to listen to all the Caymanian seamen like my brother, Captain Radley Scott, Captain Clifford Lewis, and many other seamen that used to be on the Fosters and Colonel boats. Just a small radio, transistor radio that we used to listen to them on. So technology has grown and improved immensely.
Well, it is. And sometimes you just got to be mindful of where we come from. Don't discard, the old ways, but embrace the practices of new. So thanks very much, Mr. Raymond, sir.
Yes, okay. Good
Thank
night.
you.
Until
All right.
later.
Good night, sir. Good night. All right. That's what we say when people are leaving or arriving. Huh? Good night. Yeah.
Good night.
Alrighty.
Yeah. That voice note from the district commissioner.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mark Tibbetts, District Commissioner for Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. This time, we're experiencing Hurricane Raphael within the sister island of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. I want to take this opportunity to remind each of the residents and visitors here within these two islands to please do continue to exercise extreme caution and endeavor to stay safe at all times. I would like to also put a reminder out there that we're into the shelter in place until tomorrow, that is Tuesday morning, November 6th at 7 a.m., at which we'll have a further review and assessment of the situation at that particular time. And as we go through this evening, we'll continue to post updates to keep each and every one of you informed as best as we possibly can. Just want to also thank each of you for your dedication, your commitment out here, your support, your compliance with everything that has been asked of each and every one of you. And please do continue to do so. And may God continue to guide us and protect us during this time. And may God bless each and every one of you at all times. Thank you.
Okay, we want to thank the district commissioner for that, and that actually came in at around about 9:18, which was about 7 minutes, ago. So that was great. We saw where the HSA put out something about the Brac as well for the sister islands, and talks about the fact that the Faith Hospital was temporarily, and I think this information may have been shared before, temporarily relocated to the Aston Ruddy Medical Wing. I said also the Little Cayman Health Center can be reached, and provide the number for the Little Cayman Health Center, 916-5395, in the event of an emergency. And then they point out that Sister Island operation updates will be provided following the passing of the storm as well. Now, I'm not sure how much the Faith Hospital is dependent upon the island energy as far as electrical supply is concerned, but I would imagine that they should have their own
genset and
standby generator as well.
Well, we are recalling the conversation with the CEO at the HSA, Ms. Yearwood, and a team just recently.
Okay.
And sharing that many of the lessons learned, and not only upgrading the genset at the HSA, but the oxygen supply and the like, and as part of the Cayman Islands, making sure that we have redundancies but also resources on the sister islands. So as we invest in that infrastructure, personnel as well as physical capital and plant and its machinery, we're seeing a small nation, geographically speaking, but also population-wise, in numbers, having immense sort of resources. And two international airports, the one here on Grand Cayman, the Charles Colonel International Airport, and the Brac. For people who don't appreciate that, they can take off and land without having to come through here. That's an international airport, ICAO standards, whether it's the UK Civil Aviation Authority or otherwise. Mr. Smith and his team ensures that we have a safe operation highly regarded and respected. We gotta allow our people to be championed and defended when people make unjust statements because they campaign politically for U.S. presidency or some pundit somewhere in some newspaper paid to disparage. But we gotta show that through who we are. I'm always marveled at who we have, what we have. You can sing it with pride. Don't rest on our laurels. Now with this passage, I think we can be well restored. It's a fantastic time.
Yep. Jared, do you want us to come to you now, or in another 2 minutes we'll take a break and let Mr. Coe take over from us? Anything else you want to share before you know it's 2 minutes?
No, as I was listening to the voice note and keenly attentive to Mr. Raymond as he spoke, about his mother and using the VHF. And maybe for some of us, whether Rick Hemanian, who were not sort of privy to yesteryear because our parents didn't share with us for whatever the reasons, whether we are here and not truly appreciative that, relatively speaking, it's a young nation. We only have 2 cabinet secretaries. You're the first one. Sort of presiding one is still a relatively young man. And well, of course, sir. And that speaks to what is in the people. And then the welcome is the people who have adopted Cayman as home, bringing not just their kindness and generosity, but picking up the mantle, sometimes recognizing. I speak back to the Lieutenant Colonel who shared that it made him, while he's in Cayman, obviously an honorable gentleman,
yes,
a kind, giving individual who says, I'm looking now at how I give to people, because in the Cayman ethos, we share and share alike. And that's what I want us to, to demonstrate, to ensure that we don't lose that. I don't like the term Cayman kindness because some of it's disparaging, even though the intent is to talk about the hospitality, that, ease with which we love and give and share. But sometimes, somebody see you quiet and they think they can beat you up. And we let them because, that don't mean nothing until we're pushed, and then we may push back. I say that in this time, in this aftermath of, this storm, whatever it is, prayerful, there's no loss of life, there's no damage that can't be fixed, that we respond. If our ability is because we have financial means, great. If our ability is because we know useful things like CPR, we know how to properly, move water, stand in one space to put it safely elsewhere that it doesn't create havoc to farmers or to livestock or to people, that we do that. We don't wait for government, because we never did. But we don't sit and be coward and follow what I see other people around the place doing, because that is not us.
Yeah.
How did we get there?
Did you ever get a response? Because I know he wanted to know what the regiment could do in terms of, as far as the community is concerned, was looking for a project to be able to contribute to. Did we get any public feedback on that?
No. So, for those who missed that, when the Lieutenant Colonel of the regiment, Mr. Carter, was on earlier, he said that, part of their public profile and maybe hopefully repositioning from whatever they are now to whatever they could be. I'm a very strong champion of what a CERT program is. Military, I don't care for. I rather butter over guns, but bread is better, especially as breaded fruit. And he's asking the public, suggest some things. I felt late and I asked him if it was okay, just as a private person, because he has a very amenable spirit. I suggested, what if we use the lands as part of the development as declared as public spaces or land for public purposes, or even those little bits and pieces that after roads are put through, they're just sitting there. But even deliberately, consciously, large parcels of land, and we develop community gardens, not just flowering plants, but herbs and the whole notion of fruit and foods that we can eat. And then there's some community gardens and sort of agriculture projects that we know of in some communities, and expand that as part of food security. I would rather see in the hands of the regiment, a shovel than a rifle. I'd rather see in the hands and minds of our people the ability to plant and know how to source our food and prepare it than to know how to turn on a microwave. But you won't know if you don't teach. And even when you teach, you got to practice. I can change the oil in my cars, for those of us who have cars that can open in the hoods. But that's not my preference. But I thank my father for teaching us, and my brothers in particular for saying, hey, you got to learn this, because guess what? If you need to do it, you know how to do it, But more importantly, check it out. You take it to somebody to do it, you know if it's done. You just wrote them $180 to change your oil. But can you tell if they did it? I can. Right? Thanks to them. Doesn't mean you have to. The problem is that we allow ourselves like so much. What was it that, the Russian proverb, trust but verify. We type it into search engine, some nonsense comes back. We don't know anything different, but we trust it. But if you know the 2 and 2 isn't 22, because you know. But some people don't know, so they say, well, there's a 2 and a 2. It could be 22, right? Is it 2 plus 2, or is it 2 next to the 2? Is it 2.2? And that offends some people, but that's because they're not courageous, and they're not using their good sense. Well, let us think in for a second.
Okay, we're going to take a break.
Yep.
And we will be back shortly to talk more. We want to hear from Grand Cayman as well. We're inside, so we can't tell whether or not it's raining outside or what the winds are like, whether or not any the eastern end of the island or the western end or the northern end, what's happening there as well.
Right.
Okay. So the cameras are showing rain, but if we could hear from some people in Grand Cayman, that would be great as well. But we're going to take a break for now. We will be back shortly. Don't change that dial. Well, if you change it, there's probably not many other live stations on the Cayman Islands that you can hear at this point in time other than your radio station, Radio Cayman.
We are Radio Cayman,
covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman.
1 in a million.
The Passport and Corporate Services Office is urging travelers to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country for the upcoming Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. Travelers should renew passports ahead of travel time and apply for or renew visas early. For more information, call 345-649-7678 or email passportandcorporate@gov.ky.
Water Authority Cayman wishes to advise its valued customers and the motoring public of wastewater infrastructure upgrade works along West Bay Road near King Tire Drive, opposite Treasure Island. Preliminary activities will take place on Tuesday, the 29th of October, with the main works beginning soon thereafter, weather permitting. This work is anticipated to continue for approximately 2 weeks. During this time, the southbound lane of the West Bay Road will be partially obstructed. However, the Water Authority Cayman and its contractors will maintain two-way traffic throughout. Traffic signs will be in place in the general vicinity of the works. All motorists are asked to drive with caution and follow all signs when in the area to ensure their own safety as well as the safety of the Water Authority and its contractor staff. The Water Authority appreciates the patience and understanding of its customers and the public as it upgrades its wastewater infrastructure and apologizes for any inconveniences caused.
Hey, did you register to vote yet? The final registration deadline to vote in the 2025 general elections will be the 1st of January, 2025. Go to elections.ky to download your registration form. Once you've filled it out, take the form and the originals of all your required documents to the elections office. They're located on West Bay Road in Baytown Office Suites. Or you can even email it to them. Register to vote by January 1st, 2025. For more information, visit elections.ky, call 949-8047, or email office@elections.ky. Your vote is your voice. Make it count.
Do you have a healthcare question but not sure who to ask? Contact HSA's Patient Call Center to speak to one of our experienced clinical team members. We are here to answer your questions and help guide you through your healthcare journey. Need to make an appointment? Our team can help. Contact HSA at 949-8600 or email info@hsa.ky. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you.
Yesterday,
today,
always and forever.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Yesterday,
today,
always and forever.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good with Ort Connor.
Folks, I want to thank you for allowing Radio Cayman and, by extension, For the Record into your home.
Hear from your government and community leaders on issues and events concerning the Cayman Islands and its residents during Radio Cayman's For the Record talk radio program, airing each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning from 7:30 to 10.
For the Record.
For the Record.
For the Record
Is brought to you by JN Money. From abroad to yard. Fast, affordable, convenient. For more information, visit jnmoneyonline.com.
Traffic again? What in the world is going on?
Find out by tuning in to Radio Cayman's Traffic Report, brought to you 4 times daily during rush hours following the news at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 5:15 p.m. And brought to you by Subway. Need a meal on the go? Subway has 7 locations at Anderson Square, West Shore Plaza, and Industrial Park in Georgetown, Centennial Towers, West Bay, Reef Resort, East End, Countryside Shopping Village in Savannah, and in the Owen Roberts Airport Departure Lounge. No matter if you're running late, need to cater an event, or a staff meeting, Subway keeps you fueled with sandwiches, salads, pizza, wraps, and snacks. Subway, eat fresh.
since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac.
One small step for man,
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
89.9 Radio Cayman helps you to weather the storm during this hurricane season.
One of the most crucial elements of hurricane preparedness is storm awareness. During the season, it is of utmost importance to pay attention to the latest local weather forecasts, as hurricanes do not suddenly form or strike. There are various methods of advanced notification. Utilizing such may be the difference between a favorable outcome and disaster. Both television and radio serve as excellent mediums with up-to-the-minute storm path information in the wake of a hurricane. Another method of tracking a hurricane may be only arm's length away. Your smartphone or tablet can be your most valuable tool before, during, and after a storm, providing countless numbers of apps with crucial hurricane information. Many apps allow you to track storms with moving radar and satellite imagery, plus offer alerts, current conditions, forecasts, advisories, and even video.
This hurricane preparedness tip was brought to you by your community radio station, Radio Cayman 89.9 FM. Start your day in the know. Don't miss a beat. Radio Cayman's 7 a.m. news keeps you informed every Monday through Saturday at 7 a.m. Brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Good evening and welcome to Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of what was Tropical Storm Raphael that is now categorized as Hurricane Raphael. The sister islands, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, have been experiencing strong winds and rain. We have heard from several persons over in the Brac, including Premier Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Ms. Shavella Burke. We've heard on several occasions from Mr. Raymond Scott. We have heard from Mr. Mr. Albert Christian, as well, Ms. Kara Tibbetts. We're also Mr. Tibbetts from Island Energy giving us an update as well, and we're due to hear from a few more people over in the sister islands as well, and Little Cayman. Yeah, we're going to hear from Little Cayman at some point in time. We'll be hearing from them as well, and here in Grand Cayman we'll be hearing from representatives of the various entities, as well. Want to remind our listeners that we have a simultaneous broadcast on Radio Cayman. So we have 89.9 FM and Breeze 105.3 FM on Grand Cayman. Cayman Brac, the frequencies 93.9 FM, 93.9 FM and 91.9 FM Breeze. Of course, no electrical power because Island Energy, they have shut down the power as a result of down power lines, and until the situation is cleared and they're able to go out and survey the damage, power is not likely to be restored until then. We have another message, a public service announcement from the Water Authority, Cayman, as far as their office reopening is concerned, and they advise that the office in Grand Cayman will open as normal tomorrow, Wednesday the 5th of July at 8:30 a.m. Cayman Brac operations and customer service office will remain closed to carry out damage assessment and any necessary repairs, and all of their staff should also report to work as normal as well. So that's coming from the Water Authority, Cayman as well. Mr. Sterling, I believe we got some correspondence from some people in the various districts advising us of what the weather conditions were like there. I had the opportunity to step outside the studio for a few minutes, and we're getting a light rain here in the Georgetown area, at least in the area where we're at.
Well, thank you, Mr. Art, for making that appeal, and some of our listeners did share. And like you, I took a gander outside just to see what it was like, and it's not even a fool's rain, so barely a drizzle right here.
Yes.
But I'm told by some of those in the Georgetown proper, that there is a little bit more intermittent rain.
Okay.
Here's this writer's way of putting it. It says a light rain with moderate winds, nothing to write home about, as they used to say. So that's from friends up in West Bay. In the Savannah area, no rain, no wind. In the make sure I get it right there. Yep, I have it. The Midland Acres area, right? So the rain is off and on, but not much breeze. So that sort of Grand Cayman is small, sort of condensed area, but we can find, a few steps over, somebody having a little more wind and rain than somebody else not too far down the street. One district could experience a little more, as is normal.
Precisely.
And what I'm told from a good friend, Mr. Jared, there, as he looks at the Doppler right here on Grand Cayman, that I was trying to encourage him to weigh in, but it seems like these guys behind the scene like that notion. So I wonder if Mr. Jared, if you can hear us, or would you look at the radar and tell us what you've seen, what you told me earlier about how far away the eye wall was from Grand Cayman and the lake? Would you be so willing to say that, sir? No, we want to hear you on air. Can we hear you on air? No. Come on. I mean, you got a face for radio, guy. This is radio. We'll be the handsome ones on air. Look at him. He can put on his headset just to look more handsome. Even Dean is laughing. All right, so this is JJ the Iceman. Instead of bringing you music, he's giving you right now as he looks at the radar. What are you seeing, sir?
Yeah, the eye wall, the center of the eye appears to be 50 nautical miles northeast of Grand Cayman from the Kearney Gomez radar in East End, and the people in Little Cayman should be seeing the back half of the eye wall right about now.
Okay, and this is for those listening. He's looking at live images.
Yes, the Cayman Islands National Weather Service Kearney Gomez Doppler radar. And
as we heard when Javi Ebanks, our colleague here at Radio Cayman, was interviewing the Cabinet Secretary, that the Hurricane Center in Miami was using our information from our radar to update and complement the information that they would not otherwise be able to get. And so this is another good investment that not just serves our interests, the interests of the region, and where the Cayman Islands has been at the forefront and leading, not just international with financial services, not just the acumen of our people now, not just speaking to the historical maritime heritage that we had as we went, and ply the high seas, but today, and this is the investment in our country and in our people that we should, as we champion more and more, regional cooperation. The Honorable Premier's trip just recently fosters international trade. It's not about independence in our political economy, because there's more interdependence, but it's about asserting a sense of, having the ability and the recognition of the importance of backing your own water. And this is what encourages me. Yeah. And thank you, Mr. Jared.
Well, the Cabinet Secretary was being modest, when he spoke about the Doppler radar, because a colleague of his, in the Cabinet office, Miss Christina Rowlandson, and he, Cabinet Secretary, worked on it as well. Extremely instrumental in getting the funding and getting that radar project started. Now, we get a lot of criticism at times when it is down, and people have to understand the nature of that, because that, radar systems Dopplers, they're almost like these smartphones that you have now. After a few years, they basically become obsolete, and there's something else there. And these radars, they're made by a specific company. It's not something that you go on the commercial market and you can purchase it.
Yeah.
Most of the parts are made in Germany. So when something goes out, you have to resource it. Again, sometimes they have to manufacture it and make it before. But the radar that we have here filled a gap that existed between Cuba and Jamaica. That was there, that there was no radar coverage in that area. So that filled in that gap and tied in the whole Caribbean. And as a result of that, we see now, also that.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, for filling that. I know that. And out of fear that some people would say, boy, you got a lot of national pride. I do. Because I know that even in the days of Mr. Tom Jefferson as the minister then under which the weather office and the civil aviation, when it was all one, the importance of that and the attempts then to bring to fruition what has eventually evolved. And that little dead zone, so to speak, this serves not just our interests. So I was telling people not just ours, but the region. And that's key, because the integration of that from the perspective of the World Meteorological Organization, we're giving global coverage, not unlike the satellites that try to give you, whether it's iridium or otherwise, the geosynchronous position of these low orbiting satellites. That won't happen in a vacuum. Here we are doing this. Now, it wasn't done on our resources alone. The German engineering and acumen there, the funding, through our external partners, but it plays a role and serves the interests for maritime as well as aviation, for the safety of people during weather systems like this. That's where integration and cooperation is key. Now, I must share that in speaking and asking Mr. George Coe to read and to defer to his ability to measure and to interpret the radar images and not being a trained weatherman, I hope publicly that nobody will beat Miss Norm up for not controlling her employees and going off the rails. But he's pretty sharp. Everything he come in. He's a big boy, and he may be a couple inches off, but you never can tell. But again, people at home can look at it themselves, and if they're a little training, they might look at it and go, "What does that mean?" Well, ask somebody.
Yeah, and we should share that with the public. In terms of how to access that information on there as well.
All right. Well, in the meantime, our live broadcast on Breeze, on Radio Cayman at the same time, but also on YouTube, and then visually, if they're on YouTube, they get to see. You're still there, right, Jared, with the superimposed split screen thing with the radar? All right. He just took it off. You're talking about the radar, right? Okay, I just want to make sure, because, you put it back up? Okay, so we headlining at the 10 p.m. news. You shared, Mr. Hart, that we have, Jeff lined up some interviews for us. He's a very, very hard-working, dedicated public servant, like so many that go on some.
Yep.
All right, so we go to the news, Mr. Hart, through you, sir.
Definitely. Yeah, we're going to head to our news. And folks, don't change that dial. We will be back short. Okay. We're not quite ready yet, so we have a few. Give us a signal when you're ready.
Why don't we sing, sir? We can do a solo. It'll be so low that nobody can hear us. But I would like, if I can, say to our listeners that we are mindful that while we're here, it's not about levity only, but we certainly want you to feel comforted and supported. All right. So we're coming to you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Please stay tuned, listen to and be informed, and then rejoin us right after.
With a look at your latest news, I'm Jevi Ebanks. The Cayman Islands government is asking residents of Grand Cayman to shelter in place as of 10 p.m. this evening in preparation for weather conditions associated with now Hurricane Rafael. The public is reminded that emergency medical services, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, the Cayman Islands Fire Service, and the Cayman Islands Regiment are not able to assist during gale force winds and higher. As a result, the public should exercise strict adherence to the notice and take all necessary precautions to keep safe. In other local news, the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority will resume all scheduled services in clinics in Grand Cayman on Wednesday, the 6th of November, following the passing of Hurricane Raphael. Faith Hospital in Cayman Brac has temporarily relocated to the Aston Rutty Medical Wing. To contact accident and emergency, persons may call 244-7643. Little Cayman Health Center can be reached at 916-5395 for emergencies. Sister Island operation updates will be provided following the passing of the storm. The Department of Environmental Health announces the resumption of garbage collection services and the reopening of all landfills on the 6th of November following the passage of Hurricane Raphael. Residents are asked to exercise patience and understanding as the DEH team resumes work and continue to remain committed to providing their regular service. Members of the public are also encouraged to use the 24-hour drop site at the entrance of the landfill to facilitate the disposal of small waste from residential customers if necessary. The Water Authority Cayman would also like to advise the public that offices in Grand Cayman will open for normal business hours on Wednesday. The Cayman Brac Operation and Services Office will remain closed to carry out damage assessment and any necessary repairs. Now I am joined from the NEOC Center in the Government Admin Building with the Cluster Manager of Infrastructure, Troy Worms. Troy, thank you for taking the time to speak with me.
Good night, Javi. Thank you for having me.
Tell me a little bit of the update that you can give us right now.
The current update that we have from Grand Cayman is that the NEOC infrastructure cluster as well as the NEOC subclusters themselves actually just completed our debriefing for the night. So we have stood down in respect to the ability of the NEOC being able to respond from our level at this point. So we will be picking back up at 7 o'clock with our briefings to make sure that whatever the sister islands has weathered through and reported is also briefed back up to the executive as efficiently as possible for the 9 o'clock briefing. And that's when we chip back in to be able to provide support to the sister islands themselves.
Provide me a little bit more insight. What will commence at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning for the cluster management team?
So at 7 a.m. we'll be going through our human concerns as well as our infrastructure reports. We'll also be going through the disaster preparedness reports from the 911, the fire services, those types of departments, to be able to feed back in what's happening in real time in the sister islands to try to understand what the needs genuinely are and what we can do from ground or advise or provide any support at all that's necessary to help to bring back that state of normalcy and safety that they're looking for that support from Grand Cayman.
You were speaking to me earlier and you saying you're on the second shift for the cluster management team. Can you explain a little bit more for that so our listeners at home can understand the structure of the team?
Correct. So in respect to our normal day-to-day duties, we have the responsibilities as part of the clusters themselves outside of our normal 9 to 5s with government. So our responsibilities in our departments would be to make the necessary preparements and then deploy to New York, where we'll be able to respond as a disaster operations center. And from that perspective, a lot of the subject manager experts in the island that forms these clusters then respond from a disaster preparedness standpoint, making sure that all the plans are being executed, communicated, and refined, and in reality, having questions answered in real time and decisions made in real time by our policymakers and the executive themselves to be able to bring governance and structure to the country through the New York itself.
We have, for the records, Orit Connor, as well as Talk Today's Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, who are live back in the studio. I want to give them the opportunity to ask any questions that they may have for Mr. Worms at this time. Gentlemen, any questions? It seems like we have no questions at this time. Troy, I want to Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with me. We look forward to hearing from you more, as well as the rest of your colleagues in the NEOC team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Reporting live from the Government Administration Building, I'm Jevi Ebanks.
Access to information. Visit us on www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Radio Cayman.
Your voice, your choice, your radio.
Hey, did you register to vote yet? The final registration deadline to vote in the 2025 general elections will be the 1st of January, 2025. Go to elections.ky to download your registration form. Once you've filled it out, take the form and the originals of all your required documents to the elections office. They're located on West Bay Road in Baytown Office Suites. Or you can even email it to them. Register to vote by January 1st, 2025. For more information, visit elections.ky, call 949-8047, or email office@elections.ky. Your vote is your voice. Make it count.
The 7 a.m. Sports Report, brought to you by Dr. Wayne Porter, offering a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. Call 946-9020 to book your appointment today. The 8:12 a.m. Weather Report, Monday through Friday, is proudly sponsored by CG Britke. Insurance, health, pensions, life, where people come first.
Radio Cayman Bulletin Board. Brought to you by UCCI. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. And the Lions Club of Grand Cayman, serving the community for over 5 decades. The community calendar, also brought to you by Baptist Health International. Healthcare that cares.
Are you curious about what boarding school can offer? Is your child looking for a new academic challenge, more hands-on learning, or to take their sport to college level? Dorm and Day, your boarding school experts in Cayman, are pleased to welcome back the Miller School of Albemarle, a leading co-educational boarding school located in the beautiful countryside of Virginia with a choice of airports and easy drive away. Join Dorm and Day at the Compass Loft on Tuesday, 5th of November at 6 p.m. Talk to parents and hear Miller's head of school speak about the benefits of American boarding schools and Miller's signature programs: sustainable agriculture, design build, engineering, humanities. Learn about their developmental and elite sports and college recruitment. To register, check out the posts on social media or call 936-3676.
In your bulletin board, the Central Caribbean Marine Institute is hosting a reef lecture. Join CCMI's Director of Research for the outcome of the 2024 Healthy Reef Surveys in Little Cayman, which provide insight into how the reefs have changed following the 2023 largest global coral bleaching event on record. The event is the 6th of November at 6 p.m. at Ambassadors of the Environment at the Ritz-Carlton. To register, head to reefresearch.org. Jasmine Palliative and Hospice Care is hosting Spotlight on Hollywood, featuring award-winning Oscar and Grammy hits performed by local artists. Shows are scheduled for the 8th of November at 7 p.m., the 9th of November at 7 p.m., and the 10th at 5 p.m. at the Harkwell Theater. Tickets are $35, and all funds will support Jasmine, providing essential free palliative and hospice care to those in the community. Tickets are available at eventpro.ky. As part of Pirates Week, you're invited to the Mike Lockwood Memorial Swim Meet from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. the week of November 8th at the Lions Pool. The Pirates Pub Crawl is also on the 8th of November from 4 to 7 p.m. Head to piratesweek.com for more information. The Department of Financial Assistance is hosting a District Day event on the 8th of November at the Boddentown Public Library from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. As part of Pirates Week, you're invited to the Cardboard Boat Regatta at Hogstye Bay from 1 to 3 p.m. The Food Festival and Heritage Village opening starts at 3 p.m. on Cardinal Avenue. Alongside that, you can visit the Pirates Week pop-up exhibit on Shedden Road by the waterfront. The Pirates Landing starts at 4:30 p.m. along Seafarers Way. Then at 6 p.m. the live music starts with a drone show at 7 p.m. at Hogstye Bay. And finally, Swanky Kitchen Band and Fab 5 will be headlining the Street Festival from 7:15 p.m. Head to piratesweek.com for more information. Immerse yourself in nature, discover the various species of Cayman trees and how to identify them with a family-friendly tree identification course in support of the National Trust conservation work. The next event is the 9th of November at 9:30 a.m. on Further North Road. Email northsidedistrict@nationaltrust.org.ky to register. Cayman International Girl is hosting a holiday pageant for young ladies between the ages of 13 and 17 on the 7th of December. The registration deadline is November 9th. Head to the Cayman International Girl Facebook page to register. As part of Pirates Week, you're invited to a family fun day on the 10th of November at the Turtle Center from 12 to 4 p.m. Head to piratesweek.com for more information. St. Albans is hosting services of Holy Communion on the 10th of November at 9:30 a.m. As part of Pirates Week, you're invited to the Dave Martin's Pirates Party 5K walk run at 6 a.m. on the 11th of November along Cardinal Avenue. Head to piratesweek.com for more information. You are also invited to the Georgetown District Day from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. with Gimme Story running from 7 to 9 p.m. along Cardinal Avenue on the 11th of November. Piratesweek.com has more details. For a complete listing of what's happening in your community, visit our website. It's radiocayman.gov.ky.
Come on, let me in. I can't cope with Karen in the office no more, man. Another day of her can drive me mad. I got so much laundry to do home. Oh, another message? Man, this traffic not moving today, or come on, let me in now.
Life is all about the choices we make to deal with the office Karens or sit in this long traffic, or a choice to pursue your dreams to improve your future. UCCI. It's not the classes, the grades, or a piece of paper. It's your ticket for the adventure of your choice. The choice to live your dream. Stop waiting on the path. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. The Lions Club of Grand Cayman is proud to continue to serve our island community. During the last Lionistic year, they successfully carried out community projects like the Prostate and Colon Cancer Awareness Campaign, site screenings, spelling bees, swim meets, and their community food pantry. The Lions Club of Grand Cayman looks forward to continuing their service during the 2024-2025 Lionistic year and for many more years to come. The Lions Club of Grand Cayman. Where there's a need, there's a lion, serving the community for over 50 years.
Are you curious about what boarding school can offer? Is your child looking for a new academic challenge, more hands-on learning, or to take their sport to college level? Dorm and Day, your boarding school experts in Cayman, are pleased to welcome back the Miller School of Albemarle, a leading co-educational boarding school located in the beautiful countryside of Virginia with a choice of airports and easy drive away. Join Dorm and Day at the Compass Loft on Tuesday, 5th of November at 6 p.m. Talk to parents and hear Miller's head of school speak about the benefits of American boarding schools and Miller's signature programs: sustainable agriculture, design build, engineering, humanities. Learn about their developmental and elite sports and college recruitment. To register, check out the posts on social media or call 936-3676.
Radio Cayman Bulletin Board. Brought to you by UCCI. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. And the Lions Club of Grand Cayman, serving the community for over 5 decades. The community calendar, also brought to you by Baptist Health International. Healthcare that cares.
We are in the hurricane season, and knowing what to do after a hurricane can be as important as preparing for the storm. After the passage of a hurricane, seek medical attention if it is needed at hospitals and clinics for those persons who are injured. Do not touch power lines and cables that are down. They may be active. Report them to 911 or the utilities emergency hotlines. Broken tree limbs should be removed from around homes or buildings if possible. This hurricane information has been brought to you by Breeze FM and Radio Cayman.
The 6:15 Weather Report, Monday through Friday, is proudly sponsored by CG Britcay. Insurance, health, pensions, life, where people come first.
The offices of dermatologist Dr. Wayne Porter will be taking appointments November 4th to the 8th at his Crew Road Clinic. Appointment slots are limited. Whether you're seeking advanced skin care, Botox, filler, cosmetic skin enhancements, or simply looking to reduce wrinkles, Dr. Wayne Porter offers a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. For more information, email Dr. Porter Cayman at gmail.com. That's drportercayman@gmail.com. Call 946-9020 to book your appointment today. That's 946-9020.
A caring and community spirit, cherished family and cultural values. These are some of the things that still embodies the Caymanian way of life in the Eastern Districts today. Savannah Pharmacy, your neighborhood pharmacy, located in Countryside Shopping Village, is delighted to offer products and services of real value. Whether it's catering to your family's medical needs or carrying apparel, gifts, and beauty products, Savannah Pharmacy provides you with more than just prescriptions. Remember, they're always just around the corner with everything your family needs and convenient opening hours, including Sundays and holidays. Savannah Pharmacy. For more information, call 946-3336.
Prescription refills made easy at Savannah Pharmacy. WhatsApp your prescription refills to 929-5045. The 10 p.m. Sports Report, brought to you by Dr. Wayne Porter, offering a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. Call 946-9020 to book your appointment today. The 8 a.m. news is brought to you by Value Med Pharmacy, located on Walkers Road, Georgetown, and in Evron Plaza in Bordentown. Whether you're fulfilling a prescription, treating an illness, or just maintaining your personal health and wellness, look to Value Med Pharmacy for your personal care needs. Value Med Pharmacy, bringing you the 8 a.m. news Monday through Friday on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
Do you have a healthcare question but not sure who to ask? Contact HSA's Patient Call Center to speak to one of our experienced clinical team members. We are here to answer your questions and help guide you through your healthcare journey. Need to make an appointment? Our team can help. Contact HSA at 949-8600 or email info@hsa.ky. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you.
Covering Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Cover me. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. Votes are being counted across the United States, with the result of the presidential election still much too close to call. None of the crucial swing states that will determine the outcome have yet produced a clear result. Officials in the biggest, Pennsylvania, have urged people to be patient. Here's Peter Bowes.
As expected, Donald Trump is projected to win Texas, a big prize with its 40 electoral college votes, along with North and South Dakota and Wyoming. Kamala Harris is on course to take New York with 28 votes, as well as Delaware and Rhode Island. The crucial states that will make all the difference are taking longer. It's a toss-up between the candidates in Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin. The polls have just closed in Nevada, which went to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden in the last two elections, but it's one of those states that the Republicans believe Donald Trump could win.
Control of both chambers of Congress is also at stake in the election. Around a third of the seats are being contested in the Senate, which is currently controlled by the Democrats. In the House of Representatives, where the Republicans currently have the majority, all 435 seats are up for grabs. Exit poll data from across the U.S. suggests there's a sharp gender divide in support for the two candidates. 55% of women said they had voted for Kamala Harris, with only 43% supporting Donald Trump. These women in Nevada spoke about their choices.
I voted for Donald Trump today because, I'm a Native American and I don't think it's right that I don't have access to affordable health insurance, but we are out here housing undocumented immigrants and giving them money.
I don't agree with all of her stance on everything, but I do understand that she is the lesser of two evils in this election, and I felt it was important to vote with my conscience, and so I chose Vice President Harris.
Among men, 53% said they had voted for Mr. Trump. Meanwhile, the FBI has warned that bad actors have been using its name and insignia to spread false blog posts and films about the election. One fabricated video said it has received 9,000 complaints about malfunctioning voting machines. The hoaxes follow a series of fake bomb threats in the battleground states of Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Georgia's Secretary of State is Brad Raffensperger.
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans, and so or threaten, just to question the safety, and so that's what frustrates me. But we work through it. But our heart goes out for our voters, and that's what our concern is, and our poll workers.
This is the latest world news from the BBC. In other news, officials in Spain's Valencia region say 89 people remain missing after last week's devastating flash floods, which killed more than 200. The figure only takes account of families who provided biological samples. The recovery operation is continuing in hard-hit towns, where workers are still searching for bodies. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has sacked the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, citing a breakdown in trust which he said was vital for wartime unity. The two men had disagreed over the conduct of the war in Gaza, with Mr. Gallant arguing for an end to hostilities and a hostage deal, a stance rejected by the Prime Minister. Speaking after his dismissal, Mr. Gallant said he was proud of his achievements since the Hamas attacks.
We struck in Gaza and Lebanon. We eliminated terrorist leaders across the Middle East, and for the first time ever delivered a precise, lethal and swift blow to Iran. I'm proud of the defense establishment's accomplishments. I trust the commanders and soldiers. The security of Israel was and still is my life's mission, and I'm committed to that.
Washington has cancelled more than $1.1 billion of debt owed by Somalia. The U.S. Embassy in Mogadishu said the move was a testament to Somalia's economic reforms, including greater financial accountability. Mexico's Supreme Court has ruled that government proposals for the direct popular election of judges do not violate the Constitution. 7 of the 11 justices voted to roll back some of the reforms, one short of the number needed. The ruling avoids a potential clash between the Supreme Court and recently inaugurated President Claudia Sheinbaum, who said the court did not have the power to overturn the reform. BBC News.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. The 7 a.m. weather update, weekdays on Radio Cayman, is brought to you by RAM Water Tanks. Call 925-3832 to order your water tank. RAM, built to last a lifetime.
89.9 Radio Cayman helps you to weather the storm during this hurricane season.
One of the most crucial elements of hurricane preparedness is storm awareness. During the season, it is of utmost importance to pay attention to the latest local weather forecasts, as hurricanes do not suddenly form or strike. There are various methods of advanced notification. Utilizing such may be the difference between a favorable outcome and disaster. Both television and radio serve as excellent mediums with up-to-the-minute storm path information in the wake of a hurricane. Another method of tracking a hurricane may be only arm's length away. Your smartphone or tablet can be your most valuable tool. Before, during and after a storm, providing countless numbers of apps with crucial hurricane information. Many apps allow you to track storms with moving radar and satellite imagery, plus offer alerts, current conditions, forecasts, advisories, and even video.
This hurricane preparedness tip was brought to you by your community radio station, Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
The voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Silver wings shining in the sunlight.
Radio Cayman.
Good evening and welcome back to Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of Hurricane Raphael. We have 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time update of information. So at 10 o'clock, the location of Hurricane Raphael was 19.7 degrees north, 80.4 degrees west, about 60 miles, which is about 95 kilometers east-northeast of Grand Cayman, and about 275 miles or 440 kilometers south-southeast of Havana, Cuba. So Sterling, you get your miles and you get your kilometers, all all in there at the same time. Maximum sustained winds 80 miles per hour, the equivalent of about 130 kilometers per hour. Present movement towards the northwest, or 320 degrees at 13 miles an hour, 20 knots. Minimum central pressure 875 millibars, as well. So the watches and warnings: hurricane warning in effect for the Cayman Islands, Cuban provinces of Pinar del Rio, Artemisa, La Habana, Mayabeque, Matanzas, and the Isle of Youth, also known as Isle of Pines, previously known as Isle of Pines. So at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the center of Hurricane Raphael was located near latitude 19.7 north, longitude 80.4 west. Moving towards the northwest, near 13 miles per hour, a general northwestward motion is anticipated over the next day or so, followed by a gradual west-northwestward turn into the Gulf of Mexico. On the forecast track, Raphael is expected to pass through the Cayman Islands tonight, be near or over western Cuba on Wednesday, and move into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico by Wednesday night. Aircraft drops Sunday. Data indicates that maximum sustained winds have increased to nearly 80 miles per hour with higher gusts. Additional rapid strengthening is forecast over the next 12 to 18 hours, and Raphael is now forecast to become a Category 2 hurricane before it makes landfall in Cuba on Wednesday. Raphael could briefly weaken over Cuba, but is then expected to emerge into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico as a hurricane. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 15 miles or 30 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm winds extend outwards up to 115 miles or 185 kilometers. An observation site on Cayman Brac recently reported a wind gust of 80 miles per hour. The minimal central pressure estimated from aircraft drop spawns observations is 985 millibars, which is the equivalent of 29.09 inches. And as we see that pressure continue to drop, then
she's strengthening
as well.
So she strengthens as it's leaving our area.
Yep.
And then for those of us who are in prayer, we got to recognize that for us, for Cuba, and then going into the the Gulf.
Gulf of Mexico, yeah.
From there, all right. So we have Javi, Mr. All right.
Yes, Javi.
Good night.
Good night again.
Thank you.
Hello, Javi. Hello.
Everyone can hear me clear?
Loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Checking back in again from the National Emergency Operations Center here at the Government Administration Building. I'm joined by Jace Wilson. He is the cluster manager for the Human Concerns Cluster. I'm going to have him start by first explaining a little bit about what the Human Concerns Cluster is, and then we'll get into it.
Good night, Jeve. How are you doing? Good night to you in the studio.
Good evening, man. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Just a little bit about the Human Concerns Cluster, and apologies, good evening to those who are listening on the radio. Jace Wilson from the Human Concerns Cluster. The Human Concerns Cluster makes up of voluntary organizations, which is primarily led by our Red Cross here in Cayman. We also have our medical relief and medical treatment. This is primarily made up of, as an example, the Health Services Authority, Health City Cayman Islands Doctors Hospital, as well as some of the other smaller clinics and medical institutions within the Cayman Islands. And we also have shelter operations. For this event, for Hurricane Raphael, shelter operations is going to be the biggest aspect of our activation. At present, we have in Grand Cayman 40 persons sheltering, and in our sister islands we have 112 persons sheltering, for a grand total of 152 currently sheltering across all islands at this time.
Can you tell us a little bit more beyond shelters? Do you think that number will increase between tonight and tomorrow, or is it likely to stay in that area?
Good question. For us here in Grand Cayman, we do not think that those numbers will rise. Obviously, as we know, the winds and the weather system itself is actually moving out of our area. Unfortunately, the sister islands are currently being impacted and will continue to be impacted for about a few more hours. We do not see an increase in the shelter activity at this point in time because there is a shelter in place at present. We're not encouraging anyone to venture out into the inclement weather. What we will say, if you need shelters afterwards, please reach out. We have many persons within the community who they can liaise with and they can get to a shelter. So for the sister islands, depending on what happens, we have to wait for our damage assessment teams to go out to see what damage has been done. But it's kind of up in the air right now. We have to wait until first light, see what damage, if any damage, has been done, and then we will take it from there. So we are prepared for a surge capacity if need be, but again, we will revisit this at first light.
Now, you mentioned 112, I think you said, who are currently in shelters in Cayman Brac. This may sound, is it 112? Did I get that right?
So the 112 is actually across Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Okay.
Yeah, so so Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
And can you just give an indication that this is not close to capacity? I mean, I get it that we're not expecting more, but can you give us an indication about what the level of capacity is?
Yeah, so right now, with the numbers that we have, we're literally at the 35% mark. So we still have a lot more capacity for the shelters in the sister islands at present time.
Now, talk to me about tomorrow and the day after. How long will the shelters remain open?
The shelters will remain open based on what the damage assessment teams report back into the National Emergency Operations Center. If they go out and they identify that many homes within the community have in fact been damaged, those persons could possibly be displaced. If they're not able to, say for instance, shelter with a family member, a relative, a loved one, then by all means the shelters will remain open and we will be able to shelter them there.
Now, we spoke about shelters. You have to forgive me, a lot going on tonight. Can you go through again what else other than shelters is a part of the Human Concerns Cluster?
So Human Concerns, as I said, so voluntary organizations, which is currently managed by our Red Cross. So as an example, on all of our shelters right now, both here and in our sister islands, we have Red Cross representatives that are volunteering to help manage and man these shelters, along with, as an example, Royal Cayman's Police Service. We have persons from the Cayman Islands Regiment. We have some from cadets. We have persons from the Health Services Authority for the medical shelters. So we have persons that are part of the volunteer organizations. As mentioned, mass fatalities, fingers crossed, right? I mean, we're hoping and praying, and again, we believe in prayer. Things have looked out for us thus far. Again, the storm is intensifying as it's leaving our area. But mass fatalities, if for whatever reason we have the unfortunate incident of multiple persons unfortunately passing away, we do have that responsibility as well to ensure that we offer that. And then again, for our medical relief, so again, that is our Health Services Authority. We have Doctors Hospital, and we have Health City Cayman Islands, along with other medical institutions within the community. We all have banded together, and if there is a need for medical relief and a type of treatment, care, as an example, if we need an additional physician, additional nurse from within the community, that is where we will pull from initially to support the main hospitals on island. Again, HSA, Doctors Hospital, and Health City Cayman Islands.
As you're on the point about medical, the Faith Hospital in the Brac has temporarily relocated. Can you possibly speak to what level of service is currently being offered by Faith Hospital?
Okay, so they do have some reduced services, obviously, because they have relocated just based on the geographic location of the Faith Hospital itself, the campus itself. They're able to provide some urgent care to the patients that are currently in the Ashton Reddy Center. They will be able to treat and stabilize any patients there. Once the all clear has been given, then they will relocate to the Faith Hospital campus once a damage assessment has been done, so that full services will be restored afterwards.
All right. I want to take this opportunity to go back to our friends in the studios, Mr. Connor, Mr. Ebanks, just to see if they have any questions for Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Jevi. Mr. Wilson, we know that the regiment has positioned some of their members over in Cayman Brac. Based on the reports that we're getting, and we know that the sister islands have experienced the brunt of this hurricane, what provisions are in place in the event that they need additional resources over in the sister islands in terms of manpower mainly?
Good question, Mr. Corner. So from the National Emergency Operations Center, we have put together a post-incident plan, which is we have liaised with all clusters, so our support services, human concerns, emergency response, as well as our infrastructure. We have identified, once they have given us the indication of potentially what damage may have been done, we have identified we have a surge capacity for Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, as well as the Cayman Islands Fire and Rescue Service. Medical relief staff from the Health Services Authority, which also includes our emergency medical response team, which would go over to provide any assistance if needed. So we have these plans in place. From the infrastructure side, they are liaising as it relates to what damages might have been done to the road, whether we might need to ferry over some heavy equipment, additional manpower. So we have these mechanisms and plans in place. And again, we're just waiting for the damage assessment to be conducted at first light so that we can start to paint a picture of what's actually happening or what has happened. Then we can move forward from there. So yes, we do have plans in place to send personnel over if we need to.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Mr. Sterling?
No, sir. I think Jace is another one of those fine young people that we have in our country that increasing their builds resilience in, as we look at not just redundancy, but that sort of contingency planning going forward. This is true investment in nation building. So Jace, very proud of you, and you make us proud with you and your continued endeavors.
Thank you very much, Uncle Dwayne. Hopefully we can all stay dry. One of the things that I want to say is it would be remiss if I don't mention this. For those persons, because we have heard that there are many persons in the Sister Islands, tourist-wise, who again, this might be their first time experiencing any type of weather event such as this. So we just want them to know, if they're listening to this, if we can get the information to them. Our K-Mind helpline is up and it's fully manned and operational for anyone who might have any type of anxiety, any type of uneasiness with what is happening, and that number is 1-800-534-6463. That's 1-800-534-6463. And we would just request for persons to just shelter in place, heed the warning from all government entities or all preferred entities, and then we will continue to provide you with the most up-to-date information.
I got two more questions that I want to ask you. The first one, talk to me about the Human Concerns Cluster. Can you explain a little bit about the management structure for the Human Concerns Cluster? We've had clusters come on earlier tonight. Some are in shifts. Can you give the public a little bit of understanding how much members are in the team that makes up the Human Concerns Cluster?
Okay, so the Human Concerns Cluster, we have a manager, which is myself, and then we have a deputy manager, which is Nurse Dipna Carton. And then from that, we have additional persons within those ESTs itself. So those ESTs, again, what I mentioned, voluntary organizations, medical relief, shelter operations, and then mass fatalities. We have representatives from those individual entities. And currently the shift pattern that we're taking is 6 hours on, 6 hours off. So we always have persons there so that if something happens, we can quickly identify and we can quickly deal with it.
Now, the next thing I'm going to ask you, I know it's more directly related to the Cayman Islands Customs and Border Control, but considering that we're in a hurricane at the moment, Cayman Islands Customs and Border Control have confirmed that 12 migrants, a total of 11 male and 1 female, have arrived on Cayman Brac today. I mean, okay, it's interesting time to arrive, but does this somehow fall in the Human Concerns Cluster?
Yes, it does, Mr. Jevis. So we would have responsibility to ensure that those persons are housed in a safe location, and once the all clear has been given, then they will be turned back over to CBC. So CBC, the National Emergency Operations Center, Her Majesty's Prison Service, as well as RCIPS, in conjunction with Human Concerns, we're all working together, ensure that they're safe and sound, and then afterwards it will resume normal operations with CBC.
Just so that our Radio Cayman listeners can also learn a little bit more about you, my final question is, what is your meal and your drink that you're looking forward to the most? Conclusion of the Jevy with the belly just has to ask. You look like a turtle stew kind of person, but I just want to know if I'm reading the room correctly.
You know, Jevy, I mean, I'm definitely an island boy. I definitely love our island dish. But you know, I was thinking about it just the other day. You remember Borden's Pizza?
I do.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. So if anyone can even like just
the hush puppies.
Yes, semi-make hush puppies and chicken wings, you know. But yeah, definitely, I'm an island boy, so
You know,
my
you
national dish.
You can get anything with a government credit card, you know that, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not going to get
Hey, Jevy.
I'm going to turn back over. Yes, Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Give Mr. GS a recommendation, right? Supporting another young Caymanian entrepreneur, but we had him in the studio today from D's Pizza, right?
Right.
Yeah, he go down there, and not as, you know.
Hold on, y'all have D's Pizza over there. Let's go do a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with some more from the National Emergency Operations Center, and we'll be right back from the Government Admin Building. I'm Jevy Ebanks.
Thank you, Jevy. Jevy with the belly, you know. Mr. Art, Jerry is not only very intelligent, he has a wonderful persona and a winning way about the way he makes you smile, but an incredible work ethic. The last hurricane coverage that United did, we're doing this part, and we'll go through the night. I mean, that's not a problem. But we're sitting down, Jerry's hustling. You can hear it in his voice, you can sense it in his energy. but he's climbing stairs. It wouldn't be bad if it's Jerry with the belly, but so I
He's got to get that scoop,
yeah, he reminds us of what in the public service, why we have that dedication, and makes me want to do my job better. I've always known that I'm a public servant, elected or appointed. I knew that from very early. Some of us don't. We go through our life and we never find our passion. I think you found yours early as a public servant as well.
Yeah.
And this country allows our young Caymanians, my friends who are architects, they come out of school with their degree and they get thrown in, not in the deep end to swim or drown, but into projects that they would probably never, ever, either in the Caribbean or anywhere else, be able to get their hands on till very close to their, later stages in life. Same with so many. And maybe we Caymanians don't see that, respect it, and in recognizing it, ensure that we are engaged in it. Others see it, little big fish in a small pond who are near even minnows where they come from. It's just for us to take stock.
Yep.
But Jerry is amazing, man. So if anything else you want to share about, I was thinking about asking you, Mr. Hart. I mean, we heard what Jace said he wanted. We heard about Jerry said he'll take. What about you, man? What is your dish that you'd want after this? I mean, I know mine already, but I probably won't get that. But anyway.
I can't really think of anything at this point in time.
Yeah. Let me tap your taste buds. Some fried fish and tomato paste gravy with some rice and beans, good couple of slices of breadfruit, some.
A few scorches of barracuda would be good. Yeah.
See, yeah. A couple of good fritters and things.
Yes.
Man, some rice and beans with pepper, some hot sauce.
My sister can make those. I've already been poisoned 3 times.
He's immune now. He's immune. No, you can't get immunity for that. No, but yeah, it's just reminding me that we're stronger together. We're gonna make things happen.
No question about that. No question about that.
So where are we going?
Where do we go?
Well, I know where, but it's still near. But as our listeners are there and they wish to share, they can join in. And for those who send us, messages, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for recognizing that we are trying to ensure that our coverage is lively and informative, but also prayerful and respectful. And as it passes by us, it doesn't matter if it's 50 miles an hour or immeasurable. The fact is that it can cause, loss of life. It can be not just an inconvenience. It can be such a great imposition that it is almost to the point where you're exhausted. And we're seeing all the resources being expended, the anxiety levels of some. So I thank Jace for reminding people that K-Mines is up, that 1-800-534, 6463, I think it spells MIND. So as you were speaking to Ms. Carey earlier, understanding the importance of our mental health. People reach out and share and ask, and I thank Jace for putting it out there that resource is accessible. And if you just need to talk to somebody, the volunteers who are there taking the calls, encouraging people to do so. There's no shame in that.
Yeah.
All right. And we want to confirm, if I may ask, especially just firsthand, it would be unofficial, but since the person there would be experiencing it, if you're on the Brac, little Caymanian as well, but if you're on the Brac, what winds and rains, if any, are you experiencing in your mind, to your estimation? It's unofficial. Is it picking up? Is it dying down? Has it sort of just been, constant? What are you experiencing on the Brac? So that we here, looking at the information, the radar, getting it from wherever, but you're right then and there. If you can, and we're mindful of the fact that you're conscious of your power and the like, but share with us. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I wonder when we will hear from the National Weather Service again as well, because what would be interesting to know is, as it leaves the area, the Brac, what are we in Grand Cayman likely to feel? They feel, what are we likely to experience as far as winds are concerned, and rain as well.
As you said, I was thinking about prop wash. In your boat, the boat is moving where it is at, but don't be ill-advised and jump overboard. The boat is out of your way, but sometimes, you can get seriously injured.
Exactly.
And so as this thing moves away, what's coming behind it? And then, of course, it's gone, the all clear is given. There's an assessment. There is cleanup. There is, a readjustment. You're making good whatever, whether it's your trees that you're trying to, get back up, and whether it's the debris, whatever that is, things still need to happen to get your life back to, hopefully, where it was, as quickly as it was, and maybe even more sensibly than it was. But that takes time and resources, adjustments, cooperation, coordination. And you may not be able to do it because the boulder is too big. You may need a piece of, equipment, nothing more than a piece of plywood to give it, a little bit of a fulcrum and a push.
Yep.
But you might need Mr. Raymond to come out, with his big machinery. Who knows, right? All hands together. So.
Yeah, and we did hear the Premier earlier talk about the fact that some portions of her house, where
the water
was creeping in as well, and I wonder, what her situation is like now, because after hearing from her, the winds intensified afterwards. After that as well.
When she said that, I was listening, right, and my mind immediately went back to my brother Dwight in our final sort of preparations of Ivan. I came around in my mind last minute, late, right? We've done everything else, and he distributed life vests. We're inland, good spot, and he gave everybody enough. How many sheltering with you? How many in this house? Everybody gets one. And he said, just in case, never can tell. And we went through every contingency, and and I remember saying to my daughter, as young as she was, this is what we think, this is what's going to happen, and with a maturity and a responsiveness and a responsibility that many of us as adults don't even possess today after that experience. And she was there, she was keen. And the one thing I did not expect was flooding, right? And when he brought the life vest, I saw her, I can still see her eyes, and I looked at her and I said, well, it's raining and stuff, and just in case we may need to go somewhere, we never know, so, because that's what I thought, right? And I'm glad he did that, because, in tracking that map, and I saw how he tracked it, and after the hurricane, from the jog it took to the path, it's spot on. You would have thought he would have taken it after the fact and mapped it out. And I commend that sort of, local knowledge, so to speak. Very much like the captain coming in to the harbour, and the harbour master, our harbour pilot, the Captain Dalton and the rest of them, bringing their vessels in. And that's what we have here that we don't respect.
Yeah.
We complement it with the training and supplement it with additional resources from elsewhere. But we have it here because it was taught to us by us. The celestial navigation of yesteryear, from Captain Denham to people like Captain Solomon and others. They could look up into the sky, and with a sextant and the lake, they could put you dead reckoning. Now you got some monkey somewhere about sitting down pressing a button, and nobody knows what, but they accept what it is.
Yeah.
And literally, it's one of these things that came out of the jungle that we put in a lab somewhere to see how intelligent they are. But nobody questioned what was being said, where it came from. Internet spit it out. AI told us. Check the source.
Yeah.
And yet we disparage the intellects of the arts of the world. Why is that?
That's true. And speaking of life vests, there were many people on Grand Cayman who could have used it and needed those. Some people had to go up into the ceilings. And everything.
We didn't, and
the tops, everything.
And this is why I'm saying, you prepare, you understand. It's not to frighten people. It's to go and have a contingency plan, and you think, okay, what are the eventualities? You will think, if you go in fishing, you file a float plan. You would think that you would go with more than one person, and everybody on board understands that the safety and enjoyment requires of all on board. You would think that you have some water in your radio and the like. But what we have is a dictate from people who don't know, telling you what to do that makes no sense, and you knowing better, foolish to follow them. Now that is a recipe for disaster.
Yes.
And that's happening today, right? Around the world. And then when somebody weighs in and go, but do you know that's a pencil you have that is not even sharpened, but you expect to use that to produce, mangoes because you waved it around like a wand. Yeah, that can work. And that is how asinine some of the things are. So I think we'll get there, but only when we get people, with the courage to do that. But Mr. Hart, if I may ask, given the experience of Hurricane Ivan and the recent passages of storms since, and probably knowing that some people in this country will say, well, that was only this, and could have been, and we'll probably either exaggerate it if it works to our interest, downplay it if it's disparaging, but not recognizing that there's still something to happen. So what would be your advice to us as citizens, and not the political directorate, not the policymakers, that when we look out, not just giving thanks that it wasn't any worse, but recognizing that in preparing for the next, because it could be, God forbid, in short order, it could be decades, but there's always going to be the possibility of another one that is worse. That we learn from this and employ strategies to be better prepared and to be safe during and be able to come out on the other end better. Any experiences, anything from your expertise?
I think based on the frequency that we have had to deal, with weather systems in the past few years, that people are now learning not to become complacent.
Yes.
Despite the fact that, we have, since Hurricane Ivan here and since Hurricane Paloma in the sister islands, we really haven't been that severely impacted. But people now recognize what the potentials are, and as a result of that, they no longer become complacent.
Yeah.
And I think we've reached a point now where we know what to do, we go about doing it, but we, as the media and those persons who have, political responsibility, they have to continue to still hammer it home, as well.
Right.
But, we have come a long way. There are still some things that we need to correct. We need, people to still be more prepared when it comes to, for instance, having the necessary supplies at home.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to bombard the supermarkets and all the other supply stores, and just having things on hand. That can make life so much more easy and much more comfortable.
Yeah.
And really relieve yourself of a lot of stress if so we need to get people to that level in those particular areas, but otherwise we see now how the NEOC operates. We see about shelter management. Yes, we there are those who argue that we still need to have more shelters because our population is increasing, and as a result of that increase in population and the lack of proper housing for everyone, we're going to see more and more people
the growing need
requiring the need for shelters, and we need to have that. But we've improved tremendously.
If you would guide me to make sure, because I'm in a mindset where I think the safety of us is pivotal, and it's the planning not just for today but the eventualities of tomorrow. And that's not just the day after today, that's the tomorrow, 30 years hence, for instance, or 3 weeks. In that, then I am asking a couple of things. That thing that we're seemingly developing globally, that government dependency, government's going to do everything. So that thing that we used to do for ourselves, we no longer do, even though we can. The increasingly, seemingly inability and unwillingness to do, because government will. Is that a growing concern in this country? And we see it in other places. They sit down and, U.S. President Clinton talked about trying to create something that went from welfare to workfare. It was just nice political jargon. The concept was good. But we see in Cayman, people are incentivized to do nothing basically because the government's going to do it for you. Is that a concern that we should be looking at? Yeah. Maybe you want to mull it over and take the call or whatever?
Let's grab the caller, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yes, good night, Mr. Sterling and Mr. Corner.
Good night. Good night.
Evening, sir. How are you?
Boy, me and Lady Rose just, a while.
Yeah. Pray you guys are well.
We're just listening to you guys, and she told me to give you guys a call and let you know what's happening.
Well, thank you. You're a good man, following instructions of your wife. I mean, I always usually hear you when you call when Mr. Ort is on doing for the record, but I hear you at night now.
Yeah, man. We're sort of riding up this weather. We won't be opening tomorrow, I don't think, no.
Okay.
But hopefully in the next day or so we'll be opening.
All right. So what?
It's nice to hear you guys on the radio and keeping us up to date on what's happening. It's really important that we don't have any power on our end of the island. I don't know what's happening on the western side.
Okay.
But
What is the wind like where you are?
it's kind of windy outside.
Okay.
But
It died down a bit.
it died down quite a bit, and
Okay. And what about the rain?
a lot of rain. Yeah, we had quite a bit of rain.
Is it raining now?
Yeah, it's raining now.
Okay.
At least where we are.
I want to even ask, is it that kind of rain that puts you to sleep? Is it that kind of rain that make you worry about, is it going to leak?
Well, I try not to worry too much. Worrying that don't really make fun for them.
Yeah. I guess Kimani is listening to understand, is he saying it's the rain you can enjoy? Is this just the rain that could be so bad that you could be flooded out, So you are right. Not to worry. Yes, you are right.
Were you able to hear Mr. Tibbetts earlier from the Island Energy about the reasons for cutting the power?
No, I mean, I haven't heard a thing. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, what he said was because of the high winds, and that there was reports of some power lines being down, and of course their crews had to shelter. They couldn't go out in it, so they decided then to simply cut the power until they're able to go out and assess the situation once the storm passes.
I think it would be kind of dangerous out there to go out now.
Oh yes.
To look at it.
Yeah.
But one thing that I've noticed over the last few years, I know they seem to be doing a good job in keeping us in power, but what happens is when the sea gets rough and you get a lot of salt spray onto some of the transformers, I've noticed that before they used to take time and wash them down with some chemicals and stuff, wash the salt off. But nothing like that I'm seeing that now for, I know it's way over a year or two.
Huh.
And I think that's what happens when the rain come down and then the salt is around the transformer. That what causes a lot of, that's just my opinion. I'm no expert on electricity transmission, but I know that if you don't keep that salt off of where the transformers are set, you will get some blackouts and sometimes fire, And that maintenance has a lot to do with the transformer, transmission of the electricity.
Yep.
If you don't keep that salt spray from gathering or harboring around the transformer, you'll always have blackouts, in my opinion.
Yep, no question about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may ask, while you're on the Brac, to what extent are you aware of fellow Brackers being able to communicate amongst themselves? So one is one part of the Brac, another's in another part. We understand the power is out, but are you, if you're willing and able to share in communication with other people in the Brac, are you aware of other people in the Brac communicating with their friends and family, and other parts of the Brac?
Well, the only information I would be able to gather would be around the domino table in the evening after.
Oh, okay, but as after, but I was just wondering about now as it unfolds, because I know when it was possible, people checked on each other, as long as they were able to, they had power, they had a connectivity. And I was just wondering, kind of drawing from what Jace from the Human Resources Cluster was sharing, that the K-Mines toll-free is up, wanting to find out if people were as best and safely as they can.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of that most likely still goes on.
Mhm.
You know, it's,
Right.
I wouldn't say that it not, but because I know no one haven't really checked on us, but at least not physically, but the Brac is, I don't know, maybe we've been here now. Oh, but I've been here since 2004, and most of the time that I get to talk with people or anyone is like at the domino table in the evening time, you know, or
Yeah. Hopefully that soon come back again in short order, you know.
Yeah, was want to find out if it passed us now or what the position is with the storm.
All right. We'll get an official. What information we had was that it should be passing, if not already has passed. But we've seen stuff coming from the regional, international. But we'll look at what is provided officially, so that we don't. But as you know, and to our listeners, we would not advise venturing out until all clear is given, that the proper assessments are done, and even when the winds are subsided,
Yes.
So, but we will get that, and we will get that officially for everyone, and obviously again encourage a safe passage as we move about, even after the all clear is given. That has not happened yet, so we still stay safe and secure in our respective abodes.
What we can share with you, and this was a 10 o'clock update, said that Rafael is expected to pass through the Cayman Islands tonight and to be near or over western Cuba on Wednesday and move into the southern Gulf of Mexico by Wednesday night. The anecdotal information that we're getting out of the Brac now is that in some instances the wind is subsiding, so that may be an indication that it is moving away from you at this point in time.
Yeah, it's not too wind up by where we are right now.
All right.
But,
thanks, Mr. Lennox. Anything else you want to say?
I want to thank you guys for keeping us up to date, and I was able to get a radio with a solar panel.
Okay.
After it, so if the power cuts, we can charge it up early in the morning. Hopefully the sun will be out. It's really been quite a treat because, mind you, we've been out of the power now for quite a while, and we've been listening to you guys on this radio that the batteries seem to hold the charge for quite a long time.
That's great. That's great.
I would encourage people that live in places like the Brac and things like that to sort of get one of them from someplace,
Well, it's certainly good encouragement. I mean, listening and speaking with you, I don't know about you, Mr. Ori, but I kind of want to go over to the Brac and get some of those, nice baked goods and sweets and treats.
Well, I was going to tell him thanks for the bread that he sent for me the other day, and he sent the buns for one of my colleagues here as well. I won't call names.
No, we won't say that. We're not gonna say that they weren't shared either.
Yeah, but sometimes, machine gets things done,
Yeah, man. But I have to make a trip over there, and this time I can, not just.
Yeah, man, you need to come up here and spend a day or so and go back down.
Yeah, the last time I was up there, I looked for you, I couldn't find you.
She keeps me locked down behind the house.
Don't kiss and tell now.
She keeps me locked down, man. She don't want me coming out in the day.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Take care, sir, and respectfully, we'll ask you there because we're told that we have another caller.
We have another call from the Brac.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys, man. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Caller, good night. How are you? Good evening.
Hey, how are you doing?
Fine. Thanks.
Hey.
Scott. And hey, OC, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, and I was just it looks like it's done now, but boy, it was tough. I had these bananas, and I've been taking care of them so much, and the wind hit them, and threw them like bullets.
Wow.
And the chickens ate them. And I mean, we got to figure out something to do with these chickens.
I hear oil works well.
Bananas. Yeah, but it looks like it's all over with now. We had the community center and everywhere, all the it was completely packed. It was great. And Shavela Burke is completely correct. Anything that happens in Cayman Brac, even when they had the earthquake and they had there might have been a chance of a tsunami, everybody was there. Like, we don't fool around here, man.
A sensible approach, sir.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
And it's packed in there, and everybody's having a good time and just staying safe.
Right.
And, sorry?
Sorry, I was going to ask, only if you wish to share. We heard the last caller, we asked. If you wish to share, you say the conditions are, what is it like, wind and rain, and relative to maybe the bluff or any part that you're comfortable giving the location, right? We leave that to you to decide to what extent you want to stay where you are.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
I can open my door and you can hear it.
A joke won't come out by a whole lot of the time. What am I hearing, sir? Where's that wind coming from? It's quiet. All right. So we've got the.
Now we're taking over by frogs.
Okay. Yeah, how big are the frogs?
So, oh no, I ain't gonna touch them things.
Okay, because I mean, it could be the frogs of the days of Moses. It could be the frogs of our friends in New Orleans. Is it spring chicken or is it pestilence?
I don't think no. I don't think they rain from the sky.
Okay.
Definitely not.
I just checking.
But it looks like everything's over with. But it was some powerful wind. It was pushing through underneath my door, and my door was actually breathing. The wind was so strong. So you guys be careful over there, and take care, because it's a little bit stronger than I thought it was going to be. I'm an Ivan survivor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I did that film 36 Hours in September.
Yeah.
So I was right in the middle of it, and this was, I don't know, and this could have been a one or almost a two, I think, man.
Yeah. But what we want, if I just may quickly interject, you and others, to, as we shared with Mr. Lennox just prior, winds may have subsided, the rain may have subsided, but let us not that you nor Mr. Lennox or anybody else will, but just generally to heed and not venture out. Wait for the all clear, because some guts, some tail end, something might. Just like what we were saying with the prop wash.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give it. I would never give anything at all clear until tomorrow morning. And
right. That's what I'm saying. You will not.
I have to go do my job of taking pictures. So.
Yeah. But I think it's opportune time through you to say to everybody listening. Let's not, venture out.
Oh yeah, I advise you. I advise you very much so not to.
Right.
I live in a safe place next to right up against the bluff, and it's very, very safe. It's the only reason I'm here. If I wasn't, that safe, I would be at the shelter. I spent the whole day at the shelter with the guard, the National Guard, was it the
regiment?
Yeah, and the police, and they were bringing people in from the old folks home and everything else, and it was just at Aston Ruddy Center.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, everybody was ready, boy.
Yeah, man.
Nobody was playing around after what we've been through.
Well, that's
1932, I think it burned I don't know what it's burned in our brain. No matter what, Paloma was something else, but.
Yeah. Well, see, the people as a country with an oral history, they pass down the knowledge. It goes through the ages, and with the respect that we have from our ancestors, we continue the traditions that make us well. We take on board their experiences, and we are mindful that learning from them, following in their footsteps, we build on their foundation. So as you said, you don't play around. It's because people
Well,
listen.
yeah. Oh no. You never play around with a hurricane. I don't care if it's just a warning you think isn't going to be important. I mean,
right.
My dad spent his his time in a third-tier hurricane in a cave, and I mean it's been brought through my entire life.
Yeah.
And living in Texas, Port Arthur, Texas, which there's more Caymanians there than there are in Grand Cayman.
Yeah.
And so we take hurricanes very serious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I made sure I had everything, all my cameras and everything set up where they couldn't get wet.
Mm-hmm.
Put them in the bathtub, and so yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would suggest everyone at Grand Cayman get ready for this thing. You never know. You never know.
Yeah. Well, what keep us posted. Looking forward to seeing your pictures as well. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We're going to have another caller.
All right. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hello there again. It's Raymond.
Hello, Mr. Raymond, sir.
Hi, Raymond.
Yes, sir. Lots of trees down.
Mm.
Huge trees. Like I said, that survived it through Hurricane Paloma. Never took them up, but they're right uprooted.
Wow.
Laying flat on the ground. And there's one big sea grape tree in the West End Cemetery that actually fell right down on top of a grave. Just collapsed, bam, right down on top of a grave. And one sea grape tree that's been around for butchering of cows from the time Captain Clyde Scott used to butcher cows at the West End by the corner of the West End Cemetery. That tree rotted out all of these years, and now that tree is toppled over and broken up right there at the corner by the West End Cemetery. Actually, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raymond. If I may ask, because here in Grand Cayman, I don't, maybe others do, but when you see, being around from the times of Captain Clyde Scott, in terms of years, is that 1970s, 1920s, is that the 1980s, or the 1990s? Like when, as a timeline, I think I have an inkling, but just for clarity.
Yeah, from the 1950s on to about the 1970s, something.
I
like
wanted
that.
to check my computer, see if I'm too someone from it too,
It was in the block and tackle to lift them up on the branches of the tree, and the big original tree, part of it had died, and some of the sprouts came up and grew back, and now it withstood all the hurricanes that passed by. But now it's down on the ground, most of it. Some of it can be saved. Cut the limbs off and prop it up. And that's another advice. A lot of people in their yards, when the trees are down, they just go and cut the trees and get rid of them. I know during Paloma, for example, me and Mr. Kenny Ryan and his mother's, Miss Priscilla's yard, I used my heavy equipment with a chain, and we uprighted those big mango trees.
Yes, sir.
Following Paloma, and those mango trees are upright, and we prop them up with pieces of wood, and they are growing and bearing, seem as nothing happened. So when your trees blow down, just get a heavy equipment like a bobcat, backhoe, whatever, and put a strap around them, upright them, and fill around the roots, and prop them up with pieces of wood, 4x4 or 2x4, and let them go on growing. Just cut some of the limbs off that are damaged, and you can save your trees rather than just going and dig them out and wait another 10 years for one to grow back.
Yeah,
so
Mr.
That's advice on those trees.
Mr. Raymond, question for you. The area that you're talking about where the grape tree has gone down, is that an area that was recently affected by any other weather system where some of the vegetation may have already been cleared out or gone down and would have exposed them much more? Or
no, sir. That area been cleared for must be about 30, 40 years ago.
Okay.
And it's pavement around close by to the tree roots. Pavement close by the tree roots and the grass field, and actually a parking lot area around that seam tree trunk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing to do with the area being cleared where the wind can get extra force to topple the trees over. So I can imagine throughout the island and in Little Cayman, the number of trees that are falling, toppled over and torn up and broken up. It's what I've seen here so far, it's going to be in the hundreds or thousands of trees that are damaged.
Now, I'm mindful in asking this, Mr. Raymond, but it's just your personal observation relative to Paloma. Since you referenced that particular grape tree, stood the test of time since then, including Paloma, but is toppled over now. Relative to Paloma, is the rain, in your estimation, with this passing weather system more or less than what you experienced before or during Hurricane Paloma's passage?
Paloma had lots more rain. It was raining for on and off for roughly about 10 days before Paloma actually hit us.
Okay.
Raining, and it actually high-prone areas to flooding on the road south side, going to the Brac Reef, had lots of flooding and kept on going until the system developed and turned into a hurricane and then devastated us. We never had no rain like that in this one. Right now it's just light rain. Things have subdued a lot. Winds maximum gust now is occasionally up to 50. I'm here at West End on the north side, and ranging mostly from 25 to about 35 miles per hour. And it's light rain now. As the morning creeps in, it's going to moderate and be much better as daylight comes.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I see an improvement right now. In fact, I'm sitting in my vehicle charging my phone because we have no electricity. My phone went dead, and this is the alternate source of energy to get the phone charged. Once in a while, you'll feel the vehicle rock from when the wind hit it, a slight rock from when the wind hit it, a gust of wind hit it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
But it's improving quite a bit since I talked with you last.
Okay,
all right.
Good to know.
And be careful.
Another interesting thing, my communications tower, my antenna that did all the life saving for all those people throughout the years, that went through Paloma, and the antenna stood fully erect. I went a while ago and checked on it, and the aluminum pipe, 2.5 inches, is actually bowed in two. That's what this wind has done to the antenna. But Paloma didn't do that. It went through Paloma. But now this one, Raphael, bowed the aluminum pipe that is like a 10-foot length of aluminum pipe, because I bolted it on with U-bolt clamps, and Mr. Kerry Christian from Power and Light, he went up there and put it up for me. And that 10-foot piece of aluminum pipe that is on to the big antenna, 2.5 inches actually bowed from the force of Raphael. So that shows we could easily had, like someone said, the Hurricane Hunter said we had 90 miles an hour wind. It could easily been that or even more in gust.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
One last question before you go. Do you have any type of device, a measuring device in the Brac that will actually give us the wind speed?
Only at the Brac airport. Airports Authority, they have the windometer that indicates the wind speed, direction, and some private people has it at their home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, your task, Mr. Raymond.
I certainly need one of those. I certainly was wishing for that tonight and all the other times. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. We have another caller we want to grab at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Until later.
All right. Standing by.
Welcome, caller.
Yeah, good night, OC. How are you?
Good night. I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, well, you know where I'm in. I'm up in where they call it Orwalla, but it's the highest part of the highest part of the island up here. If you check the map, you can see that too. I mean, all the time, me and Mr. McLean, Gilbert McLean, is talking about it. We're in the highest part of the island right here in what they call Lower Valley in Pedro. But I just wondering, I've been sitting down and waiting for the weather to come. You got any idea what time we should be experiencing it? Or it changed its mind and gone somewhere else away?
We're hoping that the next update that we receive, that we had a 10 o'clock one, which indicated that the system is moving away, from us, and we heard them the report from the Brac that the winds have subsided there somewhat. We don't know what the effect is going to be for the Cayman Islands. The next advisory is going to be in another hour and a half time, about 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll know then.
Maybe it decided to change its mind, because no one knows. So we got a master up there that we need to recognize.
Indeed.
As the supreme,
He is the supreme architect, sir. Yep. So he decides and dictates.
Mr. Sterling, you drunk black coffee or what?
Why you ask, sir?
I say asking you that because you were there all evening and you went and you must drink coffee and you come back now and tomorrow rains,
He looks forward to the situations like this.
I say this to you, sir. I come from good stock, right? Just like the Cayman Seafarers yesterday, I could be on watch for many a day. I don't say this with a boast, but with a recognition of an obligation to be able to stand, at my post. So with or without coffee, I don't need any medications to stay erect and informed. I don't need anything to stay awake and, alert. It's all in that good stock of prayer and taking care of one's body, mind, spirit, and soul. So, what's in my glass doesn't inebriate, intoxicate, and otherwise impair, but what is in my heart certainly moves me to a momentum to do right. And when I stand with a firm punch, it's not physically, but it's not unbecoming.
I know what you mean. When I was working with on national bulk ships, and I had a whole watch. I never, everybody had to drink coffee. I mean, I drink my coffee in the morning, and I drink it black too, because the doctors say that coffee is very good for you. It's good for your pores,
Yeah, man.
Clear Holston.
Yes, sir.
And if you ever visited his museum.
Up in South Sound, by the key.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And he got 3 walls full of coffee bottles, 3 walls full of coffee bottles, and he said he starts his day 4 o'clock in the morning with coffee and ends 10 o'clock at night with his coffee. And he don't have a regular cup. He showed me one that I don't know where he got that one from, but they look like Red Edward teaching all of them, or Blackbeard used to use them to cold coffee cup, and drink it black, which I drink my coffee black too, and
yeah, man.
My doctor even tell me, they say, coffee is very good for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when I used to hold watch, I never needed I didn't need nothing to keep me awake, but I found that the coffee used to make me go sleep. So I drink it now in the morning, and not at the night, But some people, drink the coffee to keep them up.
Yes, sir.
Keep them up, and especially if you got caffeine, which I don't drink the one with caffeine. I drink one they call Oro.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
The Honduranian one, and that's the one you draws with the little the bag, This cloth bag, that's black in midnight.
Well,
if you miss a drink,
you
miss it in the morning, it gives you a bad headache,
That's addiction, right? So the withdrawal symptoms, by not having it, you feel it because you didn't consume it. So, yes, sir. That's the brew.
And you don't miss something unless you're used to it.
Yeah, that's the brew.
But I was just waiting for Raphael, but if you go somewhere, that's good. That's good,
Yeah, man.
That's good. Somewhere they can handle it. But we'll see what you're thinking about the election going on there in the U.S.?
I haven't been following it that much because we no one should get pretty excited until you reach the when you get the results from Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin,
Yep.
Michigan,
Yep.
Arizona, possibly North Carolina as well, because depending on who wins North Carolina, that may change the formula a little bit. But no one needs to get excited before those results actually start, until the final results from some of those start to come.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania, I mean, the last I was just looking at it, in fact, I just looked at it, said that 51% Pennsylvania's Kamala Harris so far, but they said that's just like quarter of the votes, come in, so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we know the last time Pennsylvania went until the Saturday, something like that, I think, before they got the result.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
somebody gonna win, or if it's a tie, they say it could be a tie, and that would be the second time in the U.S. history that they had a tie. That's what they're talking about.
Well, you go back to the Bush-Gore.
I guess we'll see how that would go. If they tie, so who would have to decide what they would do from there if they tie?
I have to do some research on that, but I believe that.
Remember, Mr. O.C. was the election supervisor in Grand Cayman. He came on as came back
not
on the
the
U.S.
US,
Right? So, I know we go to him for everything almost, right? But he'll do some research and maybe we'll have that discussion.
Yes,
yeah,
definitely.
Anything else you want to share with us, sir?
No, sir.
Yeah.
I'll read what your next report is, 1 o'clock.
All right. But it's not yet, sir.
Your next report is coming out at 1?
Yeah.
Yes, the next weather report.
Update. Yeah.
Update on the weather, yes.
Yeah.
Is that 1 o'clock? Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Muchas gracias, señor. But Mr. Art, well, you jump in and share if you wish. Well, I was just thinking of something as, he was on earlier sharing it. He said, he was from Lower Valley, and to Ray Banker's sort of credit and maybe encouragement, looking at the names of places around the world, but in the Cayman Islands in particular, and we have a place we call Lower Valley, Lower, and in France we have Loire, Valley, right? Loire Valley. Now my French isn't good, like a professor say, but that's how it's pronounced, when you break it down phonetically. Loire Valley, right? And I'm wondering, just as he was sharing that, I thought, I wonder if the transliteration and this belief that we have to say it in proper English. So not unlike whether it's spelled Barkers, but it's Barkas. Not whether unlike if it's supposed to be, Bormanu, now Batabanu.
Yeah.
If it's supposed to be Lower Valley, and now Lower Valley, or whatever the way we put it.
Yeah.
And I started to, in my mind, go back to my travels around the New England coast. Some of those little sand roads that they had, and the nice names, and that fight that one little particular county had to preserve that name because it was historical interest. And some places wanted to change because, well, it made you sound like you were bad. Nothing to do with ethnicity or whatever. It was just that this was, the back road access. This was the access to the beach. That Boggy Sand Road is not Boggy Sands, right? And I'm saying that this is an opportune time for the country to reclaim its heritage and its identity.
Exactly.
In the way we speak, the way we eat, not to deny the wonderfulness that we bring to the table. When I don't know about you, but boy, a little palau right now wouldn't be bad. A little bit of chana masala would be great, right? But we can still have that piece of fried barra and fritters with some plantain and some rice and beans with some pepper sauce. And how do we then get that? Because I think in the U.S. election, we're seeing that play in. I was listening to BBC some weeks back, And I don't know that I recall it correctly. I don't know if the fellow speaking and trying to be so condescending. His tone was horrible when he was speaking to the lady, introducing her as a former Republican strategist or Republican strategist, but the tone that he took with her. And she said, and this was the part I'm absolutely clear, that this election, in referring to the U.S. presidential election, is one about personalities, not policies. And I go, huh? Because we were always told, make the politics about the policies, the principles, not personalities. And she emphasized this was going to be an election on personalities, not policies. And I go, where have we come in our life? That's a pageant of some sort where you elect in the person that you like, that is nice or not nice, not what they bring to the table.
But was she referring to the reality of the situation, or was that her opinion in terms of what the election was all about?
I think it was a combination of things, in that one, the electorate fostered by the media pontifications, that we focus in on personalities. So if you don't like this one, you can disparage it. If you like this one, you can forgive the little thing. And instead of focusing on what the country needs, and it needs a strong foreign policy, it needs a very strong domestic policy. It needs to look at immigration, with integration that leads to acclimation, to read, how it looks at things. And yet, her trying to say to the interviewer, who didn't, I kind of got to the point where I say, man, these are not the kind of people that you want. These are editors who can get and they can share, as opposed to people who are going to help to mediate and facilitate a discussion. He wanted to beat her up and make sure she said, and he wanted to skew what she shared. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Right?
That happens quite a lot.
but that's unfortunate, man. And I'm thinking, are people listening to this guy? And he can have a job come tomorrow? That kind of... And again, back to, we need to make sure that that's not going to be the order of the day for her.
Yeah.
But it's becoming increasingly so.
Oh, yeah.
He who pays the piper calls the tune. Wow.
Good possibility. So in relation to the caller's question, in the event of a tie, so it says it takes 270 electoral college vote to win. If neither candidate gets a majority of the 538 electoral votes, the election for president is decided in the House of Representatives, with each state delegation having one vote. So each state delegation. And in that particular case, the Republicans have more state delegations than the Democrats. So they would then, of course, more than likely choose their Republican candidate. A majority of states, 26, is needed for the win. Senators elect the vice president, with each senator having a vote, and a majority of senators, which is 51, is needed to win. So the House of Representatives choose the president based on the delegation votes, and the Senate chooses the vice president. And there's no accident then that in the case of a tie, that the vice president presides over the Senate.
Okay.
As well.
Only if you wish to engage, and this is where I keep, I'll defer to you if you want to continue, if you want to go get some coffee and chocolate and whatever, because I was going to ask you about...
I'm good one way or the other. We'll talk some more.
And it's okay if we chat a little bit about the U.S. presidential election.
Sure.
I pretend that I'm in a class, Politics 101, and you kind of give me the little bit. But from what you shared, and again, I don't know a lot about the U.S. Electoral process or their politics other than the little I know. But the senators, apparently, there's 100 senators, 2 from every state. That's what it is. So that's 51 is just a simple majority. And then as that plays out in the electoral college, I think there are certain number of votes each has based on the population of the particular states.
Precisely.
Each state has a number of congressmen. There could be women too, or they could be unsure what they are, and they then are elected based on the population, and then they go in and then together the House of Congress, so that's the upper house and the lower house. So that determination could lead to where president wins the majority of the electorate, the popular vote, but does not carry sufficient numbers per state to get the electoral college vote. And then that 270 of the 538 or whatever the numbers that you shared determines the victory for the president.
Yeah, and there have been several instances where the president has, where the person has won the popular vote and lost the elections per se because of the electoral college.
Was that the scenario with the Bush Gore that ended up in the Supreme Court? Was that part of it, or was that something different?
Well, if we look at Hillary Clinton and Trump, you know, that was one of those situations.
Yeah, and I've always enjoyed the discussions with American friends, trying to understand their elections for their president, and that the electoral college, how that's determined, and the amount of votes based on whichever the larger states with their population, not their physical populations, not the physical land mass, the physical population, have more electoral votes that forms part of the electoral college, and then that gets thrown into the hat. So you get a person who wins this state, and this state. That's why the media talks about swing states and key states and battleground states and all oh, crying out loud, man. It's just a lot of nonsense in a sense. But my question I'm asking you, is that democratic? I mean, you would think on the face of it, not understanding anymore, 100 votes are to be had, and somebody gets, I don't know, 70%. That's more than the 30%, but that's 70%. I don't know if that's even mathematically possible, but just as a hypothetical, isn't 70% of the large ones. The person that got the 30% got the big key ones and ends up in more of a weight. 70 don't beat 30.
Yeah, I think you have to bear in mind where they're coming from with this. And you know, a lot of the arrangement had to do with free states and slave states, and you know, some wanting to retain, and you know, politics. What politics is all about is the art of negotiation, give and take, compromise.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was asking. And this is just, again, asking questions for seeking answers, but inquiring of us to ask more questions. So when I again hear about Republicans and Democrats, and again, limited interest, even less inclined to look at it now with all this on, the Democrats represent this, but then in history, the Republicans were the ones that were opposed to slavery.
Precisely.
The first Republican president was Abraham Lincoln. Who was the first Democratic president? What did the Democrats do in relation to slavery and the like? So to think of people who, okay, well, don't you join us on air, sir, so you can tell us what you're hearing?
Yeah.
You hear a voice? All right. Mr. Jared Coe, if I may say, has whispered in our ears quite loudly and profoundly as to what he's seen. You want to give us an update, sir? Because I can't repeat what you said. One, I don't really have much interest in this, but I can't recollect. You see, you know, very, very gentle persuasion can invite participation if one is able to have the inclination to allow that level of partnership. Mr. Coe, sir.
Yeah, just looking at the Cayman Weather Service, the National Weather Service, the radar shows the eye of Hurricane Raphael is pulling away from the coast of the sister islands, and it's tracking a little bit, jogging a little bit to the west. So it's about 50 nautical miles north, nearly heading for due north of Grand Cayman in the next couple of hours. Okay,
so Mr. Jared, with great public deference and respect to you, just as a disclaimer, this is your assessment. Looking at that, you're not speaking on behalf of the National Weather Service, HMCI. You're just a big brain with a good focus.
Just an observer of the radar.
Yeah, that's what you've seen.
Yes.
Okay, I don't want nobody beating up Norm and saying, boy, try control that boy, making people talk. Thank you for sharing, you know, trust but verify.
You know what is important that people have to understand when you look at this radar also, Mr. Coe, is the fact that we have to go back to the old Columbus days and everything else, that
Yeah.
The world isn't flat.
It's not.
Yeah. So as a result of that, where where we think when you're looking at a flat map, where the Grand Cayman is in relation to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, in terms of the movement and in terms of the sphere of the Earth, it's completely different, and that's why when you look at this physically, you would think that it is moving away from Grand Cayman, but not necessarily. If it keeps tracking towards the west, it's going to move more towards it.
And again, this is where, as our callers, Mr. Scott and Mr. Moxon, were sharing, and we're asking, hey, what are you experiencing? We're emphasizing, as they had, do not take this now that you can venture out.
Yeah.
Wait until it's properly and assessed and the like. But as you shared that, have you ever had the wonderful experience to be in an aircraft of sorts, watching weather? So you're far enough away from it. I remember coming to Texas on a Cayman Airways flight one evening, and the pilots on board that we all know and love shared, listen, I got to take...
Like you in the cockpit?
Mr. Orange, sir, no, listen. All those who are listening, though, this was prior to 9/11, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not confirming or denying my seating in the aircraft. What I am, the pilot comes on and tells everybody, listen, we have a NASA turn the storm. He told us where and whatever. And, two things to ensure you're absolutely safe. We got clearance to veer off a little bit. It take us a few extra minutes, but we believe we can make up for it. But secondly, if you really want to see what we see and the beauty of being in the air, I'll tell you when. Those of you on this side, you're really glad that you upgraded your seats. Those of you who are not, we'll be able to accommodate you, but please listen to us carefully. Pilot took us off a distance, and we got to veer out. It was on, well, the boat would be on the port side, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking out, all right? To watch that lightning as we come down, that coast, it was absolutely remarkable. There was not a flutter, a flinch, nor anything in terms of a pocket of turbulence and nothing. I mean, that was the smoothest ride you ever had. And to see that vista on the way down, absolutely remarkable. Now, I tell my friends that it's not flying that I'm afraid of as opposed to the, unplanned and uncontrolled landings, right? I contrast that to coming out of New York one evening, leaving Bermuda. One of the worst rains ever on the eastern seaboard going into Miami. And the pilot could have easily, at least in my mind, knowing that I've had experience many years earlier, just come off a little bit further. But instead, he got hugged the coastline, right? And the lightning and the rain wasn't enjoyable because we're right in amongst it. And I can only imagine those flights that our pilots used to have to do way back when as they ferried people across certain straits. That's what it was like. And that was a vivid reminder of people knowing your customer, people using initiative, people having a sensitivity and a sensibility. Right? That American Airlines flight versus the Cayman Airways flight, chalk and cheese. And, but to be able to be in that space, and as you talk about, the radar and watching the weather from a distance, perhaps elevated, no different than being in a high-rise building looking down at the things below you. You get a better vista, right? Respect.
Yep.
Good are the days when we used to do as we did what we done.
Folks, we're going to take a break. If you're still up, don't change that dial. Probably the only live radio station that you're hearing in the Cayman Islands, your radio station, Radio Cayman. We will be back shortly.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hey, did you register to vote yet? The final registration deadline to vote in the 2025 general elections will be the 1st of January, 2025. Go to elections.ky to download your registration form. Once you've filled it out, take the form and the originals of all your required documents to the elections office. They're located on West Bay Road in Baytown Office Suites. Or you can even email it to them. Register to vote by January 1st, 2025. For more information, visit visit elections.ky, call 949-8047, or email office@elections.ky. Your vote is your voice. Make it count.
Do you have a healthcare question but not sure who to ask? Contact HSA's Patient Call Center to speak to one of our experienced clinical team members. We are here to answer your questions and help guide you through your healthcare journey. Need to make an appointment? Our team can help. Contact HSA at 949-8600 or email info@hsa.ky. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
The Passport and Corporate Services Office is urging travelers to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country for the upcoming Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. Travelers should renew passports ahead of travel time and apply for or renew visas early. For more information, call 345-649-7678 or email passportandcorporate@gov.ky.
36 world finalists from 12 countries, 3 winning teams, and 1 global competition. It's the 2024 Young Chef, Young Waiter, Young Mixologist World Finals. This November 22nd to 24th in Singapore, and the Cayman Islands is in the finals. Cayman's Young Chef Champion, Brittany Bodden, Young Waiter Champion, Steph McDermott, and Young Mixologist Champion, Cody Wright, will be competing for the ultimate prize of $15,000. Join us in cheering on our young professionals, tomorrow's leaders in hospitality and service, as they represent the Cayman Islands on the world stage. Supported by the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport, and Development.
Yesterday,
today,
always and forever.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. if they are talking about us.
Living in your head rent-free all this time.
We must be relevant. Radio Cayman since 1976. Social media, X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Interact with our talk shows on YouTube. Download our official Radio Cayman app, or you can log on to our website, www.radiocayman.gov.ky. You can also add us to WhatsApp
on 925-3261.
All the latest information, breaking news, community events, and more. Radio Cayman.
Water Authority Cayman wishes to advise its valued customers and the motoring public of wastewater infrastructure upgrade works along West Bay Road near King Tire Drive, opposite Treasure Island. Preliminary activities will take place on Tuesday, the 29th of October, with the main works beginning soon thereafter, weather permitting. This work is anticipated to continue for approximately 2 weeks. During this time, the southbound lane of the West Bay Road will be partially obstructed. However, the Water Authority Cayman and its contractors will maintain two-way traffic throughout. Traffic signs will be in place in the general vicinity of the works. All motorists are asked to drive with caution and follow all signs when in the area to ensure their own safety as well as the safety of the Water Authority and its contractor staff. The Water Authority appreciates the patience and understanding of its customers and the public as it upgrades its wastewater infrastructure and apologizes for any inconveniences caused.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Low Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Silver wings shining in the sunlight.
Radio
89.9 Radio Cayman helps you to weather the storm during this hurricane season.
One of the most crucial elements of hurricane preparedness is storm awareness. During the season, it is of utmost importance to pay attention to the latest local weather forecast, as hurricanes do not suddenly form or strike. There are various methods of advanced notification. Utilizing such may be the difference between a favorable outcome and disaster. Both television and radio serve as excellent mediums with up-to-the-minute storm path information in the wake of a hurricane. Another method of tracking a hurricane may be only arm's length away. Your smartphone or tablet can be your most valuable tool before, during, and after a storm, providing countless numbers of apps with crucial hurricane information. Many apps allow you to track storms with moving radar and satellite imagery, plus offer alerts, current conditions, forecasts, advisories, and even video.
This hurricane preparedness tip was brought to you by your community radio station, Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
As he has in the last two elections. It was a battleground state the Democrats had pinned their hopes on taking. It's clear that the races in some of the other swing states where this presidential election will be won or lost are incredibly tight. It'll all come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, the so-called Rust Belt states in the industrial Midwest. Georgia is also leaning towards the former president.
Alaska is the only state still voting. Concern is growing at the headquarters of Kamala Harris's campaign in Washington. Our North America editor Sarah Smith is there.
People are getting more and more anxious. Now, we know we can't call these swing states yet because not enough of the vote is in, but as they watch, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin tip towards Trump with the votes that are counted already, giving him a slight lead. People are getting more and more worried about this. There is still a path to victory for Kamala Harris. People are clinging on to that hope, but you know, you can feel the anxiety level rising here.
Meanwhile, Neda Tawfiq is at Donald Trump's headquarters in Florida.
He has been at Mar-a-Lago this evening. He's been with his family, close friends, the likes of Elon Musk, his biggest donor, the world's richest man. I actually spoke with Steve Witkoff, Sumi, who was one of his closest friends, who was there every day at the Trump trial, who was there actually during that second assassination attempt on his life when he was golfing. And Steve Witkoff says that they have a real feeling that they are going to win decisively tonight.
Neda Tawfiq. Florida was one of 10 U.S. states also holding ballots on abortion rights. Voters there opted against enshrining fuller abortion rights in the state constitution, retaining the current ban after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Bill Grant in Florida says the result is no surprise, given Donald Trump's projected win there.
That core support for Donald Trump is also, I would say, the support that has prevented this measure, this amendment from going through. We spoke to a lot of Latino voters here in Florida, particularly in Palm Beach. One said to us that because of their Catholic backgrounds, their faith, that they simply wouldn't be able to vote in favor of changing the rule on that. Now, if he's carried just so many of those voters for his presidential bid, the chances are that those are also the people who've prevented any change on abortion.
World news from the BBC. As more results come in on the presidential election, Bitcoin traders are factoring in a possible Trump victory. At one point, the world's biggest cryptocurrency surged to a new all-time high, topping $75,000 for the first time, before falling back slightly. In other news, thousands of Israelis have taken to the streets to protest against the dismissal of the defense minister Yoav Gallant. Police in Tel Aviv used water cannon and horses to disperse demonstrators. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a breakdown in the trust essential for wartime unity had led to the dismissal. Mr. Gallant said he was proud of his achievement since the Hamas attacks.
We struck in Gaza and Lebanon. We eliminated terrorist leaders across the Middle East, and for the first time ever delivered a precise, lethal and swift blow to Iran. I'm proud of the defence establishment's accomplishments. I trust the commanders and soldiers. The security of Israel was and still is my life's mission, and I'm committed to that.
Mexico's Supreme Court has ruled that government proposals for the direct popular election of judges do not violate the Constitution. 7 of the 11 justices voted to roll back some of the reforms, 1 short of the number needed. The ruling avoids a potential clash between the Supreme Court and recently inaugurated President Claudia Sheinbaum. Paris has introduced a ban on traffic traveling through the heart of the French capital. From now on, a 5.5 square kilometer area covering 4 districts will be off limits to drivers unless they live there or can prove valid reasons to use the roads. Critics say the scheme will simply push vehicles into adjacent areas, making them busier and dirtier. BBC News.
It's 5 a.m. in London, midnight in Washington, D.C., where we are broadcasting. This is America Decides with Roz Atkins and Nuala McGovern. We are in the thick of results coming in that will decide the next president of the United States. Polls have just closed in Alaska and Hawaii, though Hawaii just projected for Kamala Harris. At Trump headquarters in Florida, supporters are waiting for an appearance by the former president. Let's get a picture of where we are right now.
Well, let's just also remind ourselves that whatever the outcome here, this will be a historic election. If Trump wins, he'll be the oldest ever president to be sworn into office, older than Joe Biden was 4 years ago. He's the same age as President Bill Clinton, and Clinton left office in 2001. If Kamala Harris wins, she'll be the first female president of the US, the first member of Generation X to be president. She also is already the first black female presidential candidate on a major ticket. In terms of where we've reached at just after midnight in Washington, D.C., just after 5 o'clock in the UK in the morning, Donald Trump is projected so far to get 230 electoral college votes. Harris is on 172. There are, of course, more projections to come. In terms of recent projections, Harris has just been projected to take Virginia in its 13 electoral college votes. That's from NBC. CBS News is projecting that Hawaii is going for Kamala Harris. That brings 4 electoral college votes. I won't read you all of the projections because there are an awful lot, but Donald Trump, most crucially so far, is projected to take the swing state of North Carolina. He's also picked up states with huge numbers of electoral college votes, such as Texas. So an awful lot of information coming in, but at the moment, Trump leads those projections 230 to 172.
Thanks very much, Roz. Let me turn to our colleague, North America correspondent Anthony Zerker, who's just joined us in our studio, as he has done over the past 7 hours. How's it looking now?
Well, we're getting more and more information in, more and more votes counted, and the trend lines are pointing towards Donald Trump. Obviously, in North Carolina, that's already been called. Georgia hasn't been called, but Donald Trump, as we discussed earlier, is doing better in rural states, rural counties within that state. But Kamala Harris isn't doing quite good enough in the cities and in the suburbs in order to make up that gap. In the blue wall state, where all the attention is shifting to now, Donald Trump has built small leads in those states. We're waiting for the cities to count their votes, but some projections, again, are that Kamala Harris is not performing up to expectations in those suburbs and in those cities.
I saw you were posting that the gender gap that was so talked about in advance of this election may not have materialized in the way that was expected.
Right, those are based on exit polls, and exit polls can be fuzzy, particularly early on, but based on what we're seeing from the results now, something is giving Donald Trump a leg up, whether it is Kamala Harris underperforming among women, underperforming among black or Hispanic voters. There's something going on beneath the hood now that we'll see as these exit polls get refined, as we get more data in, that suggests that Donald Trump, across the board, across the United States, if you look, he is doing better than he did in 2020. This map is starting to look more like we saw in 2016 when Donald Trump won.
Interesting. Black and Latino voters, how would you describe Trump's performance so far?
Well, there are indications in counties that are majority black that Donald Trump is doing better than he did in 2020, and that he has made those real inroads, which was a key point of Donald Trump's campaign. He really wanted to try to chip away at the traditional Democratic coalition, particularly among young black men and young Hispanic men, and there are signs that he is succeeding here. So, it is still early, and back in 2020, we waited for those cities to come in those blue wall states, and they did come in and they put Joe Biden over the top. But at this point, with the indications, it may not be enough. It's going to be close, but I think at this point I'd rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris looking at this map.
But you are Anthony Zerker, our North America correspondent. Thanks for coming down to us.
Thanks, Anthony, and you can get updates from Anthony and many other BBC reporters and analysts on the BBC News website and app, where we're running a live page, as you would expect. bbc.com/news is where you can find that. A reminder again, the current projection for the Electoral College totals: Trump on 230, Harris on 169, 270 is the goal. And we are now going to go to the headquarters of both campaigns. In a moment to Michelle Fleury with the Harris camp. But first of all, Neda Tawfik is in Florida with Trump supporters. Neda, tell us more.
Well, the mood here has certainly shifted. People here feel their momentum is on their side. At one point, the hall broke out into a dance to the song YMCA, but really everyone is just glued to the results that are being projected on the big screen here. Many supporters I spoke with, I've gone down into the crowd and I've spoken with many of them. And they say that until there is a final result, they don't want to celebrate too early. Of course, there isn't a final result yet. And Kamala Harris, her campaign is feeling a certain way. Many people here feel they're in a better position, but there is not a final call yet. Nevertheless, there is a feeling here of excitement, as if the momentum is on their side.
And Neda, there was talk of potentially Donald Trump giving a statement at some point. Any signs whether that will or won't happen?
Yeah, no sign yet that Donald Trump is imminently going to speak here in the hall. We continue to wait. Many are wondering if he's going to continue to wait for the likes of Georgia to be called before coming here to speak. But once he does, we will certainly let you know. But I can tell you that I have spoken to those with Donald Trump there at Mar-a-Lago, and I'm told that the mood there is one of excitement, of a strong feeling of purpose, that they feel they'll win decisively tonight.
We'll see. Neda, thank you very much indeed for the moment. There's Neda in Florida. CBS is now projecting the state of Virginia for Kamala Harris, so our totals have adjusted a little. Trump on 230, Harris on 182. Remember, the only swing state to be projected so far is North Carolina for Trump. We've heard from Neda with Trump supporters. Let's bring in Michelle Fleury with Harris supporters. I'm guessing, Michelle, the mood is a little different.
Well, I mean, the anxiety definitely is ratcheting up. I was talking to one of the performers here earlier this evening, a student at Howard University, and she was heading home. Part of it, she said, was it's just too cold, it's a bit late. But I think there was definitely a sense of disappointment. She was concerned about the way things were headed and had decided to sort of leave. That being said, though, I'm looking at a sea of faces in front of me, many people still here waiting to see even when Kamala Harris will appear on the huge stage here in the yard at Howard University.
And how many people would gather for an event of this nature, Michelle? Just give us an idea of the scale of it.
They've got risers set up in several corners of this space. I mean, you're talking several hundred people here. It's all in front of kind of the historic big building here, huge columns and a sort of giant stage, hoping for this to be a coronation. But again, as signs go on throughout the evening, there is mounting concern after a sort of very tough fought election. They're not taking anything for granted. In fact, I was speaking to someone else earlier, Harry Dunn. He is the former Capitol police officer who defended the Capitol during those protests about the election results in 2020. And he was saying, this isn't over until it's over. So people are standing here, they're waiting, they're watching, but increasingly nervous.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. There's Michelle Fleury with Harris supporters. The New York Times, Nuala, is just saying that with the Senate races in Ohio and Texas being called for the Republicans, they need to win just one more seat to guarantee control of the Senate. So that's another big aspect of the results that are coming in.
Anthony Zerker also has a piece on that on our BBC News page, that they're on the verge of winning it. Lakshya Jain is across all our numbers this evening. Tell us how it's looking for the popular vote. We keep talking about the electoral college votes because that's how the presidency is decided. But what are we seeing?
You know, I'm not sure anyone in either campaign would have believed this a year ago, but I feel confident in saying that right now Donald Trump is on track to win the popular vote. He would be the first Republican in 20 years to do that. He is on track to win it, and it's coming because not just he's overperforming everywhere, but he's doing great in safe blue states.
And that would be important for Mr. Trump. He's talked about this. It would be something that he wanted to have. So interesting if it does play out the way that you're saying, Lakshya. I want to turn to Greg Simon, who was a senior advisor to Vice President Al Gore between 1991 and 2000. We spoke to him a good number of hours ago. He's kindly stayed up to speak to us. The time is gone midnight here in Washington. This moment in the night, Greg, where the numbers don't look great, nothing is counted, there's still the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. But how do you think the Harris camp might be doing right now?
Well, I know how they're doing, but that doesn't mean that's what they should be doing. I know the stomach's fallen out. I know the stomach has fallen out of all of them, but this is where politics get local. So I was looking at the map of Pennsylvania, and the most Democratic strongholds, Allentown, a place made famous by Billy Joel, that has 40,000 Puerto Ricans, has not reported in yet. Same with Pittsburgh, and same with much of Philadelphia. So, you know, they show the map of the geographic size of everybody, but if you look at a map of how many people live in each state, it looks very different. So right now we're seeing all this red, and it looks awful. It makes you sad if you're a Democrat. But as I mentioned in the earlier show, if she won North Carolina, I would go to bed early. Well, I'm still up. But I did only check in every few hours. And I think that we're going to have a couple days of counting votes in Pennsylvania at least. What I'm most worried about are I'm Arab American. I'm worried about my Arab American brethren in Michigan that believed Donald Trump was going to do a better job for them than Joe Biden. And there was no talking him out of that. I think that may have cost her a lot of votes. But it wasn't something that she had done. No president has ever opposed Israel. So it doesn't matter who the president is, they're always going to support Israel. But it's a hard case to make to people who've lost their relatives.
Yes, she did come out in the last couple of days saying she was going to end the war in Gaza, but that was literally, I'd say, over the past 48 hours, and I think a lot of people have probably made up their minds before that.
That's absolutely true. So I was prepared to go to bed and know that I won't know until tomorrow. I think it's, now I have to say, as I mentioned earlier, all elections have consequences. Women have already felt the consequences of the first Trump administration. I think if the majority of the voters think that Trump is going to do wonderful things for them, they will get to enjoy the consequences of that illusion for the next 4 years. And if I were Europe, I would put a curtain around us and not even look.
Will you sleep tonight?
Yes, only because I'm going to take a hot tub and a drink and put eye shades on and pass right out. Because if I were in the Harris ballroom, no, there's no way I could sleep. But that's the benefit of being old.
Craig Simon, Senior Advisor to Vice President Al Gore between 91 and 2000. Thanks so much for speaking to us. The time here in London is coming up to 20 past 5, 20 past midnight in Washington, D.C.
We're going to speak to Rebecca Piercy, Democratic strategist, Deanna Bass-Williams, Republican strategist, both of whom are with Nuala and at the BBC's election headquarters here in Washington, D.C. First of all, to Laksha Jain, our election analyst, who's been with us all the way through. And of course, we are focused on the results, the winners of the states, but actually even within states which have been projected in a way that would be predictable, such as New York, underneath those predictable projections are some quite extraordinary details.
The biggest surprise for me is that New York has been a safe Democratic state for decades. It was last close with Michael Dukakis in 1988. Kamala Harris is on track to win the state by less than any nominee since Michael Dukakis. It is D+13. Biden won it by 23 points. You go all the way to New Jersey, right next to it, she's winning that by 6 points. Biden won it by 16. It is extraordinary.
Is it possible to know, maybe not yet, who is voting or not voting for her?
Yeah, the reasons. How do we explain that? Can we get into that level of detail, or we have to be patient? I apologize if we are being impatient.
Well, we can make some conclusions. Kamala Harris is holding very well in upstate New York compared to how she's doing in the rest of the state. And for the UK and everywhere else that's listening, what that means is broadly, in New York City, which is where the center of the Republican attacks on the crime angle have really landed, that is where Kamala Harris is doing the worst. She is crashing there and putting up the worst performance by a Democratic nominee in generations in New York City. That's where she's really losing it.
Deanna and Rebecca, we're going to come to you in a moment. I'll just quickly mention that AP is projecting that Harris will win one of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes. Trump will take the other 4. We should explain Nebraska has a slightly different system to almost all of the other states. So rather than a winner-takes-all approach to the Electoral College, it works differently. So Harris projected to take one of those Electoral College votes, Trump the other 4.
And that was expected.
Yes.
But one more to add to the projected. She'll need a lot more if she's to catch up with Donald Trump.
But Deanna and Rebecca, one of the things we weren't expecting to see these kind of shifts, say, within New York State. How do we explain what seems to be happening underneath the headline results that we're getting from some of these states that would have been very secure for, in this case, Harris?
Well, I think that a lot of people have underestimated the real crunch that Americans have felt at the gas pump, in the grocery store, the open borders that have created kind of chaos in communities. People complain about the way President Trump talks about this issue. You know, our news media calls them migrants. I think that's the new AP style. They used to be, we used to call them illegal immigrants, then they were undocumented immigrants. But
I think it kind of depended on your politics.
Right.
You sometimes would have a different name.
But I think the term now is to call them migrants. But there are migrants, and then there are people who are here illegally. So these issues have hit people in states that normally do not have to face them.
So places like Pennsylvania, we've read about, they had a 2,000% increase in migrants, particularly Haitian migrants, in a certain part of the state, and people thinking that perhaps it would play into that. But that is really surprising. What I'm hearing from Laksha there, we're talking about Manhattan, right? Which is where people were even asking, why did Donald Trump go to New York, for example, in the past week when he had no chance of winning it? Rebecca, what do you think about that peeling away of the blue heart of Democrats within the island of Manhattan?
I mean, I think his strategy was to lose by less in a lot of these places where it wouldn't really have a consequence, but it would further the narrative that we've talked about for the last couple of minutes, that Kamala Harris didn't do as well in these areas, but she still won the state and the electoral votes, which is the bottom line. Like, it's fine that Donald Trump is doing better there, but he didn't do well enough to make any real inroads to earn him any electoral votes.
It's not about electoral votes
right.
at the moment in New York, sure. Let me also ask, you're both black women. Kamala Harris, a black woman, some people wondering, would she be the first female president, a black female president of the United States? But she didn't make an issue of gender or of ethnicity. But do you think that played into people voting for her or not voting for her, Rebecca?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way you look and the way you identify and the way that you portray yourself always is going to have an impact on how people perceive you and how people vote for you. I think she didn't make an issue of it because she can run on her record, but I do think that voters understand who she is and understand her background and understand how that impacts the policies that she would enact as president. And that's why people voted for her. But that, it has converse effects as well. It may be why people voted against her, didn't vote for her.
I think that, again, there were more important issues, and if she had been a part of an administration that had brought in cheaper gas prices, better security on the border, then people may not be as opposed to her. So I think that any decision to not vote for her, of course there are people who didn't vote for her because she's a black woman. Absolutely, I get it. But I think that is the large majority of people.
Interesting. Thanks to both of you. You're staying with us.
And joining us in the studio is the current Kansas congressman who represents the Republicans, Jake LaTurner. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir.
Thanks for having me.
It's already been quite a long night. We're just approaching midnight. How do you assess the point we've reached?
Well, I think that it's hard to say anything, but it's a very good night for Donald Trump. Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina. He looks really good in Pennsylvania, really good in Michigan, really good in Wisconsin, honestly. The Republicans have taken control of the Senate. That's clear. Really, the only remaining issue hanging out there is the place where I currently serve, which is the House. We just don't have enough data yet to know how that's going to turn out. We've been outspent by Democrats a lot. I think abortion has been a major issue that Trump was able to successfully separate himself from, but maybe some House candidates haven't been as successful on that. So we just don't know enough about that.
And just to be clear, the presidential race is not yet settled, though I appreciate there has been some good data for Donald Trump. What do you think about his campaign has resonated with those who turned out and voted for him?
I think that when you take a step back and look at this, the deck was stacked against Kamala Harris in this way. In the last 90 years, there has only been one vice president to immediately succeed their boss, and it was George H.W. Bush in 1988. Al Gore, as we know, came within 500 some votes of winning it. The difference is that Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton both had approval ratings in the 60s. Joe Biden has approval ratings in the high 30s. Over 2/3 of the country think that we're on the wrong track. Inflation is hurting people, and even though we see good numbers from Wall Street and some good inflation numbers, people do not feel that. And so she had a lot of headwinds going into this, and people do trust Donald Trump on the economy and on immigration, which are two major issues in this campaign.
And you trust him as well, even though he'll routinely say things which are not backed up by any evidence at all?
Well, listen, I wouldn't choose to say things the way that Donald Trump does on a whole host of issues. But what I'm explaining to you is how a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, feel out there, which is, and this is a mistake that a lot of folks make. They don't like everything Donald Trump says either. They don't like his tone on a lot of things. They don't like the way he approaches issues or all of his behavior. But for the first time in a lot of their lives, and you see this particularly with people that are voting for the first time in their life, like you did in 2016, they feel like someone is a disruptor and is going to disrupt a system that has not done anything to help them in their lifetimes.
But there might be some people listening and thinking, all right, I can see what you're saying there, but there are some things which Donald Trump has done, not least the fact that he's a convicted felon, but there are other things as well that would just maybe ought to disqualify a politician from being able to stand, to be successful. How do you explain the fact that those haven't been disqualifying for him?
Well, you're seeing it in the results of the election tonight. Tens of millions of Americans have made the calculation that they can trust Donald Trump more on the economy and on immigration than they can the Biden-Harris administration. You don't have to like that fact, but it is a fact. People feel more confident about it, and they do blame, just as they have historically, they blame the current administration for the woes in their life, where it's more expensive to go to the grocery store, more expensive to go fill up your car, more expensive to rent. It's just how it works.
And just in the last 30 seconds we have with you, we should mention you're not standing this evening. You're not waiting on a result
No, and it feels fantastic.
It does.
First time in 12 years I haven't been on a ballot, and it's absolutely great.
Your step is a little lighter.
It absolutely is, yes.
Well, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We appreciate
Thanks for having me.
it. That's the current Kansas Congressman Jake LaTurner. Nuala, let's quickly remind everyone that we are at, in terms of projected electoral college votes, we are at Donald Trump 230 and Kamala Harris
at 182.
But there are still a number of crucial states to come, so that those figures are going to move. We're just not quite sure how.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is the BBC special program on the U.S. election as America decides who the next president will be. Donald Trump is currently en route to Palm Beach to address his supporters as the momentum appears to be with him. There's a subdued mood at Kamala Harris's headquarters, but with 5 swing states still too close to call, her campaign insists she can still win. Do stay with us for all the latest as we all wait together.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Donald Trump is projected to have won the first of the crucial U.S. swing states that will decide who becomes president, North Carolina. With the battleground state of Georgia also leaning towards Mr. Trump, there's a subdued mood at the headquarters of his rival Kamala Harris. Sarah Smith is there.
The more the anxiety builds here, so does the music get louder and louder. But I have to say, nobody's dancing. They stood silently, rather aghast at that call from North Carolina. And reassurances are coming out from the Harris campaign, telling people not to panic, that it is still early, but it's very difficult to quell people's trepidation here.
The results in the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, are also still too close to call, as they are in the other swing states, Arizona and Nevada. Of the major states projected so far, the vice president is on course to take California and New York as expected, while Donald Trump is on target to win in Texas and Florida. Alaska is the only state where voting is still taking place. The Republicans are projected to have flipped the Senate seats in Ohio and West Virginia, which would give them control of the chamber. In the House of Representatives, all 435 seats are up for grabs. Meanwhile, voters have made history in Delaware by electing the first openly transgender member of Congress. Sarah McBride, who is a Democrat, has won a seat in the House of Representatives. And as more results come in on the presidential election, Bitcoin traders are factoring in a possible Trump victory. At one point, the world's biggest cryptocurrency surged to a new all-time high. BBC News.
I'm Suzanne Wilton, and for more than 2 decades, I've been searching for the truth behind the world's largest gold hoax.
We were sitting on one of the largest gold deposits that the world had ever found.
A mother lode across the world in Indonesia.
$1 billion con on a scale never seen before or since.
It looks like they've invented the deposit.
This is a scam.
And the deeper I dig, the more questions I unearth.
People were willing to roll the dice at any cost.
The $6 billion gold scam. Listen on BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the BBC, this is America Decides with Ros Atkins and Nuala McGovern.
Good to have you with us as we learn the results of the U.S. presidential election, which is, of course, between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris. We are seeing the results come in quite quickly over the past couple of hours. Ros Atkins is keeping across. What's the latest we have?
Okay, well, some people will have been staying up late and will have been with us all the way through. I'm aware that it's just after 5:30 in the morning in the UK, so some of you may just be switching on your radios. The point we've reached is Donald Trump is currently projected to get 230 electoral college votes. Kamala Harris is on 182. They are both reaching for 270. The most significant projection so far has been for the state of North Carolina, one of those crucial 7 swing states. That is projected for Donald Trump. But as well as that, CBS now is race rating for Wisconsin. That's the phrase they use, that it's leaning towards Donald Trump. That doesn't mean that Wisconsin is projected for Donald Trump, but it is leaning towards Donald Trump, which means CBS thinks it's more likely to go for Mr. Trump than it is for Kamala Harris. If that happens, and Laksha Jain is here with us, the election analyst who's been helping us all the way through the evening, if that happens, it's quite close to being over.
Happens, it looks very grim.
Because the only way for her still to get to the White House is through those 3 Midwestern states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If Wisconsin goes,
assuming that we haven't had Arizona or Nevada projected, so we should say in theory that could go either way, but most of the evidence seems to be suggesting that won't happen.
Most of the evidence suggests that Arizona is an even tougher lift for her than Wisconsin right now, and so it looks like if Wisconsin goes for her, that would be the last major lane she has.
Yes.
Just one other detail, Nuala, we should mention. Donald Trump is reported by Reuters to be heading to Palm Beach, the Florida Convention Center, where some of his supporters have gathered to address supporters. We think that will be after 6 o'clock in the morning UK time, so after 1 o'clock in the evening Eastern Standard Time here in the US.
Yes, 1 in the morning. Let us turn to Jennifer Horn, Chief Strategist for Women for Us, a group of current and former Republican women who are anti-Trump. Good to have you with us, Jennifer. How are you feeling as you hear some of the numbers that we're talking through there?
Well, of course, we're very concerned about some of the numbers that you're talking about, but we also understand that there's reason for, encouragement and optimism as well. A lot of the numbers, a lot of the states that you're talking about were never expected to go to Kamala Harris. North Carolina is the only one that's been called that folks thought could go either way. So most of Trump's wins are wins that he was expected to get. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, we can kind of go through the whole list of them. Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada. There are still a lot of states out there that have to be counted.
That is completely true. We were just speaking to a Republican congressman who is stepping down, Jake LaTurner, and we talked about Donald Trump, and there's a list that you probably also keep, that he's a convicted felon, that he didn't accept the results of the last election, to name he's liable for sexual assault, just to name 3 of the many. But Jake LaTurner says this is the man who the people want, despite some of those personal aspects. Why do you think that?
Right. Well, first of all, the people have not all been counted yet. I think that's important to remember. We've always said it was going to be a close race. Everybody anticipated on both sides that this was going to be a very close race. And the United States has been divided over Donald Trump for a decade now. And for the division and destruction and damage that he has done to our democracy and to our people. And I think you're seeing a lot of that play out. Some of it is that there are a lot of folks out there who feel like they aren't heard, who feel like they don't have a voice, and for some reason that you can't make any logical sense out of it. For some reason, they look at this sexual predator, felon, convicted felon, corrupt guy, and somehow think that he's the one who understands them and that they can trust. Even on the issues that they say they trust him on better. On the economy, the economists all say that his plan for the economy is going to bring us economic destruction. When they talk about, things that have happened over the last 4 years, the United States is in better economic condition than any other post-COVID country in the world.
But somehow that is not filtering through to his supporters.
Right.
And I do just have from Edison Research projecting Donald Trump the winner in the battleground state of Georgia.
They're not the only ones projecting it. CBS now also projecting Donald Trump to take Georgia. Laksha Jain, if we could just bring you in as well. So that is another significant step for Donald Trump towards the White House.
It is. And it's one that Kamala Harris will hate to see.
16 electoral votes, obviously, so bumping up the number that he has thus far. Thank you very much, Jennifer Horn. She is from Women for Us, speaking to us. She is a Republican, doesn't want Donald Trump. Let us move on to our next guest.
Let's speak to another Republican, Katie Frost, a Republican strategist based in Georgia. So, Katie, I've just said, Georgia's been projected for Donald Trump. I'm guessing you're delighted.
Absolutely thrilled. It's wonderful to be with you, and wonderful to be speaking from a red state. We were watching the numbers all day. It's looking exceptional for us. And so I'm glad to see the networks doing what we here at headquarters have been seeing for about 3 hours now. We were feeling comfortable about this.
And what do you think went right this time that didn't go right in Georgia last time when Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden?
Well, you know, last time we were in the middle of a once-in-a-century global pandemic, and so that was really the issue a lot of people were focused on. And remember, it was a very narrow margin for President Biden in Georgia last time, you know, less than 12,000 votes. And President Trump, I mean, credit to the Georgia Republican Party, President Trump's team, Chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, Josh McCoon. They did an exceptional job, worked incredibly hard, and drove up the numbers in the more rural counties that already supported President Trump. They just gained more there, but also fascinatingly picked up numbers in Fulton County and DeKalb County, Gwinnett County. These are places that always go blue and go blue by significant margins, but they're picking up, you know, 2 points here, 3 points there, just anything they could do to shave off that Democratic lead from 4 years ago. And that's why we're seeing a fantastic night in Georgia and frankly around the country for President Trump.
So a moment for you to celebrate. I wonder if you can understand or relate to why some Americans are incredibly concerned about Donald Trump being president based on some of the things that he's done in recent years.
I mean, that was me 4 years ago. I was incredibly concerned about Biden and Harris going in to power. I would just say to my friends across the political spectrum, if the fact of who is controlling the executive branch of the American government, if that has such a big impact on your quality of life, then our federal government is probably too big and needs to be reined in. I would love to see a government that doesn't have that big of a say in your life.
Katie, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. That's Katie Frost, a Republican strategist in Georgia. Just a couple of other details, Nuala, we should bring in. CBS reporting Kamala Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight. One campaign official has told Shauna Mizell from CBS News. Large crowds have already begun to leave.
Let us turn to another voice. This is Latosha Brown, co-founder of the Black Voters Matter Fund. So they are dedicated to expanding black voter engagement. Welcome to the programme, Latosha. You're hearing a little of what Roz has said there. In reference to Kamala Harris, you're hearing some of the numbers about Donald Trump. Your thoughts?
You know, I am deeply, deeply disappointed. But what I will say is that, you know, I think whoever wins tonight is a reflection of America. It is a reflection of what direction this nation wants to go. In a state like Georgia, where we have been battling voter suppression, that's not, even when we're looking at previous elections, we continue to have to jump higher and higher hurdles because of voter suppression. When we look at, so it's not surprising to me that in a state that was already a very competitive state, that we see the outcome that we saw tonight. You know, I think that, you know, as I was listening to the interview, you know, this whole idea of around smaller government, that's not, you know, we're completely jumping over and making it seem as if this election is a normal election, as if this man, as if this candidate is not someone who's been twice impeached, who is not also a president who has 34 felony convictions, is not someone who's actually insulted, said very derogatory and racist comments about mostly every group in the station.
So, Latosha, though, you say whoever is elected as president is a reflection then of America. The numbers are looking good for Donald Trump at the moment. Obviously not everything counted. What does that mean about your fellow countrymen and women then?
I think what it says is that racism, that at the end of the day, I think that racism and sexism continue to be the major political drivers and shaping the political system in this country. Even regardless of what the outcome is, for us to be at this point, for us to actually have a ticket of some of the derogatory things that have said about women, but also for us to lose part of our rights around reproductive health and reproductive justice, that's a major, major step back.
One thing, Latosha, before I let you go, though, but it seems like Donald Trump has made inroads with minority voters, including black voters.
You know, I think that the level of disinformation and misinformation, I can tell you just personally with some of the work that we've seen on the ground, it was overwhelming to try to address the level of misinformation and disinformation. We've been saying that consistently across the board. And so I think that, you know, we've got things that we've got to take care of in this nation.
Latosha
Yes.
Brown, thank you so much for speaking to us, co-founder of the Black Voters Matter Fund.
But we should say our discussions of minority voters have been rooted in the last couple of hours by exit poll data that we've been hearing. Let's go to the Harris camp and listen to one official who's speaking. Apologies, we can't hear that at the moment. We'll get that feed as quickly as we can. Deanna Bass-Williams, I just wanted to get a quick reaction to you to some of the criticism we heard of Donald Trump in the last couple of minutes.
Again, I think that I would never condone some of President Trump's comments and behavior, but at the end of the day, what President Trump has done to the Republican Party is he's taught us how to fight. And we've had presidents who have been nice and polite, like George Bush and all of the Bushes, but they never gave us what we wanted. And so if Democrats can rally behind Clinton, who had relations with an intern in the Oval Office, then I feel like I can back Donald Trump.
It would appear that the only way for Kamala Harris to reach the White House is through the 3 states in the Midwest. Let's turn to the one where she made 5 separate visits on the last day of campaigning. Pennsylvania. Tom Batesman's with us from Philadelphia. Tom, bring us up to date, please.
Well, what we've seen, as I said, in this bar, which in this city, which leans heavily Democrat, is everyone left the upstairs about an hour ago. Perhaps a reflection of the mood as they looked at those numbers and felt that Kamala Harris just wasn't making the progress in the count that she would need to make to breach that 50% mark and beat Donald Trump. Now, we're looking now at about 88% of all the votes in the state counted and reported to the state authorities, who then publish them on their website. And at the moment, putting Donald Trump at 51%, Kamala Harris on 48%. But the key point has been around some of these areas, particularly urban areas and the suburban areas surrounding Philadelphia, for example, where she would really need to punch through in this city sort of well beyond the 80% mark, as Joe Biden did in 2020. And so far, the suggestions are she's just not quite there. And so, we wait. There's still more votes to be counted and more to be reported. But the trajectory at the moment is looking like it favors Donald Trump.
Tom Bateman in Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, thank you very much indeed. Straight from one Midwestern state to another, because Ione Wells is with us from Michigan. Ione, what can you tell us from there, please?
Well, I've been at this Democrat Watch Party here in Detroit, and certainly the mood was pretty anxious towards the end. People are starting to leave now. The room is emptying out, but part of that anxiety and the nerves was down to the fact that the race is still incredibly close in Michigan. Too close to call, but I think some of the early data is what is worrying campaigners and strategists here, including not just the presidential race, but also the Senate race as well here. The Democrat candidate for the Senate, Alyssa Slotkin, has just addressed the watch party, and she did reiterate that this was an incredibly close race. She tried to remain upbeat and optimistic, but at the moment, at the time of speaking, 57% of votes have been counted, and her Republican rival, Mike Rogers, is currently ahead in the race. Now, this is significant because Michigan hasn't elected a Republican senator for 30 years, since 1994, so it is not expected, or wasn't expected in the polls, that he would win in this race. Certainly would be a very historic win for the Republican Party if he were to win. Now, there is still, of course, lots of votes to be counted, but I think that is one of the sources of anxiety among Democrats here at the moment.
Ione Wells, thank you very much in Michigan as we take this picture from across the United States. We did see over the last few minutes that Cedric Richmond, as part of the Harris campaign, did come out and say that Kamala Harris not address supporters at Howard University, as we were mentioning, and went on to say she will address them tomorrow. So that is just one of the strands of the story that we are telling this evening. Let me turn to Laksha Jain next. We have a lot of figures, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of states. What are you seeing?
Well, earlier on the night we said that Kamala Harris is holding up much better in the swing states than she is nationally. Interestingly enough, if you look at the swings between 2020 and 2024, she's lost ground everywhere. but she's lost the least ground in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Aha.
The problem is just she's lost so much everywhere that if you lose 2 points in those states, you're going to lose them. She's just lost 5 points nationally everywhere else.
So there's a direct correlation between those 3 states?
There is, and it's very difficult to tease out what the signal is at times, but broadly speaking, the campaign effects that Democrats had, it seems like this was just a terrible environment for an incumbent to run, or an incumbent party to run, and the advertising there in swing states was closer.
Actually, thank you very much indeed. Let's now speak to Amanda Renteria, who was National Political Director of Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump in that election. Amanda, you join us from Oakland, California. I know that you know Kamala Harris well. I wonder what your reflections are of the situation her campaign is in right now.
Well, it's certainly not the night everyone was hoping for. And what you are seeing is really a much tighter race all over the map. And really the big question out of the exit polls is how people felt. And so inflation really seems to be the top of the big concerns that people had going into the voting box. And it was different than perhaps women's rights, women's health, or an economy that works for everyone. People were specifically seemed to be targeted on inflation and grocery prices. That kind of conversation seemed to be what was going into the ballot box. And you're seeing across the country that incumbents really took a big hit.
And in the last couple of weeks, we've heard Kamala Harris addressing those high prices, saying, I get it, I'm going to do things to bring them down. But do you think earlier in her campaign it needed to be expressed more explicitly and more as a priority than she did?
I'm not sure you would have been able to break through as an incumbent, because even as you look across the country and you see incumbents, whether it's Senator Brown, who had an economic message from the very beginning, or some of these other incumbents like Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, there were economic messages that were tried consistently, and you're not seeing incumbents break through in the way that I think the Democratic Party has hoped. And that we continue to see that in exit poll after exit poll.
I wonder if, as you're watching this evening play out, your mind is also going back to 2016 when you went through a difficult night for the Democrats as Hillary Clinton lost out to Donald Trump.
Sure. I certainly have quite a bit of feelings listening right now to the fact that Vice President Harris isn't going to come out and talk to the crowd. I remember those moments in 2016, especially when you're on the brink of what feels like a historic moment and recognizing that the numbers aren't in your favor, and really kind of gathering yourself, the campaign gathering themselves is a feeling that comes to the surface. What I will say is this campaign left it all on the field. They had incredible events. It might just be that the economic situation really wasn't something that, no matter what they did, they could overcome this time.
And just finally, Amanda, we heard from several senior Democrats through this campaign pointing to what Donald Trump was saying and doing and saying, this isn't who we are, this isn't what America is. But if this election does go Donald Trump's way, perhaps that's not an accurate assessment of where America is right now.
I think one of the takeaways that I think everyone's wrestling with right now is what really was the motivating factor that got people to vote for Trump. And it still says to me that you go to the grocery store and it matters what you pay for eggs and what you pay for milk. I don't believe, and you see this time and time again, particularly in women's focus groups, people dismissed the kind of way or style of Trump over and over again. And really, it was those grocery prices that they were thinking about as they were going to the ballot box. But there's certainly some soul searching that everyone's going to do, given the kind of rhetoric and divisive rhetoric he used and still won.
Amanda Renteria, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Oakland, California.
Well, let's stay with the Harris campaign. I want to turn to Michelle Fleury, who is at it. Michelle, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? I'm looking at some photographs online of people looking rather dejected and making their way out and far away from other Harris supporters.
So we just heard from a senior Harris campaign official who came out and effectively said to the crowd here that they wouldn't be hearing from Kamala Harris tonight. And very quickly after that, it was a short couple of sentences speech, he came out on stage, he left, and immediately the crowd dispersed. As you say, you can see pictures now of the empty yard here at Howard University. What should have been hopefully a night of celebration instead is sort of ratcheting up the pressure here. I was speaking to some of the people as they were leaving, talking about their disappointment, trying to remain optimistic, saying it's not over till every vote is counted, but clearly the mood here has soured, and there are definitely echoes of 2016. That time when Hillary Clinton, you may remember, Mr. Podesta had to come out and say that she would not be appearing. Here we are once again in a similar situation.
Michelle Fleury, thanks so much. I want to turn to Neda Tawfiq, who is at Trump headquarters. A different mood there, I would imagine.
Yes, absolutely. For this campaign, a feeling of excitement, a feeling of momentum, and the supporters here are just absolutely ecstatic. Right now, they're actually crowding in front of the main stage because we know Donald Trump was on his way. We believe he has arrived, and we've seen some campaign officials just preparing the podium for what we believe will be remarks from Donald Trump. So we will update you when we kind of get that exact notice. But look, I can tell you, just going down and speaking with supporters, they feel emboldened by this. They feel that everything that they have been saying, that America's been heading in the wrong direction, that Donald Trump's kind of key campaign message, asking voters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago, that all of that and the campaign's efforts to kind of broaden his base beyond just white men, all of that worked, and they think now people are starting to understand their point of view.
Neda Tawfiq, thank you so much. And of course, this coverage will continue, so they will bring Donald Trump when that happens.
Baxter Jane's been with us for the last 8 hours, giving us analysis of the numbers. Clearly, people listening can tell that at the moment, this is going Donald Trump's way more than it is Kamala Harris's way. But I'm looking at CBS's ratings for several of the swing states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, all described as a toss-up. So given that all those swing states are being categorized in that fashion, why is it that at the moment so much of the analysis points in one direction?
Yeah, Ross, it's because when you look at the completed counties in those states, when you look at the completed counties in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you see a very clear story. Kamala Harris continues to run behind Joe Biden's 2020 margins. And let me just remind our listeners that given that Biden already only won those by 0.6, by 1% in 2020, she can't afford to lose 2 or 3%.
Flagship, thank you very much indeed.
Let me turn to Rebecca and also Deanna, who've been with me over the past couple of hours. Rebecca, what are we learning about America as we see these numbers?
I don't know anymore. Look, I think that Amanda Rentrier was right. I think we as Democrats and maybe Republicans too need to do some soul searching about what it says about America that we are willing to probably reelect a man with 34 felony convictions and not look at the economic picture. So what does that mean about messaging? What does that mean about what we're willing to put up with and willing to put into the highest office in the land?
Deanna?
I think that it says some great things about America. I have like this wringing of hands that, oh my gosh, we've elected this billionaire playboy. We've elected someone who is fighting for America. You have no reservations. I voted for Donald Trump in 2016 because it was a vote against Hillary Clinton. I voted for Donald Trump in 2020 because I saw what he did, and it was a vote for Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump a couple of days ago because he gave us results, and so this.
So you can condone the behavior if the policies are correct?
That is selective outrage to talk about behavior, because we can go down the list of politicians who have bad behavior.
Let me leave it there, Deanna. Thank you very much.
So after 8 hours of this America Decides program, the current projections have Donald Trump on 246 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris on 187. There are still outstanding states to be projected, but as you can hear from all of the people that we've been listening to at the moment, it is the Trump camp which has a spring in its step.
Thanks very much to Graham White and Matthew Bone, studio direction, and also the editors, Rosie Seed and Graham Macmillan. This has been America Decides.
This is the BBC World Service, uncovering the story of the hunt for a drug trafficking mastermind.
The day we set out to cross the Atlantic was really exciting.
Meet Daniel, an aspiring sailor. He feels indebted to the boat's owner, the British man, employing him to deliver his boat to Europe.
But it was the beginning of a nightmare.
World of Secrets, Finding Mr. Fawkes at bbcworldservice.com or wherever you get your BBC podcast.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, no Cayman, Cayman Brac.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hey, did you register to vote yet? The final registration deadline to vote in the 2025 general elections will be the 1st of January 2025. Go to elections.ky to download your registration form. Once you've filled it out, take the form and the originals of all your required documents to the elections office. They're located on West Bay Road in Baytown Office Suites. Or you can even email it to them. Register to vote by January 1st, 2025. For more information, visit elections.ky, call 949-8047, or email office@elections.ky. Your vote is your voice. Make it count.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. For those of you who are still with us, we have the 1 o'clock update on Hurricane Raphael. So you're listening, of course, to Radio Cayman's continuing coverage of Hurricane Raphael. So we have a 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time report. Location 20.2 degrees north, 80.9 degrees west. That puts it about Hurricane Raphael about 65 miles or 105 kilometers northeast of Grand Cayman. So 65 miles northeast of Grand Cayman. It also puts it about 230 miles to the southeast of Havana, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds are now at 85 miles per hour or 140 kilometers per hour. Present movement is towards the northwest or 320 degrees at 13 miles an hour or 20 kilometers per hour. So it's sticking around that 13, 14, sometimes even went up to about 16, I believe, at one point. Yeah, as well.
Kind of like a nice little bike ride, eh?
And the minimum central pressure is now 977 millibars.
So it's dropping.
Yes, it's dropping. I wanted to look back at the last one that we had in what?
99.
Okay, yes. So 977 millibars. So it's dropping at this point in time. You know, as far as watches and warnings are concerned, hurricane warnings still in effect for the Cayman Islands, the Cuban provinces of Pinar del Rio, Artemisa, La Habana, and Mayabeque, Matanzas, and the Isle of Youth, or as we know it, as the Isle of Pines.
Is that Isla de la Juventud or something? How you say it in Spanish?
Isla de Juventud.
Juventud.
Isla de Juventud.
So you. I got to ask some questions.
Okay. So the discussions on the outlook. At 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the eye of Hurricane Raphael was located by an Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft and Grand Cayman radar near latitude 20.2 degrees north and 80.9 degrees west. Raphael is moving towards the northwest near 13 miles per hour. A general northwest motion is anticipated over the next day or so, followed by a gradual west-northwestward turn in the Gulf of Mexico.
So that'll push it where? Like
Hurricane Raphael is expected to move over eastern Cuba later today, and then move into the into western Cuba later today, and move into the southwestern Gulf of Mexico tonight. So we're talking about Wednesday now, because we're past midnight here in the Cayman Islands as well. So we're now in to Wednesday. On the forecast track, Raphael is expected to move over western Cuba later today and move into the southwestern Gulf of Mexico tonight. Maximum sustained winds have now increased to near 85 miles per hour with higher gusts. Rapid strengthening is forecast, and Raphael is forecast to become a category hurricane before it makes landfall in Cuba later today. Raphael could briefly weaken over Cuba, but is then expected to emerge into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico as a hurricane again. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 15 miles or 30 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 105 miles or 165 kilometers. And the minimum central pressure estimated from the Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft observation was 977 millibars as well. So, like you said, Mr. Sterling Dwayne Banks, pressure is dropping. Do we have anything to tell us what we can expect? As far as rainfall is concerned, heavy rainfall will impact areas of the Western Caribbean through early Thursday. So rainfall is going to continue within the area, particularly across Jamaica and the Cayman Islands into southern and western portions of Cuba. I'll repeat that again. Heavy rainfall will impact areas of the Western Caribbean through early Thursday, particularly across Jamaica and the Cayman Islands into southern and western portions of Florida. Storm surge could raise water levels by 1 to 3 feet above normal tide levels in the Cayman Islands tonight, and could raise water levels by as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the southern coast of Cuba. So not to worry too much about that. That's going to be in Cuba, which is in the hurricane warning area, and that also includes the Isle of Youth on Wednesday as well. What we don't have is, other than the fact that we can expect rainfall running through up until Thursday, Sterling, we don't know what the winds are likely to be like. We expected after it left Cayman Brac, the sister islands, that we would feel the effects, stronger winds. No indication here that that is likely to happen or is happening. We haven't received any reports from outside otherwise happening.
No, what I have from my personal edification from my sources. I will be responsible and not disseminate anything other than what our official sources share. So I respect and perhaps ask our learned friend across the bench there that if he would seek out good folks next door and give us that information. What do you think, Mr. Hart? So that we can tell. We want to know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah. Someone has told us that it's pouring in the sister islands still. We're getting some rain in the sister islands. So I think the anecdotal things that we're hearing, we can share that and say that, it is
that's
anecdotal,
different.
it's not official.
Yeah, that is that. And what was interesting is you shared that. You can hear me okay because I'm not even sure what's transpiring here. Jared, sounds good. All's well. Okay, thanks. Would like to know too how many people are still up and energized, as Mr. George was sharing earlier, because we could share a coffee with them, right?
Yep, yes, we could.
I want to kind of, and okay, so whenever you weigh in, Jared, he's like, no, boy.
Yeah.
I gotta stay in my lane.
We need to put him live on radio when he's talking to
Yeah.
us. So
his voice is not like Susan, so
he's telling us that several bands of rain now moving through the sister islands, and that precipitation is coming from the south.
Mhm.
That's coming from the
Right.
south.
But
And for us here in Grand Cayman, it should be coming out of the northwest at this point in time. I don't know anybody down in northwest Point and Crawl.
yeah, man. You don't think you know somebody there, man? He might be finished his nocturnal activities. You can give him a call.
Yes.
Maybe the guy's Scottish,
true.
right? Yeah. Jared, place the call. I'm sure he's up. But with that, I'm mindful of that, as I recall what you just referenced in relation to tropical storm winds being at 150 miles, and then earlier was at 130 something, right? So it's sort of intensifying, but getting more concentrated.
Yes.
So not a whole lot difference, but still not as far out. And then I wonder, as it moves forward, what would happen? What are the steep temperatures like? What are other things in this where the people who understand the weather and being paid to look at it could give us a perspective? So your request for what are the winds like? What are we going to feel as this thing moves through? Kind of makes me want to say to people, still be mindful. Seas might be rough, rain might be falling, the obvious roads being wet and the like, but trees and the grounds, because the grounds are saturated, the trees could topple. All sorts of things. Pavements could be wet. Don't rush, in a mad dash to get somewhere and create more havoc.
Precisely.
And it's kind of looking back to our forefathers, how they did things sensibly, with a sense of consideration and respect, and they were mindful as they went ahead and cleared the brush so you can come behind. You know what I mean? And so as Jared is referring us, next half hour due north of East End.
Yeah.
At 6 to 5. What was that you shared, sir? And
6 to 5.
All right.
65 to 70 miles north of East End.
Mhm.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So don't venture out. Due
north.
Is that like do that in the morning as that falls? Jared, how many people are online watching us? Can you tell? Okay, you can't. He's like, you give me work to do. You're sharing that big, but I must share publicly how much pleasure it is, Mr. Artist, to sit in your company and to learn, from you and through you, and to recognize your quick wit and recall the caller that asked about the U.S. elections, for instance. We're talking about the hurricane, how you access and give us an insight. And it's not just from scholarly activities, but your still resourcefulness and the like, and it encourages our people that we remain engaged and be able to share from an informed perspective. So thank you.
I learned a lot from you too, and what I realized also, you know a lot more than you letting on to.
Oh no! Humility before honor. I love learning. I really credit my parents for instilling that love for reading, for encouraging knowledge, but by example, recognizing how important it is to be able to craft your perspective, vocalize it, but always respecting the opinions of others, whether they're right or wrong. And your opinion is your opinion. It's just that others have an opinion. If you can't defend yours, okay, learn to. But you also gotta respect that other people should have a right to share.
Yep.
And an argument doesn't need to involve cussing, fussing, and fighting. An argument is just, in your research, you have a hypothesis, you have an argument, you try to defend it.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that you take up a bat and beat the other person. You say and person shares, and it's point counterpoint. And that's what's being lost. And many of our people are talking about more diplomacy and diplomatic courses and the like, more need for not just civics and civics education, but the idea of how do people advocate. As a quick aside, when I look at our youth parliament, who are we training, who we're accessing. Very few of us have actually gone into that chamber, and you can't get into that. But yet we've opened it up to almost all and sundry in certain circumstances. That should be hallowed ground. Not anybody should be at the pulpit in the church.
True.
But yet these days it's a business. People will be offended, but it's the truth. They say beauty is skin deep, ugly to the bone. We gotta uncover all the sores. So with that, and like looking at you and my perception of you, not just your illustrious career in the civil service, but your continued interest in knowledge, your pursuit of health through your cycling. Would it be okay to ask, if you're able, what in that we can borrow from that caused you to do that, so we too can take up that same sort of mindset? So we look after our bodies, we learn, we try to eat and exercise in whatever capacity it allows our bodies to do, and yet some of us have all this opportunity, but we don't seem to do. Is it lack of ambition, inspiration, acknowledgement of the consequences of doing nothing? I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, from the exercise and the cycling standpoint, when I was growing up, of course, my parents didn't have the luxury of owning automobile.
Okay.
So, grew up riding a bicycle.
Yeah.
My father had his old 28, what we call a 28 bike.
Yeah.
And when he left and went to sea, he would take the bike and put it up in the ceiling until he came back home. So I couldn't go up in the ceiling and take that bike down and ride it.
Yeah.
What I did get was I got hand-me-downs from my sisters. When they got a new bike, then I'd take that one. In those days, you would use a knife and you would scrape the paint off, and then you get the fine sandpaper and you sand it down, and then you paint it, and then you painted it, and you put it back together.
Yeah.
That's how I started out, and so cycling became a part of me when I was young, and then I continued. I picked it up when I was in New York. Started cycling with friends there, Prospect Park, cycling out to Rockaway Beach, cycling to Bear Mountain, places like that, and then when I returned home, I brought my bikes with me, and I continued. And then as I got older, I continued to do it. When you enjoy something like that, and you want to at least perform as best as you can, then you take other things into consideration. Do I want to drink? Do I want to eat healthy or whatever? And I started to adopt those things and realized also that there were so many positives in it in terms of my health. And I think the most important thing is that I enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
That was important.
Mindset, lifestyle. I have a question from a listener that asked, but I should be careful. But I had someone ask or somehow comment and thought your age was a lot less than officially is presented. I won't say what the difference is. and this was a guy who, in admiration, wasn't nothing. He's like, wow. And then somebody say, well, good stock, where he come from and his people. And and that's the thing. But I think what you just shared, and I know we're talking about a hurricane, but I want people to use this opportunity because back to Ivan, there are many people, because of the circumstances where they live, they had to get up on their countertops. They couldn't pull themselves into the manhole to get into their rafters, into their attic, into their ceiling, because they couldn't. Right? They were healthy otherwise, but no physical strength, no upper body strength. And, that caused one individual. One day, he promises he'll tell his story, to transform his life significantly because he was quote unquote healthy in terms of the numbers and what the doctors shared, he ate. But physically, he was weak. Push-ups beyond 3. Wow, that was impossible. A pull-up, he could barely hold up. And I kept thinking, how can you be healthy but not physically strong? My brothers, with one little finger, and they can pick up a ton. Like my dad, they're strong. And they look at something too hard, it'll crack. They're powerful, just like you, right? So we need to get that into our lifestyle where we're walking and riding more. Pit bulls out of the, society, and people are racing on the streets,
Mhm.
and we're walking, just like the European nations. I did send you, I hope, that new bike trail in Europe.
Yes.
I would love to do that. I thought that would be a nice road trip. Organize it. Let's do it. Man. Can I, in case you wish to say, I was just going to read one of our listeners.
Sure.
How can we get this information from one of our listeners who's asking, can you please, see the politeness of our people?
Yep.
Can you please say if Grand Cayman will experience any tropical force weather before sunrise? Thanks for keeping us informed. That's kind of what you were asking for earlier.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Jared, have you found that information for us yet? All right. That's like we can't give a person that answer. Hard to tell. All right. So let's do our due diligence and ask the question. Okay. All right. And all right. We don't put down here. I just missed the heart. But I'm gonna try to reach out and see if we can ask some of the people next door if they could give us that information to see what more we can have. Because I think that's something that people are thinking about. Because given what we're understanding on Grand Cayman, we're expecting businesses to open up. We've got emails through the night.
I was thinking the same thing. Yes,
that's the expectation. And we know that on the Brac, as you mentioned from the public service announcement from the Water Authority, they're going to open the Grand Cayman, but they're going to remain closed on the Brac. We know businesses on Grand Cayman. The banks have said they're going to open. The credit union says it's going to open on Grand Cayman. So, Mr. Art.
Okay. Well, we have something.
All right.
This came in at 12. Would that have been 12:45?
Am I seeing what you're seeing?
All clear. Let me go back to it. Lost it there for a second.
Okay.
That's a CIG.
Is that on the email, sir?
Yep.
Okay.
On the email.
Yeah, I was having problem accessing.
All clear issued for Grand Cayman. Shelter in place remains for the sister islands.
Okay. All right. So, but then does that say hurricane warning and shelter in place have also been lifted, right, for Grand Cayman? All clear?
Yeah. And I don't know if that's to be effective at 4 a.m. or what, because I see, on the visual here, 4 a.m. and tomorrow's date.
Right.
All clear Grand Cayman. Let's read the details.
Can we do it for you, sir?
Oh, yes. Here. Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I started referencing an email that's issued from the government, and it says, the National Emergency Operations Center, in consultation with the Cayman's National Weather Service, has given the all clear following Hurricane Raphael for Grand Cayman today, Wednesday, 6 November at 4 a.m. A hurricane warning and shelter in place have also been lifted. While conditions have improved on Grand Cayman, residents are advised to exercise extreme caution on the roads and near coastlines as rough seas and residual flooding risk may persist. It is anticipated that there will be sporadic showers throughout the morning. Brac and Little Cayman remain under a hurricane warning and shelter in place as Hurricane Raphael continues to impact the islands. Residents are urged to remain indoors, and this is on Brac and Little Cayman, as recovery and damage assessment and debris clearance teams, coordinated by Hazard Management, assist affected communities. Once assessments have been completed and debris cleared, a decision on the all clear for the sister islands will be confirmed. A marine warning remains in effect as rough seas continue to be a concern across all islands. Marine activities are strongly discouraged until conditions fully stabilize. Schools across all three islands will remain closed today until Thursday, so Wednesday the 6th, Thursday the 7th November. Members of the public are encouraged to stay tuned to official channels such as gov.ky and Radio Cayman for further updates. So as of 4 a.m. this morning, the all clear will be issued for Grand Cayman and Grand Cayman only. All right, but I would like, and I will.
I think they figured that everybody's sleeping, so that's why they could put 4 a.m. that nobody's going to read it before they wake up in the morning.
Right. But what's interesting though is that I saw this earlier. I'm kind of looking at it and trying to answer the question that you asked, or one of the listeners asked. Okay, so all clear. Yes, going to be sporadic showers. There's going to be some, wind and the like. But what are those winds going to look like? And that'll be the anticipation, as Jared's whispering, right? As the storm pulls away, it should diminish. But some people can still appreciate, and a good kite breeze is one thing, but I'm inclined to engage in a little bit of sort of academic, what do you say, sparring. But here is where I'm concerned about people generally, the world over in the last few years. We stop thinking. We let somebody who has no knowledge, has nothing to offer, but because they hold a gun, the goal, or at the pulpit with a microphone and a bullhorn, they're saying the loudest. And everybody fall along, clapping in unison, but it doesn't make any sense. Stark contrast to what we also don't want is a crowd of gaggle heads, and this mass mob doing foolishness. So where is that semblance of sanity and civility that once existed in the society that caused people to think, with conscience? Is that out the window?
Yeah.
You didn't have to be told, careful, the pot of water is boiling, be careful, they burn you. Some people will get burned and still don't understand why. And that's concerning. So we don't know yet how to share what kind of winds, except that it shouldn't be as bad as they were as it was passing, but still be sensible as you move about, because things could still present a hazard.
Precisely, yeah.
And then
if you go outside and it's still wind and you feel that you can't stand on your 2 feet, when it's there.
You need to be told to come inside. Jeez, some people. What the? But by the same token, as the decisions are made to open up, your private enterprise, or you instruct your employees, everybody hopefully will exercise some semblance of sanity. But again, I think back to the days we went to school. And there were certain places, water going to hold for me was one where you knew if it was rain, you passed by there, you get wet. And you knew that you took off your school shoes, tied them in laces around your neck, and you walked through.
And walk through,
You pulled up your pants, for boys who had long pants as best as you could. And you went home, and hopefully, you didn't get your uniform any wet and more wet than it had to be. And if you thought you were smart the first time, they fool your parents that you didn't have a uniform to go to school the next day. That didn't happen to anybody else, right? You found out that didn't last for long, and you went to school with a uniform, with a note that you had to tell the teacher that you couldn't read, the note. You better not open it, right? Well, excuse the little boy here for school today, but he's still coming because he thought he was smart enough to get wet and stay home. And that's what your parents told the teacher, right? Yeah, you didn't. But I want to say that to share that, we are where we are. And now we need to make sure, like what you share with us every day, be your brother's keeper.
Yep.
So I'm mindful that as, we will make our way out and about to look at the coastline. Let's be sensible about it. Don't go out surfing, sailing and whichever, but don't be so afraid that you won't go by the coastline and take your little child, have a look. Use it as a teaching moment, Explain what some of those things are and explain why, you don't do this. And if you did that, this could be the consequence. That little child could grow up to be the head of a National Weather Service, the premier, could go far afield and, research something and win an international award because it's so instructive, or because of inspiration that may transpire now.
Precisely.
You don't know.
Well, hopefully in the morning we will know some more as well. We on my show, For the Record, tomorrow morning, we're due to have Mr. John Tibbetts and Diana Coleman. John, Director General for National Weather Service, and Danny from HMCI. I think sometimes I refer to that HCMI. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if people pick it up or not, but as HMCI will be coming in at 8:15 tomorrow morning, as well. So we will get some more additional information from them at this point. And we have to appreciate, people have been working long hours, even though they may have been working shifts and everything. So, once that all clear, is going to be, we know that that's going to happen. Everyone needs to head home, get some rest, and I'll be out earlier than you will be, Sterling. But then you've been here since what time yesterday?
11 a.m. We were just adjusting things, so we started maybe 1:15ish. because sometimes we're just going to make sure everything's in order. So 11ish we were on. Thank you very much for coming in when you did. I use knowing that you listeners are in absolute excellent hands. I could spend a little extra time digesting my food and placing a phone call or two. You never know, right? A man can only get in trouble once, unless he's fortunate to make it twice.
Right, yeah, right, yeah.
I know. So thank you for that. God's willing, I'll come back. I feel for you because in short order you're going to be back here.
Yeah, and I have to call for my ride now too because I didn't drive down. Because
Very smart of you.
It was raining and getting dark and everything. So I said, you know what?
I wonder if the helicopter's available to take you home, son.
Yeah,
you can rappel.
I can check and see.
Yeah.
Or I can get one of those ministerial vehicles.
Oh, you mean
to come and pick me up?
you lead me down the road.
And I don't mean a church minister. I'm not talking about a church minister either. Not a hearse.
Yeah. I am inclined to almost ask a question, but I gotta leave it because some people won't laugh. Matt Brown can pull it off, right? Okay, and now we're also honored to have the honorable premier on. At some point we'll coordinate that on talk today.
Yeah.
And then I think honorable premier would also be on your show as well.
Okay.
So
we would want to link up with her and know what get an assessment of the damage over in the sister islands as well, and it would be great if we could get some visuals as well, some photos from someone over there in terms of what has transpired. I would imagine that we'd get some of that on social media as well.
Right, and I'm hoping that people not only saw this as an opportunity to be informed, but recognizing the importance. So we have skill sets in our society that whatever our day jobs, or whether we're self-employed or retired or nearing that we can offer up a level of contribution through either a secondment or voluntary, either through some sort of stipend or the like. Remaining active and engaged, mind and body, and thereby continually having a purpose and serving our country in a way. And for those who do that, perhaps their co-workers or their supervisors, whatever they fall in that sort of working environment, to be a little more receptive and sensitive and accommodating, and whether they are part of something like the Red Cross or some other entity and they're volunteering in this endeavor, not the employees of say RCIPS and the like, who are the shift workers, the fire officers and like, but those who volunteer in some capacity, perhaps their co-workers and their employers could be mindful and a little bit understanding and accommodating. And if they come into work tomorrow, they like coffee, have a nice fresh pot for them. Maybe it's a piece of Johnny cake if you know to make that. Or if they're off, hey, cover for them willingly, lovingly, and just say thanks. We don't need a big fanfare and whatever, but make them know that it's appreciated. Sure, if that was you doing it, you would like it. You being,
exactly.
So do unto others as you would have them do unto you. All right.
Not as you have had them do unto you, but
or do
some
others,
people have interpreted our way. They do.
Yeah.
I've heard that saying before.
Or
Do unto
do
others as you have had them do unto you.
Or do unto others before they do unto you.
Yes.
and apparently that's the mantra. He who has the gun makes the rule. He who has the gold makes the rule.
Yep.
That's not the golden rule. Right? All right. Are we exiting, Senor? No. Okay, Mr. Art, you want to go on, and I'll. Jared, am I holding the fort? All right.
Wow.
Wow. So are we saying that publicly now, sir? No. All right. So Jared, are we continuing to the program, or do we want to go a little longer? What are we doing, sir?
No. I thought you said at 1:30.
Yeah. You can go, sir. I'll stick on. You got to be back here in a few hours, sir.
I still have to wait for my ride. Anyway,
Okay.
So let me just make a call.
Well, why don't we announce it? Listen, if you come into Mr. Art, come now and bring chocolate. All right. If you're listening, certainly join us. And if you're able to call, we want you to be a part of a discussion. 949-8037, 949-6990. You can WhatsApp call 925-3261. Mr. Ko? All right. And please accept the invitation to join Mr. Art. We can take the call when you're ready, sir. in the morning for the record, not just because it's a Wednesday, but because he's going to be here, and he'll be here until he can exit briefly and do his thing. But joining him, he has, as he said, Miss Danny and Mr. John joining him. The Honourable Premier would also do as well, as we expect the Honourable Premier to be with us on Talk Today, right after the midday news for our normal programming, and we want you to share with us. We're going to go to the phones and welcome this caller. Hey, thanks for sharing.
Hey, Starling Green, how you doing?
I am well. How about yourself?
I'm good. You're burning the midnight oil.
Man, well, at least it's better than burning the candles on both ends, huh? All right. Okay, well, listen. We want you to speak and talk, but we want you to let you know that there's another person online, and there's a desire to have a three-way call, if and only if you wish. If not, we'll join the other caller after you. But you're online, and you were the first, so we talk to you.
Okay.
All right.
What the call is about?
What is the call about? Hey, I don't know. But you talk, and the caller will be after you. How about that?
All right. No problem. I wanted to just say that, I'm praying and hoping that there's any significant damage out of the storm, and that people hold fast and pay attention to the warnings that the government has out, the shelter in place and so forth, because they're important. What I want to mention quickly was a little bit about, there's the upcoming elections, I suppose, and I would really like to see persons campaign on proper health care for these islands, especially for our elderly and indigent care. I'd like to see free medication for Caymanians. They're just some things that I think are important, because we have situations where persons are getting the amount of medical care that they need based on the insurances they have, but they're running out of funds to purchase medication, and
right.
the HSA runs out of the medication they need, and then they have to go to purchase it to be reimbursed. But
Well, can I like your points. Can I maybe say two things through you and to you, whether you yourself this time or another time consider actively being a part of it. I think people like you bring much to the table, right? So we encourage others to do just that. And then secondly, let's start regaining our ground. And when we use the plural of the word person, we say people and not persons. It's, for some reason, just irritates me to hear it so frequently. You used to say that before. I know you're a lawyer and all that, and then you guys say that.
persons or people?
Yeah, the plural of person is people. Persons is legalistic and archaic, and it has become so frequent in our society that it's offensive.
Oh, no, I never took it that way. But
No, I do.
Oh.
All right, yeah, so people say people.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, but you were saying?
Yeah, I just think that there needs to be a bit more focus on the health issues that we have surrounding persons. I mean, we got a lot of mental facilities
people
up and running. People.
There you go.
They're so used to saying persons, but
Yeah, I know, but we never said before, and let's not start again.
okay.
Yeah.
So we have a number of people.
There you go.
Require mental health care. That's also a critical situation. We had a situation the other day with sentencing for the courts, and the sentencing was that the person went to the mental health facility at the HSA, so because they had no place to manage that person in regular lockup.
But was this a case where that person had come here from another jurisdiction, and shortly thereafter, we found that they had some issue, but we got care from here? We can't care for our own? Was that the case? The rape case or whatever it was?
Mm-hmm.
So what the hell we doing that?
Because we don't have enough cojones, I suppose, to send them home, and then we don't have enough agreements in place.
No, we don't have the right. Anyway, yeah. But I hear you, and this is the frustrating part. It's not about not helping people, it's about being an idiot for people.
Well, we need to do something, but we need to ensure that Caymanians have what they need to survive, because there are a lot of indigent care and elderly that are suffering.
Right.
And we really need to look into their welfare. We have the new legislation coming out for older persons, but it's going to take, persons reporting and the enforcement of the legislation, the teeth that legislation needs. So, I don't know. It just concerns me.
I know.
It's beginning to be a pet peeve for me.
I hear you. Likewise, man.
I mean, we have the Older Persons Council. It's not the Older People's Council.
Yeah, another unfortunate terminology adoption, but one more thing for me to change.
And we advocate for the welfare and well-being of older persons, but there's not much that the council can do if we don't have the teeth and the means to do so.
Yep. See, what's happening to us, right, is like the frog in the boiling water. And as I listen, and this reason, I mean, people will be offended, right? But unfortunately, they're not going to choose to consciously try to understand. You can't speak to a nation about its challenges if you're not willing to acknowledge its warts and all. We have to celebrate its accomplishments. You can't say in one breath that you're losing your identity, you're losing your, ethos when you're unwilling to stand in the gap. And this is what is happening in this country. And what is interesting is that we allow it to be disparaging and division, in that at the end of the day, we look at along the lines of either ethnicity or nationality or something, when it isn't. It's a simple rule. In your house, if you said no shoes inside, and somebody comes in wearing shoes that they just come out of the cow pasture, that's on you, right? So that's why someone like you would be so remarkable in shaping our public policy, because you do have that spirited backbone,
Appreciate that. So I had the financial means.
Don't worry, man. Me knows you're financial. Sorry. No, I shouldn't implicate him into my adventures. All right. We have another caller, but you can join me later on today and talk today, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Anything else before you go?
No, just everybody stay safe and abide by the rules.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, okay?
No problem.
All right. And wonderful, intelligent, despite having that legally gifted mind, we can forgive her for some transgressions, right? As you read that, I just want to make a correction. I misunderstood my instructions. The Honorable Premier will be scheduled to be on talk today at some point. You were asked to promote it and remind the listeners on your show.
Certainly will.
I put on my glasses this time to read. Mr. Art, before we take the call, sir, I gather there's some information.
No, we're gonna go to the next call first.
Again, I misunderstood the instructions. Welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, Mr. Sterling, it's me again.
Hey, welcome back, me again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see, I'm not sleeping with you guys.
We want to know what you were drinking. You told us it was decaf. We don't believe you.
No, man, I don't drink that. I agree with some of the stuff what that young lady said.
Yes, sir.
About for the older persons, and I've been talking about this insurance thing.
Yes, sir.
For a long time, because I'm very close with Mr. Gilbert McLean, and he was the one that started this Cynical, and he always tell me, he said that when he decided that he had intentions for every Caymanian, born Caymanian, to be covered with health insurance. If he had got back in to government, that's what he was gonna put in place, but he didn't. But it's plenty Caymanian. And a few days ago on Mr. Connor show, I heard the Dr. Glitzer, I think that was his name, right? Chief Medical Officer.
Dr. Nick Gent for the Caymanians.
Yeah. He was talking about so many Caymanian, poor-class Caymanians, can't get any treatment because they don't have any insurance and thing. And that is one of the things that I've been concerned about it for a long time. Many Caymanians I know, they talk to me every day, can't go to the doctor because they have no insurance, But I hope that this new election coming round the corner, that something can be put in place, for that.
Yes, sir.
So, for that. So how is the storm? Is it still coming to look for us, or?
In a few minutes, we're going to give you the 1 o'clock update, which we shared earlier, but we're going to share one more time before we close off.
Yeah. Okay. All right then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, folks, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The location of Hurricane Raphael, 20.2 degrees north, 80.9 degrees west, about 65 miles northeast of Grand Cayman, and about 230 miles southeast of Havana, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds are at 85 miles per hour. The present movement is towards the northwest, or 320 degrees, moving at 13 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure, 977 millibars. For watches and warnings, hurricane warning is in effect for the Cayman Islands, but we know since then that the all clear
as of 4 a.m.
As of 4 a.m. will be all clear as of 4 a.m. for Grand Cayman. And
Right.
you want to share? Do you have right on your fingertips there? What's for the sister islands?
Yeah, so the watch and shelter in place still remains in place, but for Grand Cayman at 4 a.m., so another hour and 15 minutes, we'll find it all clear officially being issued. So we're just reminding people to be safe on Grand Cayman, to move out on the sister islands, stay in place for now.
In place until the all clear is given for the sister islands, right? Also at 1 a.m., the eye of Hurricane Raphael was located by an Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft and Grand Cayman radar near latitude 20.2 degrees north and longitude 20.2 degrees north, 80.9 degrees west. Raphael moving towards the northwest at 13 miles per hour. General northward motion is anticipated over the next day or so, followed by a gradual west-northwest turn in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's see, what else do we have?
Okay.
Okay. You want to pass that on, Mr. Sterling?
Yes, sir. From the counsel of Mr. Jared Cole, who is showing us that the Hurricane Hunter C-130 has just passed through the eye at 1:30. What else can you tell us about that, so we know? So at 219 miles an hour, this thing is at 10,000 feet flying through, and that's a remarkable feat.
Yeah, yes.
To watch these pilots and those planes deliberately, consciously go through these hurricanes. We thank them that they do so.
It's a lot of turbulence to get in and out.
But what's interesting, I mean, for those of us who like boats, on the rough seas in a boat, and that's why I value and respect the Coast Guard so significantly, because when they launch, sometimes they go in places where it takes a determination, but not unlike, I guess that's part of the U.S. Air Force, this particular detachment, the Hurricane Hunters. I mean, when they pull off, I mean, Jar's a aviation enthusiast, right? I guess he like planes, I like boats. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so let's see what they say about the winds. It says hurricane conditions are expected in portions of the Cayman Islands for the next few hours, and are also expected in western Cuba and the Isle of Youth today as well. Tropical rainfall, the rest of it has to do with Cuba, so I will dispense of that for now, because we want to get as much information out to our local people as possible. Heavy rainfall will impact areas of the Western Caribbean through early Thursday, particularly across Jamaica and the Cayman Islands into southern and western portions of Cuba. Storm surge could raise water levels by 1 to 3 feet above normal tide levels in the Cayman Islands tonight, so we can still have some storm surge, and could raise water levels by as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the southern coast of Cuba in the hurricane warning area, including the Isle of Youth on Wednesday. So it looks like the Isle of Youth, what we knew is the Isle of Pines, Isla de Juventud, will be affected. And when you look at the radar, you can see
that,
basically tracking over it as
well.
well.
Thank you for sharing. But I just wanted to repeat, just in case it was misunderstood, that they all clear as of 4 a.m. our time.
Yep.
We're looking at 1:50, so 1
2 hours
hour.
and 10 minutes.
No, 2 hours and 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So it's 2 o'clock, so 2 hours and 10 minutes, right? We will have the all clear. So it's not yet 2 a.m. So in 2 hours and 10 minutes, the all clear is expected to be lifted for Grand Cayman.
Mm-hmm.
The watch warning, the shelter in place, as our callers on the back of share, they've always been responsive, responsible, and sensible. So, if you're not sure what the Brac is doing, you're new there as a visitor resident, follow them and understand. But common sense should prevail. So, in a few bit, 4 a.m. the all clear will be issued.
Definitely.
All right. I don't know. We got one listener, and can I share this with us? 'Cause I thought it was quite nice. It speaks to the psyche of our people. It says, good morning to both of you. Many thanks, and may God give you strength and keep your eyes open to do your shows. That's nice wishes.
Yeah.
It's recognition that it's not just adrenaline, and I think back to the days when you did all the work that you did. You would say, well, that was a long time ago, and youth was on your side. I say now, expertise and experience is still on your side, and you can bat with the best of them, right? So
thank you.
It's going to be a good time. But I'm wondering, as people are waking up, and this is the interesting thing for many of us, right? We don't recognize that many of our people, at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, they're going to be going to work, whether they're off or not. That's what they have done all their lives. So at 1, 2, 3 o'clock, they're getting up. They're getting their coffee, their tea. They're doing their washing. They're cooking. They're preparing for the day. It doesn't matter if schools are closed today and tomorrow, as they, has been announced officially, and now they're coming to life. What's that Dolly Parton song? Stumble out of the kitchen, stumble out of bed and tumble to the kitchen. Pour myself a cup of ambition. You're on the stretch, and it's not like the baker who has done that to get that fresh bread as you come by on your way to work, and I respect that work ethic. It's so evident in our people, and we can see it from the messages that are coming in, that some tuned out, 8, 9 o'clock, 4, 5, 6 hours later, they're tuning back in.
Yes.
They've shut their eye for a bit, and they're starting their day. And for many of our people, an 18-hour day at work is commonplace. Not just those in the financial services. That's commonplace. It's not a boast. Doesn't mean that others don't do it. Just that we don't respect it and recognize it and share it with our people. And I mean, look at you. I mean, you could be very much, doing other things as you wish. I'm glad that you're bringing your skill sets and your experience, to instruct us and keep us encouraged.
Oh, it's a pleasure working with you again, Sterling.
Well, I would love very much.
Make a good team.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, very much would like for us to do more coverage, but not another weather system.
Precisely.
No other natural disasters.
Or man-made ones either.
There's a lot to unpack in that statement. But I really thank you for those words. It's a pleasure to work alongside you, and it inspires and encourages me. It reminds me of the respect begets respect, and hopefully our people would hold our heads high, not in arrogance, but in appreciation of who we are. As we welcome and invite and instruct others, we remind them that there's a particular ethos. We travel. We understand that people say, when in Rome, do as Romans do. But why is that? It's because it's established. It's quote unquote expected, but also enforced. Being polite doesn't mean that you're doormat. Being polite means that see those place there, that's where you put your shoes. See that mat there? Wipe your feet.
Yep.
You can't do that. See that place over there? That's where you stay. It's how you say it, nonetheless, but it's ensuring that you're consistent. And we're not doing that. So this has been a wonderful opportunity, sir. Thanks for not just joining me, but for earlier just, picking up and, moving it forward so that I can, follow and see how it's done, man. So you got some stuff on in the morning, right? Then
Yes.
a few hours. So we got to...
Yep.
All right.
Head back out after 6 o'clock to be here. I try to get in before 7.
Yeah.
Settle in and everything for 7:30. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting, right? I'll share that another time, but I've do it consciously now for my own benefit, because we grew up where to be on time is late, right? You start at 7:30, you're here long before, 7. So the things go. And I did that once, but I now recognize the importance of being able to put the mind in a space where, you're not anxious, you don't have this anxiety, you don't have this sort of, and that takes deliberate conscious training. It's not complacency. But if you look around, you have guests, and they're waiting long before you, because they rather keep you waiting, right? Right? They rather you, that's how it is. So it's important. I'm hoping though that as this hurricane moves through, that we in this country will be prayerful for those in this path.
Yes.
And give thanks for, as bad as it is, there was no worse. And we continue to do that. And if you don't subscribe to prayer, hey, don't be offended that I do, because I won't be offended that you don't. All right. And all right. Shall we share that to our listeners so that they understand our programming?
Yeah, for the rest of the night, in the morning, I should say. Yeah.
Yep. So at the top of the hour, we got some BBC, and then some music. Take us in. Then Susan, again, to bless us as the day comes to life. And then 7:30 for the record.
Yep. I think Susan will be here what time? 6 o'clock? Or she 4 o'clock? 3:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that is, well, we share that publicly, but that is what it is. I mean, this is an operation with amazing team members.
Oh yeah.
The news upstairs, the guys are there,
dedicated,
very dedicated, man. And that is across. When I say organization, I mean Radio Cayman, but all across the civil service. And it's not just the shift workers, like the police and the fire service and the like. It's the person who signed a 9 to 5, 8:30 to 5, whatever it is. But they're here long before their shift starts and a lot long after. But the public doesn't see it,
Yeah, that's true.
They let that little troll make a comment about the laziness in the civil service and somebody else picks it up. We know differently.
Yeah.
So to our public servants, thank you, man. You guys are amazing. Honored to be a part. I hope I do you justice by being as diligent and dedicated and determined in my endeavors, So,
all right. We want to thank Mr. Coe as well, also.
Yeah. I mean,
excellent jobs feeding us with information as well. And, deciphering the radar for us also.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah. But he likes that. He has that intellect as well, it's interesting. It's not a depth sounder, so I don't know what the fish is, but he seems to know the difference between the green is grass and the green is green.
Yeah.
But could I, when you finish, I wanted to again invite on his behalf. DJ Lynn has asked the listening public to, he's asked them to continue to pray for him.
Okay.
He's been amazingly courageous. I like the fact that he shares, this journey he's on, and I think through that, we are mindful that many people go through much relative to their health, and I don't know that many of us would be so public in the way he's done it with such love and respect and humility, inviting people to recognize what it is and to draw alongside. And now he says, would appreciate the prayers of our nation, and I would like that to do that.
Yeah, and I will release it tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah.
Now that I have the permission, structure.
He's asked, and I respect that. I mean, he's a great guy. I think I've embarrassed him a couple of times because publicly I said to him, thank you. He's done as Mr. Coe is doing for us now, and he just has a difference about him, right? And You know, most of us, when you give someone a compliment, they're like, stop talking foolishness. And I think that's as much true for me as it was. I'm learning to be different, right? So to our nation, you know, pray for each other, but BJ Lynn is asking, and I'm honored to share on his behalf our prayers for him, his family, and all of us.
Yep.
And safe travels to you, Mr. Art, as you go and
Thank
return.
you. All the best to you as well. And I'm sure you will have a good show, you know, tomorrow. I always listen in as well, and I will do the same again.
Well, I thank you, sir. I catch most of yours sometime, and I go back to listen often. So thank you again for all you do, and to all across the public service and in this country. Our efforts impact each other. Let it be positive and productive. We can be malicious and bad-minded, but that will get us nowhere.
So true.
All right.
Okay.
Join me start in a couple hours. You know, all clear going to be issued in 2 for Grand Cayman. You know, be safe all the same. See you in a bit. God bless.
Yesterday. Today.